Hello everyone and welcome to stream, and we are there finally for Canto 9. My body is not ready. Canto 9 part 1. If you guys don't know, there will be no pools for the new artists and the new first IDs because I already pulled for them in my free time. Sorry for being late, was mainly because, you know, adulting. Fucking hate my life. Yeah, I was taken by work, so hey, please save my sorry ass, boys. But yeah, this is the team I'm going to use for the first part of Canto 9. So let's get going. Let's get with some Ryoshu's story. By the way, if I am a bit less energetic than usual, first and foremost, I won't do the voices because like I'm kinda sick, you know. And second, if I'm a little less energetic than usual, I finished my shift at midnight yesterday, and like my body aches every fucking where, and I kinda went to sleep at 3 a.m. So yeah, I am kinda sleep deprived. But hey, you know, it's Canto 9. It's Canto 9. I gotta lock in. I gotta be in it, you know. So let's jump right into it and ambush in the dark. I kind of got spoiled a little bit through Reddit, but I'm mainly I care less about spoilers and more about what the fuck is happening, you know. But hey, you could still, you know, not spoil me, it'd be fine. Also, I know we will have like a new ID trailer like in in 1 hour, so maybe I'll react to it at the end of the stream. So hey, let's get to it. There's a clue of thread, raveled of a single strand whose beginning is its end. Moments become wefts and wafts that crisscross into a weave. And the flow of time spools in a single spot. Go on, read it. Also, if you guys haven't noticed, there's no sangria there. No mention of sangria. All words. Yoshu? From the echo of your first cry to the whisper of your last breath. In the heart of every moment, my eyes catch a glimpse of you. No, that's not how you read those letters. Yoshihide. That's how you say it. This is such kid behavior. You give them your name, they will mispronounce it, and it will stick to you for like years. Ryoshu. It's prettier and easier. Dear lost child of mine, should the way back home elude you, follow the thread back to the very first knot that hurt the most. Where the quivering stops, that is where you will find me. This day.
네, 오늘이네요. 팀장님 혹시
Today's the day indeed. Boss, are you?
잠깐 떨리냐는 질문은 하지 말게. 그런 건 스스로의 연구 결과에 자신 없는 범인들이나 하는 행동이지 않나.
They're gonna die, right? They're so fucking dead, right? Like, you cannot reuse characters. Like, they're reusing characters they already introduced who had like quote unquote good endings. And their first appearances are just shadows. They're fucking dead. Hold. Please, don't ask me if I'm nervous. Only ordinary, unremarkable researchers with a particularly low level of confidence in their own material ever get nervous.
말하고 보니 지난번 학회 때 청심환을 한 줌씩 먹고도 3초에 5번씩 손을 떨던 자가 생각나는군. 솔직히 좀 꼴사나웠네.
Your unfinished query has reminded me of the last academic assembly. There was this fellow who simply could not stop their hands from shaking with a frequency of 5 oscillations every 3 seconds, even after taking an entire fistful of tranquility boluses. What a miserable sight that was.
그들이 과연 내가 하는 말의 절반 이상은 알아들을 수 있을까라는 불안감을 되새기면 적당한 긴장감에 다리 정도는 떨릴지도 모르겠군. 그래도 자네들이 한번 검토해준 덕에 한결 안심이지. 자네들이 이해했다면 나머지 청중들도 이야기 정도는 따라올 테니까.
Oh, of course. Perhaps the fear that the attendees may not possess the intelligence to comprehend even half of my presentation may source a reasonable level of anxiety, potent enough to make my legs tremble somewhat. But I have been quite relieved of that concern after you reviewed my materials. If both of you were able to understand it, then the audience should have no problem following the general narrative. The fucking insult in there.
적어도 지난번처럼 절반 넘게 숙면을 취할 일은 없을 겁니다.
At least you won't be dosing the audience chock full of your verbal sedatives this time.
그러고 보니 추가 연구를 위한 협조 요청은 왜 여태껏 승인이 안 난 건지 알고 있나?
On another note, have you any clue as to why our cooperation request for additional research is still pending approval?
LCA 연구 개발팀에서 계속 반려하고 있거든요. 하던 연구에나 집중하라고.
LCA R&D team has repeatedly denied our request. Apparently, we were to focus solely on our present research.
까다롭게 구는군. 반려한 담당자가 누구인지 아는 게 있나?
A rather narrow-minded bunch, aren't they? Do we know specifically who denied our requests?
지난번 학회에서 청심환을 한 줌씩 먹고도 손을 떨던 그 부팀장분이요. 팀장님이 코웃음을 치셨던 것에 대한 앙금이 아직 안 풀리셨나 봐요.
That's called karma, Hohenheim! The assistant manager who simply could not stop their hands from shaking, even after taking an entire fistful of tranquility boluses. It seems pretty obvious that they're still carrying the grudge from when you scoffed at them.
그랬던 건가?
Is that so?
아마 이번 발표가 끝나면 그자도 별말 못하고 승인할 걸세. 기존 연구는 이제 더할 나위 없을 정도로 진척되었으니.
Well, they'll have no choice but to approve our request after this presentation. Our present research has already progressed beyond the point of satisfaction, after all.
압류.
Of course, boss, of course.
아무래도 안 되겠군. 개인적인 호기심을 풀이하기 위한 추가 연구이긴 해도 회사에 이익이 될 연구임에는 틀림이 없네.
I am fucking freezing in my room! Even though the heater is on, but hey, you know, like, it's not like I can do anything about this. This won't do. But the motivation behind my additional research request was to sate a personal curiosity. I have no doubts in my mind that it will end up benefiting the company's bottom line.
마튼, 혹시 내가 어제 만든 추가 연구 계획서는 챙겼나? 예상되는 성과를 눈앞에 들이밀면 LCA에서도 승인하지 않고서는 못 베기겠지.
Martin, do you have our additional research proposal with you? Even the LCA will have no recourse but to prove it once they see the projected gains from its success.
그건 따로 필요하지 않을 것 같아 연구실에 두고 왔는데요.
That I left it back at the research hall. Didn't think we need it today.
그 연구에서 성과를 거둔다면 시설실의 전력 효율도 높일 수 있을 걸세. 안 그래도 지금 하고 있는 사람이 워낙
Sorry about the cough.
전력을 먹어서 가용 전력이 영 간당간당하지 않나.
A successful outcome of that research should also be able to boost the efficiency of our electrical systems. I'm sure the need for more power is a mutual concern. We already have precious little to spare with how much energy our present research consumes.
연구실 난방기에 쓰는 전력도 아깝다고 다 같이 추위에 떨면서 실험했었죠. 저는 에고 장비 덕에 따뜻했지만.
Yeah, we know. We even had to conduct our experiments in the freezing cold because we rerouted power from the heating system to save electricity. Well, I stayed toasty thanks to my ego gear, but still.
아무튼 계획서는 제가 가져올게요. 팀장님이랑 마튼 씨는 발표 준비에 집중하세요.
Anyways, I'll go grab the proposal. You two should focus on the presentation prep. What? The music? Lower down? Yeah, something about... He's about to go to fucking town.
지원 요청. 여기는 LCA 부서. 북도 YS 보부근. 긴급하게 지원 요청한다. 지금이 그러니까 코드.
Requesting support. This is SC Department Corridor YS4. Requesting immediate support. The situation's... code. Yeah.
미안하구나. 그렇게 불필요하게 절단하고 싶진 않았는데. 유감스럽게도 의식을 잃은 것 같으니.
Roland?
괜찮아지.
Just kidding.
코드라고 하기에는.
Of course, it's the index member from the teaser. Apologies, I didn't wish to so unnecessarily cut him off. But as it seems he passed out, let me be the messenger instead. Though I won't bother with the fancy code speak.
이곳에는 일말의 가망조차 남지 않았다. 아마 그렇게 말하고 싶었을 거야.
The situation here is entirely hopeless, was probably what he wished to say. A few hours later. A good deal of time had passed since we'd said our heartfelt farewells to Chasitsun, yet we still remained stuck in Hongwon.
오늘 출발하는 거 맞냐? 날짜 헷갈린 거 아니고?
You sure we're getting off today? Reckon you got the date wrong.
그건 아닌데. 베르길리우스 씨랑 파일럿 씨를 데리고 오신다던 소드 씨까지 늦으시네요.
I'm pretty sure I didn't. But even Sod's late, and she was supposed to get Virgilius in pilot.
홍원 밖으로 이어지는 직통도로가 코앞이다. 소드 그자가 트럭을 타고 이 장소까지 모이라는 메모를 휘갈겨 쓰고 간 것을 볼 때 이번에는 확실할 테지.
Right ahead lies the road that leads straight out of Hongyan. Given Sod's memo telling us to drive out here with a truck, there should be no room for error this time.
그랬으면 좋겠네요.
I sure hope that's the case.
대관원에서 나올 때 문지기 분들이 몇 시에 돌아오는지 물어보더라니까요. 저희가 아예 홍원의 정식 거주민이 된 줄 아시더라고요.
When we left Takwonyuan earlier, the guards at the gate actually asked me what time we'd be coming back. They probably think we've taken up permanent residence here at H-Corp.
그럴만하지. 지난번부터 계속 떠난다면서 잔치상도 성대하게 먹었는데 계속 안 가고 미적지근하게 있기만 하니까.
Not surprising. After saying goodbyes left and right, not to mention 2 farewell banquets, we're still sitting here on our butts without any sign of leaving.
그러니까
이때쯤이면 항상 베르가 의미심장하게 등장해서 다음 장소로 갈 시간입니다, 단테. 하고
Rodia's impersonation of Vergilius is so good. Exactly. When a Verg should have appeared out of nowhere with his usual time to move on to our next destination, Dante. Like he always does.
카론의 메피 출발할게 부릉부릉 하는 말도 못 들은 지 너무 오래됐고.
Then Karen would say, off we go, Miffy. Brum brum. It's been forever since I heard her last.
베르길리우스님이 지금처럼 오랫동안 저희를 떠났을 때가 있었나요?
I don't think there was ever a time Vergilius was gone this long.
계약 위반에 따른 추가적인 업무 배정이 있었던 것이 원인일 수 있으나 그것을 고려하더라도 부재 기간이 길어지고 있다.
The breach of contract may have led to extra workload for him, but even so, his prolonged absence remains unusual.
설마 저희를 도와주신 일 때문에 아직도...
All this just because he went out of his way to help us?
그렇지는 않습니다. 당시
Not necessarily.
사항으로 인한 징계가 남아 있는 것은 사실이지만 H사에서 할 수 있는 LCC와의 업무는 가시춘 씨가 가주가 된 직후에 모두 마무리되었죠.
Well, fuck me! I got spoiled already! Oh god, my fucking brain! I saw the notification! The Discord notification, it's a fucking habit of mine to always check him out! Fuck's sake. Well, I'm finishing this node and I'm checking it out, I guess. While it is true that the penalty incurred from breaching the contract yet remains, the LCC's operation in H-Corp, which he was assisting with, was immediately concluded following Chia Sichen's inauguration as the family hierarch.
다른 이유는 짐작가는 바가 없구려.
Sorry guys. I fail to think of any other reason apart from that. Vergilius and Charon would always be away whenever we traveled to a new place. But yeah, never for this long.
이번에도 같은 일로 자리를 비우신 걸까요?
Maybe he's just off doing whatever he usually does when spending time with Charon? Everyone turned to look at Faust.
베르길리우스 씨가 자리를 비우는 이유에 대해서 아직 여러분에게 공유드릴 수 있는 정보는 없습니다.
At this point, there is no information that can be shared regarding Vergilius' absence. Maybe we can ask Vergilius when he gets here?
그 양반이 자기 목적지를 밝힐 리가 있겠어? 우리한테 맨날 어디 가야만 한다고 말하지.
You honestly reckon he'd say a word about where he was? That bloke only ever tells us where to go, never where he's off to.
봤어! 만날 카론군과 둘만 아이스크림 먹으러 가고.
Very! And he never had he deigned to bring any of us on his ice cream trips. Save young Karam!
혹시 후육을 순회하면서 그곳의 특산물을 모조리 섭렵하고 돌아오는 것은?
Oh! Perchance his path is that of a culinary journey to sample the unique specialties of each district.
이게 무슨 맛집 탐방 모임도 아니고 그딴 이유겠냐?
Be serious for one second, lass. This ain't a foodie tour.
저희의 길을 안내해 주는 것과 별개로
Aside from guiding our path,
베르길리우스 씨에게도 가야 할 자신의 길이 있을 뿐이겠죠.
it may simply be that Vergilius has a path of his own to walk. I've got no idea what his path would even look like. We're only here to follow the journey as guided by Virgilius. We know neither the path he has walked nor the path he seeks to walk. I wonder if he'll ever share his history with us one day.
길잡이야 껄핏하면 자리를 비우니까 그렇다 쳐도 소드는 왜 안 오는 건데?
I suppose he's been his usual absentee self, but that not explain why Sod ain't here, does it?
늦어도 우리가 늦었지. 자기가 지각해서 우릴 이렇게 내버려 둔다고?
We've been late plenty of times, yeah, but it ain't like the last to keep us hanging.
작전에 변경점이라도 생긴 건 아닐까?
Maybe there's been a change of plans?
보통 작전 중 연락이 두절되는 이유는
When an operative goes dark without warning,
변경이 아니라 변수 때문일 가능성이 높지.
it's usually due to an unforeseen variable, not a change of plans. Otis really speaking from experience there? As if to prove Otis right, someone forcefully yanks the truck's door open. Sod!
자기 어떻게 된...
Holly, what happened to you? Sod stumbled into the truck, short of breath. She was bleeding, covered in wounds, both minor and serious. Her eyes glistened with wild anxiety. A broken pistol hung from her waist. It was impossible not to notice the sea of fresh gashes and wounds on her. The first thing that caught my attention, however, was the stump right where her left arm used to be. Oh god fucking damn it! Okay. Before we continue, getting the sound for me. Whoa. Well, we'll react to this. The English thingy ain't even there yet, so yep, let's go. We know it's a the index device Don Quixote. Okay, also shit, it's alone. Oh wait, is the insignia? The index insignia is in reverse. Is it? Is it in reverse? Is it reversed? Let me check. Oh no, never mind. I'm just stupid. Well, the index device. It's a lone banner. I think mouse was also a lone banner. Oh god. Oh that doesn't sound good. Is she going to be is she going to be the mouse of Canto 9? Okay, let's go. If it's a lone banner, maybe I won't pull. Like, not gonna lie, I cannot just use 200 pulls to get just Ujat Otis. So, yeah, not really feeling like spending more, you know? Okay, let's go, let's react to it. Photosensitivity and seizure warning. The first time we got one for an ID trailer. Was that a 4 coin skill 1? 1, 2, 3, 4? What the fuck? Okay, she has a clashable counter, like 3 coin. 1, 2, 3. Huh? Wait, it's impossible to fucking analyze. 1, 2, 3, 4 coin? Is it a skill 2? This is probably this prescript thingy. She's lost Gloom Pride. 1, 2, 3. Okay, this is skill 2. 1, 2, 3. This art is creepy as fuck. This art is really creepy as fuck, not gonna lie. Let me analyze this shit. It's impossible to fucking analyze with all the artifacts on the screen. Okay, so she's a Pride skill 1, I think. Pride skill 1, Less skill 2, and Gloom skill 3, and Mono Blunt. What the fuck is going on? What in the actual fuck is going on? Okay, back to Limbus. What the hell was that? Back to Canto 9. What the fuck is going on with the index? Wait, that's 2 index IDs in a row though. Are we like only getting index IDs? Or is it going to be season, you know? Is it going to be a season 6 kind of thing with like all the thingies? Okay, the spider's thread. Let's go.
지금 바로 전투를 준비해 주세요.
Prepare for battle immediately.
저는 보다시피 더 이상 작전을 수행할 수 없는 상황이라 여러분의 도움이 필요합니다.
Oh, please don't let fucking Sod die. Don't bait and switch us like that, PM, please. I am no longer able to operate. As you can plainly see, I need your help. Sod collapsed to the floor before we even had the chance to ask her if she was okay or what had happened to her.
베르길리우스 씨와 접선한 직후 기습을 당했어요.
Immediately after rendezvousing with Mr. Vigilius, I was ambushed.
머지않아 이곳까지 올 거예요.
And the attackers will be here in any minute. Where once her resolve had not faltered even in the face of death, a grave look of despair now filled her eyes.
습격 인원은
How many hostiles?
둘.
2.
한 명은 베르길리우스 님이 맡고 있었고 저는
While Mr. Vigilius was dealing with one of them,
베르가?
Virguus. Color returned to Rodia's face upon hearing Vigilius's name.
그러면 벌써 베르가 다 처리하고 여기로 오는 중인 거 아닐까?
Well, then maybe Virg's is already on his way back after wiping the floor with both of them?
아닐 거예요.
No, I don't think so.
카론을
It's Caron.
제가 카론을 놓쳐버렸어요.
I lost her.
카론을 붙잡고 도망치던 팔이 통째로 날아가서
They tore off the arm I was holding onto Caron with.
제가 끝까지 놓지 말아야 했는데
I never should have let go. I never should have let that happen.
카론군을 놓쳤다니 그게 무슨...
Thou couldst not hold onto young Caron? How? What? Sod Sod grimaced, her expression an amalgamation of guilt and confusion. It was a far cry from her usual collected self.
혹시 카로님이 인질로 붙잡히신 건가요?
Did they take Karen hostage?
네. 카론이 그자들에게 붙잡히는 걸 막을 수 없었어요.
Yes, I could not stop them from taking Karen.
파일럿이는요?
What about Pilot?
상처가 깊지만 의식은 마지막까지 남아 있었어요.
Pilot was heavily wounded, but the last time I saw him, he was conscious.
우선 전투부터 준비하죠.
We should prepare for battle. Now.
적어도 목표는 명확하군요. 쫓아온 습격자를 처리한 뒤 카론을 구하면 될 것 같습니다, 관리자님.
At least,
적의 의중은 아직 알 수 없지만
at least our current objective is clear, Executive Manager. First, take out the pursuers, then rescue Karen. While the exact motive of the perpetrators is yet to be revealed.
어쩌면 이 습격이 끝이 아닐지도 몰라요. 아까 이곳으로 도망치던 와중에 본사에 무전이 흘러들어왔는데
We may be facing multiple fronts. I briefly picked up the transmission from HQ while running this way and... A sudden buzz of white noise breaks through the truck's silence. Any station. Respawn. Sod froze up, staring at the radio speaker. Gregor was the first to act in her place.
여기는 LCB. 상황 전파를 한다.
This is LCB. I read you. What's the situation? Over. HQ research facility.
연구소?
Research facility. Under attack. Well, everything's gone to shit! My darling daughter, I hope you've been doing well for yourself out there. But don't you think it's about time you stopped playing and came home? Utter silence descends as a kindly calling cuts off the blood-curdling scream from the other side. The voice that came through the radio was nothing short of affectionate, and it was easy to guess who the daughter was.
시계, 거미줄이 쳐졌다.
The spiders have spun their web clock. Web?
피할 수 없는 길에 근사하게도 늘어놓았군.
And it's woven so intricately that there's no way around it. That's when I recalled something Lei Heng had mentioned. The House of Spiders. Thinking back to how intensely Ryoshu reacted, then... Do you think these attackers have something to do with that, Lei Heng guy from earlier?
그럴 리가.
Unlikely.
그놈은 스쳐가는 과외 선생들 중 하나였을 뿐이다.
He was just one of my many passing tutors.
그럼 도대체 누가... 다른 것도 아니고 본사잖아요.
Then who could... It's the headquarters for crying out loud!
모르겠어요. 본사는 침입자들이 원한다고 막무가내로 들어올 수 있는 장소가 아니에요.
I don't know. The HQ, it's not the kind of place someone can just force their way into.
그곳에 무단 침입이라니 생각조차 해본 적 없어서.
Breaking into a place like that, it's completely unthinkable. What now? Usually I would use my intuition to choose the best course of action and lead the sinners during a mission. But who'd thought that the HQ, which was meant to brief us about that mission in the first place, would come under attack, especially while we were left without a guide. I wonder though, like this whole theory about, oh yeah, it's all about Dante, it's all about Dante, it's all about the sinners, it's all about the sinners, it's all about the sinners. What if it's also about Dante? Because I feel like every single time we're like in a hot spot, like in a lot of Cantos, we often end up in a hot spot and it's a place for Dante to grow. So yeah, I think it's both about the sinners and about Dante, you know, like making him a capable manager, you know, of the whole thing. Maybe that's the whole plan of the higher ups at Limbus company, you know.
그래. 그들이 날 직접 찾아올 리가 없지.
Fine. I didn't expect them to come find me themselves.
거미줄을 쳐놓으면 먹이는 알아서 걸려들기 마련이니.
Once the spiders have spun their web, they tend to wait for their prey to stumble into it. After all, the plume of cigarette smoke lingered for a moment before scattering into the air. When I looked at Ryoshi's face, what I saw was an expression of strange euphoria.
요슈 씨, 혹시 당신에게는 이 모든 상황이
Ryoshu, is this all just
그저 재밌는 일에 지나지 않는 건가요?
some amusing diversion for you? Sarge shot an incredulous look at Ryoshu, who was nonchalantly puffing the rest of her cigarette to ash.
그래.
Sure is.
그토록 고대하던 시간이 마침내 제 발로 찾아왔다.
The long-awaited moment has finally found me.
두근거리는 게 당연하지 않나?
Why wouldn't I be excited?
그런
That's just...
하지만 착각하지 마라.
But... Don't presume.
유희에 대한 기대와 진심은 별개의 영역.
My excitement for the coming pleasure will not interfere with my effectiveness.
나는 단 한순간도 맡은 일을 유쾌하게 즐길지언정 가볍게 여긴 적이 없다.
I've never once let enjoyment get in the way of taking the job seriously.
이전에도 지금도.
Not ever. Not now.
곧 이곳까지 올 거라 했지. 버스 기사를 데려간 놈도 여기로 오고 있는 건가?
You said the assailants will be here soon. Is the one who took the driver coming too? Caron.
카론 씨한테 무슨 일이라도 생기면
If anything happens to Miss Caron,
붉은 시선님을 볼 면목이 없어요.
I wouldn't be able to bring myself to face the red case.
대화가 안 되는군.
This isn't going anywhere.
거미들이 버스 기사를 건드리진 않을 거다.
The spiders won't hurt the driver.
버스 기사는 커다란 먹잇감을 낚기 위한 미끼일 뿐.
She's just...
사냥감이 아니거든.
She's just their bait to lure out the bigger prey.
그러니 볼썽사납게 떨지 말고 세팅이나 하도록.
So stop panicking and set us up. It's unsightly. Ryoshu is like... I really like that Ryoshu is not using sangria. She's taking this very seriously.
네?
What?
이 트럭의 뒷문. 지금 당장 본사 연구소로 연결할 수 있는 건가?
The back door of this truck. Can it connect us directly to the HQ research facility right this instant?
잠시만요. 가능하긴 한데
Wait. It can, but...
본사로 직행하는 뒷문 포탈을 이용하려면 좌표에 맞는 보안 코드를 확인해야 해서 조금 시간이 걸릴 거예요.
To use the backdoor portal that leads straight to the HQ, I need to verify the security code written specifically for each coordinate. It's going to take some time.
곧 내 놈을 쫓아올 녀석을 상대하고 들어가면 딱 맞겠군.
Gives us enough time to deal with your pursuer. As Sod navigated through the vehicle's machinery with her remaining arm, the sinners all began to keep watch on their surroundings, weapons at the ready.
그런데 본사로 가도 괜찮은 거 맞나요? 함정에 제 발로 들어가는 기분인데.
So, are we sure it's a good idea for us to head to the HQ? I feel like we're walking ourselves into a trap here.
차라리 대관원에 도움을 요청하는 건 어떨까요?
What if we requested assistance from Takwan Yuan instead?
방법은 될 수 있겠지. 하지만 본사가 엮인 이상 친분이 있다 해도 날개의 손을 빌려 해결했다간 차후 어마어마한 대가를 치러야 할 거다.
That can be a solution, yes. However, as this concerns our HQ. Resolving this crisis with help from a wing, even one whose leader we are on good terms with, will require an enormous favor to be repaid.
관리자님, 어떻게 하시겠습니까?
A decision, Executive Manager. We'll head straight to the HQ research facility as soon as Sod opens the portal. It wasn't hard to intuit that Ryoshu's turn had arrived, given her evident excitement. If so, the back door leading to the HQ, which Ryoshu intends to use, should be the path we're meant to take this time.
각오하는 게 좋을 거다.
Better prepare yourselves.
이 아픔 분명 나락일 것이고.
What awaits us, without a single shred of doubt, is hell.
나락엔 언제나 기다리고 있던 게 있었으니.
And there, in its depth, lies something that has always been waiting for me.
천장의 소리. 아무래도 습격자가 차량을 발견한 모양이요.
Odd streams above us, walking the vehicle's roof. They have been found.
이거 부서지기 전에 일단 넓은 곳으로 나가는 게 낫지 않겠냐?
Oi, then shouldn't we get out of the truck before it caves in over our heads?
아니요. 이 트럭은 피사의 특이점이 적용되어 있다고 했잖아요. 외부로부터 안전하게 보호해 주는 거요. 오히려 안에 있는 게
No, Peak of Singularity protects this truck, remember? Something that's supposed to keep whatever's inside safe. We should just lie low in here until...
안전한 건 맞지? 지금 천장에 살짝 금 간 것 같지 않아?
You sure about that? I can see a tinsy crack in the ceiling.
네? 그럴 리가. 분명 탄성이 강해서 어지간한 힘에는 휘기만 할 텐데.
A crack? That makes no sense. The ceiling should be elastic enough to bend under most physical impacts instead of cracking.
차량형 이동장치 외벽에 피사의 특이점이 적용된 것은 맞습니다.
It is true that the exterior of this vehicular transportation device utilizes peak of singularity.
그래서 트럭은 밖에서 볼 때보다 안이 넓고 외부 충격으로부터 방어하기 좋죠.
That is why this truck is more spacious inside than it appears from the outside. It has good defenses against external forces.
다만 피사에서 저희가 탑승했던 실험 모델과 달리 이 차량은 비포팀의 원활한 배치를 목적으로 운영되는 저가형 모델로 보이는군요.
However, unlike the experimental model we boarded in P-Corp, this vehicle appears to be a more affordable model, used flexibly as a shuttle for the B4 team's deployment.
충분한 성능을 위해서는 언제나 그에 걸맞은 값이 들고 그렇지 않은 제품은 특이점이라 한들 파괴될 수 있다는 겁니다.
That is to say that for singularity technology to perform at a competent level, a higher level of investment is required. Budget models, even those of singularities, can still end up being counted.
싸구려라는 거네.
So they're cheapened out.
그렇다면 거미 집의 아비는 아니군.
Then the assailant is not one of the nurse fathers from the House of Spiders.
아비 중 한 명이었다면 이 정도 벽은 첫 소음과 함께 박살냈을 테지.
If it were one of them, the first shock would have shattered this wall into pieces.
처음부터 강한 놈이 나타나는 건
This is actually really fucking meta. I suppose kicking off with the top dogs would have made for a rather bland story progression.
아비라면 혹시 지난번 뇌횡이라는 자가 말했던
The nurse fathers? Wait, you mean the same people they hang?
사담은 상황이 끝난 뒤에 해도 늦지 않다.
We'll have time for speculations later.
관리자님, 곧 천장 부분이 파괴될 것 같습니다.
Executive Manager, the ceiling is about to cave in. Go for the key at the moment they get inside.
소환!
At the ready, men! Wait, don't engage! Though we were readying ourselves to skewer the intruder the moment he stepped inside, we had to immediately backtrack on that idea when we saw who he was carrying.
카론,
끄 시간이랐을 뿐 숨은 온전히 돋아 있습니다.
Oh, male? Or female? I don't know. Project Moon Day! Non-binary! She's only unconscious and breathing still.
일부러 저자의 팔만 잘라내고 그 흔적을 따라 추적했나.
I see. You cut Sod's arm off so that you'd have something to track her down with.
예상대로 동료들에게 도움을 구하기 위해 온 것을 보니
And she has gone straight to seek help from her comrades.
반응을 지켜본 것은 옳은 판단이었던 것 같군요.
It was indeed a correct decision for us to wait and see how she'd react. The intruder continued, glancing towards Sod. As if in response to that, Ryoshu placed her hand on her scabbard. Ryoshu?
버스 기사가 다칠 일은 없을 테니.
BDOK. They won't dare hurt the bus driver. Bus driver... And I don't know.
그러니 시계. 난장 피우지 마라.
So don't make a fuss, Clark.
네? 그게 무슨... 요슈 씨!
Huh? What do you mean she's okay? Ryoshu? Ryoshu ignored Sinclair and rushed toward the intruder, her scabbard cleaving through the air.
막았나?
Oh ho! Parried that, did you?
인질은 신경도 쓰지 않으시는 겁니까?
Have you no regard for the hostage's life?
내 놈들이 죽게 둘 리 없지. 인질의 목숨으로 붉은 길잡이의 분노를 살 계획은 없을 테니.
You won't dare let her die unless you're planning to incur the Red Guard's wrath. Like Ryoshu said, the intruder was only defending himself against her strikes without harming Karen. Just as the other sinners were stepping up to join the assault.
전투의 예법을 다하기 위해 한 분씩 상대해드리려 했습니다만.
I had intended to face you one at a time, as the propriety of an honorable combat dictates, but...
스승님이 올 때까지 이 자를 넘겨줘서는 안 되는 상황인지라.
Unfortunately, since I cannot let you take her back until my master arrives. The intruder gestured with his hand, and strange, bizarre things dropped through the ceiling with a thump.
필요한 무기를 사용해야겠군요.
I must resort to using some borrowed weapons.
저건 뒤틀림이나 괴물 같은 걸까요?
Are those distortions or monsters of some kind? No. I think they're people.
저 자식이 말한 그 스승이란 놈 베르길리우스가 상대하고 있댔지.
His master. Vergilius is supposed to be handling whoever that is, yeah?
특색날이 분명 카론군이 붙잡혀서 제대로 싸우지 못하고 있는 것이라 생각한다네.
The calamus illustrious must be deterred from wielding his full might on account of young Karen's capture.
카론을 구해서 본사든 어디든 도망치기만 해도 길잡이가 전력을 다할 수 있는 거 아니냐?
Then we rescue Karen and book it to HQ or wherever. That'll let the guard go all out.
당장 할 수 있는 건 그게 최선인 것 같긴 하네요.
Yeah, that seems to be the best shot we have at this moment. Still, let's be careful and prioritize Karen's safety above all else. Okay. Let's see what these fucks are.
유혈적 폭력 사태 발생 중. 열차 내에 남아 있는 정리 요원은 신속한 상황 종료를 위해 노력해 주십시오.
The ring corporist auto-mannequin combatant. Mechanical amalgam. I could probably whip out Grip Claire there. Okay, let me see what you do. Inflict bleed. If target has 5 plus bleed, baseball plus 1. Target has 3 plus type of negative effect, deal plus 30% damage. Baseball plus artwork, liberation of bones contingent of on cardiac rhythm. Baseball plus 1 for every 20% missing health percentage on this unit score, max 4. Count power +1 for every 3 bleed on target. Clash win inflict +2 tremor count. Clash lose gain 1 paralyze. Bleed tremor are hybrid. Lose 30% of this tremor. Okay, tremor hemorrhage. You okay? Find a power +1. All right. I don't like using this.
당신 짝패군요. 충족. 지령.
모범적인 청소 방식을 확인했습니다. 인사부서의 해당 요원에 대한 평가를 송신합니다.
전술시야 전
의도일지. 저희를 헤아릴 수 없다면 그 용도를 고민하는 것이 상책이지. 날카롭고
억제 성공.
정확하게.
진짜.
Oh, I didn't check if they had sanity. I don't think they do though.
유효하군.
I didn't fucking stagger. Shit. That's too many. That's too much coin power for unbreakable coins. I don't like that.
지령대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
They do not have sanity.
바다당차기로다. 흔치 않은 기회.
Okay, this one has blue dust, blue sand. So he loses clash thingy. Shit. Yeah, no choice there. That's a lot of bleed on Ishmael. I don't like that.
매우 효과적인 청소입니다. 워프 열차 연산 시스템은 해당 행동에 약 14%의 정리 기여도가 있음을 판단했습니다. 방금 청소를 수행한 요원께 W사 인재관리 부서에서
For prescripts.
추천서가 발부되었음을 안내드립니다. 자세한 내용은 서면에 적혀 있습니다.
나아가주게.
Now let's go for.
편히 쉬시게.
Okay, they. I don't like that they pierce resist. Tidal Elegy time!
한눈 팔지 마세요. 메말은 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
They slash weak if I remember correctly. 고잔!
확인 사살.
지키기 위해서라도 지킬 게 많거든.
Lament more than despair!
방금 청소를 수행한 요원께 W사 인재관리 부서에서 자동 승진 추천서가 발부되었음을 안내드립니다.
It's a. Okay, no, Wrathkill was first.
검나를 내게 바쳐주지.
Ujat Otis doing her job really well.
좋아. 코이코이.
고잔!
산코. 3월. 앵화.
지키기 위해서.
That's a lot of bleed. I don't like the fact that I'm getting like so much bleed on my ass.
굳이 직접 목격하지 않아도 느낄 수 있겠죠.
Ah, these motherfuckers. That's too much. Too much bleed.
이렇게나 밑장 빼는 놈들이 한가득일 줄이야.
Textbook.
한 달은 의뢰 없이 놀아도 되겠네.
Another new enemy to fight. Oh.
자, 해골바가지랑 거미 대가.
Well, Ryoshu must. Problem being that Ryoshu doesn't have a sinking idea. Well.
지령을 받았습니다.
독재팀의 협조가 필요한 거.
관리인가.
자,
사냥감을 찾은 건가?
주먹으로 매만지며
흔들어 보죠.
Let's go like that.
개체의 교리에 따라 행할 뿐.
We should have like a special. Oh, rekindle acceleration. Deal plus 10% damage to the House of Spider enemies when staggered. Immediately recover from staggered. Start of things are gonna get one attack power. Ooh, nice. In the House of Spider, the Thumb Apprentice Lucio. I do not give a fuck about your hints. Passive, encounter start, gain the Thumb Nurse Father's command, lose 5 offensive. Oh, level 65. Okay. In the clash against Ryoshu, clash power -3 and convert the coins on this unit's base attack skills into unbreakable coins. Oh, the music! Oh, music is so good! Also on clash, lose, deal -80% damage on any on-hit effects do not activate. After clashing, inflict one duel. The duel escalates. Max stack 99. The Thumb's Apprentice Lucio gains skill power and deals more damage with every clash with this unit. Expires at turn end if this unit did not clash with the Thumb's Apprentice Lucio this turn. Okay. In a clash against target with the dual escalates, heal 3 SP for every dual escalate stack on target, max 15%. Palom Duello, a textbook with a single purpose. Palomitian style. Gain the following effect based on the target's dual escalate stack. For every stack, deal plus 5% damage against and take minus 5% damage from the cap. 1 per stack in clash. Clash power +1, base power +1, code power +1, and inflict 3 severed tendon on hits. Base attack skill, base power -1. Ooh, I don't like that. At 4 plus stack in a clash against gain. Final power +1. Oh. Every 3 turn, select a random enemy except Ryoshu, reduce their speed to 1 and target it with all of this unit's skills. Oh, I don't like that. Hunter's Mark. If this unit's skill effect trigger Tremor Burst, gain 2 offense level next turn. If this panic reset to 0, fix panicked. Okay, textbook. Ah, shit! Tremor Burst, like Tremor Scourge, Dual Escalates. First, I'm going to attack you with this. I'm going to take some damage there.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
훌륭합니다. 하지만 아직 고쳐야 할 자세.
쳐 죽어라.
지령대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
3 prescript slips.
열차 내에 남아있는 정리 요원은 신속한 상황 종료를 위해 노력해 주십시오.
Joe escalates 4 there, so I need to send in... I need to send in Faust. Yeah, but I'm saying fuck you to prescript. I don't want to do that. Like that, I need to send in Faust and Yisang. Ah, shit.
지령에 따라 참격.
What? Okay, I didn't expect that.
물려라. 내가
억제 성공.
아직 수는 남았다.
예측한 대로.
Okay, this one's staggered. That's good.
예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
편히 쉬시게.
Resistant to pierce. Resistant to blunt.
특이성 감지 센서, 청소 타입 비확인.
Okay,
위험 인물이
everything now is on Ishmael. What do I do now? I can deal with one of those skills. Target fix. Oh wait. Cash power -1 because Karen is hostage. Shit.
당신 짝패군요.
Oh no, come on, please. Yisang!
지키기 위해서 누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지만
I formed the hand there.
완성되지 못한다. 이 각도와 속도.
Okay, that was fine.
수행한 요원께
New prescript.
인재 관리 부서에서
Ego awakening. Ego awakening. Oh boy, you're in for a world. You're in for a world of hurt. Okay, who? Okay, she has the. Ooh. You are the. Not only are you. No, huh? No, yeah, you are the target, right? Yep, you're the. He's a prescript target, and I have a skill 3. Perfect. Who has the least amount of dual escalates? I think it's Rodia, Rodia and Ryoshu. So I can send in Rodia and Ryoshu there. Ryoshu doesn't have enough yet to deal with I can take this one then. So I can send Heathcliff there for him to kill. Iseng has 2, so I'll only use 1. Iseng, go and get some more thingy there. And Ishmael, yeah, I'm going to send you there. I don't really mind the automatons. 고전!
아메스코.
옳다.
차라리
아무것도 남지 마라.
Oh, come on, Heathcliff. I thought you'd kill there. For, I think prescript are like fully completed there.
부서에 해당 요원에 대한 평가를 송신합니다.
Yeah, I'm on full prescript there. Now I need to kill.
이미 입회 중입니다. 제게 말을 거는 건 룰.
Yeah, it's a red hand again. So I can just go there, there, there. Is it serious call buster? Nope, it's not serious call buster time yet.
포위만 구축.
지키기 위해서.
죽는 것도 사는 것도 지령했듯 두렵지 않습니다.
Okay, he retreated.
뒷문이 있는 쪽을 저쪽에 빼앗겼어요. 이러면 포탈이 열려도
Oh, he sees the back door side of the truck. Even if the portal opens, we can't.
상황은 똑같아. 저자를 처리하고 기사 양반을 데리고 본사로 가면 돼.
Doesn't change what needs to be done. We take care of him, get the buzz girly, and head off to HQ.
진짜 더 몰아붙여야 하는데.
For fuck's sake, we can't even fight fallouts. Despite Ryoshu's assurance, the sinners did not share her confidence that no harm would come to Karan. So they were confined to fending off the animated corpses, unable to fight aggressively. Ryoshu was the only one unfazed enough to raise her sword against the assailant in this cramped battlefield.
미련한 새끼. 팔을 더 직선으로 뻗으라고. 도대체 몇 번을 말해야 알아쳐먹지?
Bothersome little half-wit. Arms straight, I said. How many times must I repeat myself?
그거 맞았다고 엄살은. 일어나. 안 일어나? 뭘 잘했다고 누워서.
Oh, stop making a fuss. It couldn't have hurt that much. On your feet. Get off your ass. What makes you think you deserve a break?
꼴불견같이 굴지 말고 다시 검 잡아. 똑바로 구워. 그래, 할 수 있잖아.
Quit being a whiny little brat and pick up that sword. Slash straight. See? That wasn't so hard, was it?
한 번만 더 엄살 부리면 그때는 머리카락을 다 뜯어버릴 거니까.
If I ever... Oh shit. If I ever hear you whining again, I'll rip your hair clean off your head. So get your act together.
너
You...
이 검술에 대해 알고 있군.
You're no stranger to this sword style.
그렇습니다. 팔레르모. 저 또한 그 검술을 배웠기에.
The Palermitan style. I have been trained in it as well.
팔렌치나. 매번 술에 쩔어 있는 그놈에게 배웠나?
Did you learn it from Valencina? That booze hound.
그런 저속한 단어로 그분을 욕보이지 마시길. 스승님께서 팔레르모를 전수해 주시며 당부하신 명령이 있습니다.
I must ask you not to insult her with such a crude epithet. My master gave me an order when she imparted the style to me.
당신의 검술과 한없이 닮아질 때까지 단련하라.
To temper and hone it until my mastery of it becomes indistinguishable from yours.
이제 제 팔레르모는 거미집에 있던 과거의 당신과 비슷한 수준에 도달했습니다.
My swordcraft is now on par with that of your past self when you still belonged in the House of Spiders.
검술을 배워 이해하는 것도 아니고 그저 날 베껴내려 했다. 라.
Learning it without understanding anything and only obsessively copying me?
그깟 흉내내기를 위해 시간을 할애하다니 우습지도 않아.
Wasting time over such mimicry. It's beyond ridiculous.
모방뿐이라면 검을 쥔 손목의 각도, 두 발의 간격, 검의 무게 중심.
If you
그중 하나라도 어긋났을 때
if you're no more than a copycat, then the angle of the wrist, the distance between the feet, the balance of the sword itself, every one of these has to be exact, because even single incongruity.
왜 처맞을 걸 알면서도 자세가 자꾸 달라지니?
Are you actually that incompetent, or do you enjoy the beating? Maintain your stance.
하지 않은 대가리 쓰지 말고 알려준 방법대로만 해. 외운 것만 빼먹지 말고 그냥 움직이라고.
Don't bother your stupid little head trying to be clever and just stick to what you've been taught. Take what you memorized and move.
하루라도 빨리 네가 모든 것을 배워내는 검으로 완성되어야 나도.
The sooner you become the blade that cuts through all, the better. Only then can I.
언제 무너질지 모르는 외줄타기 같은 검술.
Will break your form, making your swordsmanship as precarious as a tightrope walk, headed straight for a fall.
너도 저기 있는 인형과 다를 게 없군.
You're no different from those wind-up dolls over there.
태엽 인형이어도 상관없습니다.
Call me a wind-up doll all you want. It doesn't matter.
당신 또한 팔레르모를 제대로 기억도 구사도 하지 못하니.
You, likewise, are unable to recall and properly wield the Palermitan style.
저는 제 필요성을 다시금 납득하고 있습니다.
Which tells me my usefulness has not yet run its course.
같은 자세를 1000번, 안 되면 10,000번을 반복해서라도 당신이 배운 모든 자세를 완벽히 구현할 수 있어야만.
I must perfect every form you've been taught, even if I must repeat the same stance 1,000, no, 10,000 times over.
당신만을 위한 완벽한 교본이 될 수 있을 테니.
If I am to be perfectly tailored textbook for you.
내 놈 같은 애새끼 학습지 교본은 필요 없다면?
What if I said I have no need for childish study aids?
거절은 의미가 없습니다. 제 교본으로서의 역할은 이미 시작되었으니까요.
Your rejection is inconsequential. My role as your textbook has already begun.
그렇다면 나만의 예술로.
Ha! Then I will illustrate my very own art for you.
형체조차 남지 않게 갈라버려야겠군.
until you're slashed and cleaved beyond recognition.
아씨, 눈이 다시 아작난 걸 보니까 여기 맞네. 우리 티켓 있는 곳.
Huh. Damn, my eyes torn up again. Yup, I landed on the right place. That's my ticket, alright.
내가 말했잖니, 루치오.
I told you, Lucio.
너는 몇 년을 더 노력해도
You could spend years honing your skills,
우리 요시히데 따라잡으려면 한참 남았다고.
but that still won't be enough to catch up to our Yoshihide. The man staggered a little, his head jerking to the side from the impact of the blow.
어때? 직접 보니까 느껴지지 않니?
Isn't it obvious now that you've seen it yourself?
지금 네 수준이 얼마나 형편없는지.
How sad and pathetic your progress is.
이래서 전쟁도 못 겪어본 것들은 한눈만 팔아도 모가지가 터져버리는 곳에서 진창 굴러봐야.
This is the problem with greenhorns who haven't had a taste of the war. They don't know what it's like. Fuck.
강자를 상대할 때는 힘으로 맞서지 말고 칼끝을 걸어 공격을 흘려보내라고 내가 몇 번이나 강조했잖아.
My bad. They don't know what it's like to crawl through the muck and grime of the battlefield where the slightest inattention can get your head blown clean off. When faced with a superior opponent, don't just rely on brawn, but redirect the force of their attack to the side by locking their arc with the tip of your sword. I've said it time and again.
다수를 상대할 때는 자세를 낮추고 궤적을 가로로 크게 휘두르라고도. 내가 목이 쉬도록 말해줬는데 그걸 까먹어?
And when you're outnumbered, lower your form and draw wide arcs with your sword. Did you forget everything I drilled into you after shouting myself hoarse?
구석에서
Secure a corner.
한 놈씩 불러들이게.
Force them to get to you in a single file.
위치 선정을 하라고도 했는데.
Because positioning is everything. Didn't I tell you all of this before?
우리 요시히데가 하나라도 더 내가 가르친 걸 떠올리려면 교본에 하자는 없어야지.
If Yoshihide is to recall even one more lesson from me, the textbook can't afford to have any defects.
죄송합니다.
Forgive me, master.
그래도 이거 챙기라는 명령은 잘 들었네. 아주 쓸모가 없진 않아.
But you did manage to collect this one as instructed. Maybe you're not completely useless after all. Hatred thick in her voice. Ryoshu hissed the thumb Nurse father, under her breath as she shifted into a blade drawing stance against the second assailant.
야, 잘 지냈어, 티켓?
Hey, how have you been doing, Ticket?
역시 못 보던 사이에 자세가 개판이 됐던데. 검을 그딴 식으로 쥐는 걸 보니 한숨도 안 나오네. 그 버릇 바꾸려고 나한테 그렇게 쳐맞았었는데 기억은 나니?
Your form's really become a wreck since you were away. Just seeing that sloppy grip makes me sigh. I had to beat that habit out of you back in the day, remember?
그래도 간만에 제외니까 기본 예의 정도는 차려줄게. 옛날처럼 뺨따기를 쳐맞아야 정신 차릴 나이는 지났잖아.
Still, this reunion's been a long time coming. So I suppose I owe you a bit of courtesy. You're old enough now to understand what I'm saying without me having to resort to the occasional backhand, aren't you?
티켓이라.
Ticket?
날 아직도 그렇게 부르는 걸 보아하니.
Still intent on calling me that, huh?
내 놈도 여전히 그 구렁텅이에서 벗어나지 못했나 보군.
Clearly, you're still just a sad sack of shit stuck wallowing in a sinkhole of your own making.
네 놈? 지금 나한테 말한 거지?
Did you just call me a sack of shit?
이 개새끼가 이제는 위아래도 모르고 기어오르네.
Huh. Bitch. You should know your place before barking at your betters. Sensing a sudden presence outside, the so-called thumb nurse father snatched Karen into her arms and swiftly assumed a fighting stance. Enter.
이번 일에 대해서는 미안하다는 말을 전해야겠군요. 관리자 단테.
Manager Dante, it seems that I must apologize for what has happened today. Gideus.
개인적인 일과 과거에 다 풀어내지 못했던 것이 남아 있었던지라 생각보다 돌아오는 것이 늦었습니다.
I was told by my personal issues and a certain unresolved business from the past.
베르, 상처가...
Ferg, you hurt...
저들에게 입은 상처는 아니니 쓸데없는 걱정은 하지 말도록.
They're not from these assailants, so don't worry needlessly.
공교롭게도 저들과 대치하기 전에 골치 아픈 일에 휘말렸을 뿐이다.
It just so happens that I was involved in a rather troublesome matter prior to encountering them.
죄송합니다, 붉은 시선님. 제가 끝까지 지켰어야.
It's all my fault, Red Gaze. I should have protected her. Sword's voice trembled as she apologized profusely to Vergilius.
아니, 내가 저놈을 제대로 붙잡아두지 못했기 때문에 벌어진 일이다.
No, this happened because I couldn't stop him from going after you.
하필 팔이 잘렸나?
And of course, you had to go for your arm.
상처가 점점 벌어지고 있군. 상황이 종료되면 곧장 치료부터 받도록.
The wound's looking worse by the second. Go get it treated the moment we deal with this situation. I will. Vergilius met the thumb nurse father's gaze head on.
암지, 겉으로는 명예를 앞세워도 비겁한 수단 없이는 제대로 된 임무를 수행하지 못하는 손가락.
The thumb. The finger that makes up for the incompetence with duplicity and cowardice, only to then hide it all behind a mask of honor.
본사연구소가 습격당했다는 연락을 받은 동시에 당신들이 나타났다는 건
You appeared exactly as we received the transmission that the HQ research facility was under attack.
인질이라는 고전적인 방법을 써서라도 나를 어떻게든 묶어두겠다는 건가?
Then your purpose here must be to stall me by any means, even if you have to resort to an old and tired method like taking a hostage.
그 반응 역시 내가 제대로 찾았네.
Yes, the way you're reacting to this, I nailed it.
이게 당신의 케이크였어.
She's your cake.
티켓 기억나니? 네가 교양 없이 입가에 크림을 덕지덕지 묻히면서 처먹었던 그날 내가 했던 말.
Remember, Ticket? Remember what I told you when you so immodestly stuffed your face with that cake and smeared cream all over yourself?
그 더러운 꼬라지로 내 앞에서 웃고 있으면 케이크를 바닥에 쳐박고 싶어지니까.
Smiling like an idiot in such filth makes me want to smash that cake to the floor.
케이크가 아무리 달콤하고 맛있어도 내 앞에서 안달난 티 내지 말라고.
So don't you dare let on even a hint of craving for that cake while I'm looking. no matter how sweet and delicious it might be.
내가 말했잖아, 티켓.
What did I say, Ticket? What did I say?
자꾸 칠 거면
If you're gonna start trouble,
내가 눈치 못 채게.
you better not show it on your face.
표정 관리부터 완벽하게 하라고.
Yes, I catch on.
지랄하지 말고 똑바로 말해.
Stop fucking around and tell me straight.
한 이유가 뭐야?
Tell me, why you...
아니. 그냥 말하지 마. 계속 그렇게 입 다물고 있어봐. 한번.
Huh? You know what? Be like that. Keep mum and brood in silence all you want.
직접 그 찾아서 버릴 테니까.
That... I found that... in a split...
내가 이 눈으로 너 하나 못 막을 것 같아?
You're not getting past me. You think this eye is just for show?
글쎄, 발렌치나, 네가 그 눈을 얼마나 신뢰하고 있는지는 모르겠다만.
Well, Valentina, I don't know how much confidence you're putting in that eyeball, but...
반쪽짜리가 된 그 유물로는 내 시간이 그리 오래 허비되지 않을 것 같군.
I doubt you'll store me for long with that half-functioning relic of yours. A trickle of blood had begun dribbling down the intruder's cheek from her covered eye.
아, 이거?
This... But she grinned without a care.
그래. 티켓이랑 가까워지니까 욱신거리기 시작했지.
Oh yeah, it started hurting more and more the closer I got to Ticket.
하지만 곧 괜찮아질 거야. 티켓은 이제 여길 떠날 거고.
Sorry about the yawn. It's not because the story is boring. It's because I am just fucking exhausted and tired. But it's gonna get better. Ticket's about to leave this place, you see.
내놈, 날 죽이는 게 목적이 아니고.
Shithead. You're not here to kill me, are you?
근데 이 새끼 아까부터 자꾸 건방지게 꼬박꼬박 반말을.
Hey! She used shithead instead of SH. Huh. Shithead. Rude bitch. Have you forgotten all about manners? The woman seemed to be having a hard time holding her hand back from striking Ryoshu. But after a few deep breaths, she visibly relaxed and continued on.
그걸 알면 뒷문이 열리는 대로 여기서 꺼져.
Glad you finally figured that out. Now fuck off as soon as that back door opens.
다른 아비들이 기다리고 있으니까 거기 가선 예의 있게 굴고.
The other nurse fathers are waiting for you there, so show some proper manners.
아, 머릿속이 뒤죽박죽이라 바로바로 떠올리기 힘들 텐데. 기다리면서 다른 아비들에게 할 말이라도 준비하지 그러니?
Oh. Or is that brain of yours too messed up to remember who's who and which is which? Why don't you take this time to think of what you're gonna say to them?
잠깐만요. 그냥 보내줄 생각이라면 당장 카론 씨부터.
Hey, hold on. If you're gonna let us go anyway, why don't you let Karen...
아가리,
Zip it. The thumb nurse father muttered viciously.
나는 버릇없이 주제도 모르는 게 끼어드는 걸 제일 싫어해.
I hate presumptuous idiots who don't know their place, butting into conversations.
티켓, 네 친구들이니?
Friends of yours, ticket?
그렇다만.
Yep.
그래? 뭐 그럼 다 보내도 괜찮겠네.
That's so. Then I don't suppose there's anything wrong with sending them all there.
먹잇감들이 알아서 날아오겠다는데 굳이 막을 이유는 없으니까.
After all, why discourage a swarm of flies from flying straight into the web we've spun? Her eye fixed intently on Vigilius, the thumb nurse father slowly backed away from the back doorway and opened the way for us. The back door to the HQ hasn't opened yet. We have to rescue Karen first, then...
망설이지 마십시오, 단테. 당신이 수감자들을 데리고 가야 할 길은 그쪽이 맞습니다.
Do not hesitate, Dante. That is indeed the path you must bring the sinners to. Vigilius continued coldly, as though he was reading my mind.
오히려 당신이 저자의 뜻대로 뒷문을 통해 가는 게 카론을 위한 일일 것입니다.
In fact, you should go through the back door like she says if you want to help Caron.
이건 저만을 묶기 위한 상황이고 저건 당신과 4번 수감자를 부르기 위한 상황이니 말이죠.
This entire circumstance at the back door has been engineered to hold me, and only me, back. And what awaits beyond the back door is what they have orchestrated to summon you and Sinner 4 there.
그 말대로야. 쳐놓은 거미줄에 붉은색이 걸렸다가
Correct. I wouldn't want your dash of red.
기껏 엮어둔 그물이 다 끊어지면 곤란하지.
To snip our elaborate web to pieces.
본사까지의 포탈 전개 거의 끝났어요.
Portal connection to the HQ. Almost established.
그런데 이건 도대체 본사로 연결하는 보안망이 전부 뚫려 있는데.
But every firewall protecting connections to the HQ has been bypassed. What?
보안이 무너진 뒷문을 통해 침입한 것인가?
Then it must be via the defenseless back door, or back doors, through which the intruders have broken in.
본사 연구소와 연결됐어요.
Portal connection to HQ. Established.
따라올 텐가?
Coming with.
파우스트가 가면 이 뒷문 조정기의 사용법을 숙지한 사람이 저밖에 남지 않아요.
If Faust goes, I'll be the only one left here who knows how to operate the backdoor calibrator.
저는 베르길리우스님이 카론을 구출할 때까지 남겠습니다.
I'll stay behind. I'll listen to Mr. Vigilius rescues Caron.
그럼 먼저 가지.
Then we'll go on ahead. As always, Yoshi did not prolong the conversation. She did not bother to impart even a quick goodbye, as she walked into the shadows that awaited us beyond the corridor. I gave Saul a nod in her stead. Dante.
4번 수감자의 실은 팽팽하게 당겨져 있습니다.
The fourth sinner's thread is pulled tautly.
언제 끊어져도 이상하지 않으면서 동시에 어떤 날붙이보다도 예리해 닿는 것을 끊어버릴 수 있다는 점을 명심하시길.
It is precariously close to snapping, but it is also sharper than any blade that it might sever or that it comes into contact with. You must remember that. What kind of thread is Vigilius talking about? Snapping, severing. I wasn't yet sure what exactly he was referring to, but it won't be severed. Not when the chains bind us together. I replied, absent-mindedly rubbing the area where the chains that connected me to the sinners had burst out of.
가시죠, 단테.
Let us proceed, Dante. With Virgilius's words hanging heavily over us, we made our way to the back door connected to the HQ research facility. Give me a second, guys. Gotta go to toilet
예전보다
quick.
많이 나아진 것 같다. 나도. 그러고 보니까 그 환상체 이제 가호를 내려준 아이가 없어.
Mutilated memory. Okay, I'm gonna
맡겨주실까?
take a quick bathroom break. Oh god. Oh, my body's fucking hurting. Oh, fucking hell. Alright, boys, I'm back. By the way, this is a little warning. Since I'm especially tired, and because I am starting work a lot later than usual, if I do not finish Canto 9, like if I feel too, like, you know, exhausted, tired and shit, to continue to finish the part 1 of the Canto right now, today, especially if I'm tired, you know, like, and shit, I will stream the end of it tomorrow morning / afternoon before I go to work. I hope this is fine for you guys. And yeah, let's keep going. Mutilated memories.
LCE 부서입니다.
Arriving at the LCE department.
야, 이건
Oh, what in the sight that greeted us was nothing like what we remembered from our last visit for the regular checkup.
이미 상황이 끝났군.
But too late.
본사 쪽에서 제압하는 중이거나 적어도 교전이 진행 중일 거라 예상했는데.
I thought HQ's reinforcements would be holding the line, or at the very least that I'd walk into a battle. Yet there was nobody left standing, much less making a run for it. All we could see were bodies slumped along the floor, filling the corridor in motionless silence.
이렇게까지 처참하게 당했을 줄은 예상 못했는데.
This is just awful. I never thought the ship would go down this badly.
파우스트 씨, LCE의 전투 가능한 인원의 비율이 어떻게 되는지 아시나요?
Faust, have you got any idea how many of the LCE are actually combat ready?
직원들이 착용하고 있는 에고 장비 또한 전투에 활용할 수 있는 수준으로 연구와 추출이 진행되었죠.
The ego gears they wear are researched and extracted with combat purposes in mind.
LCE는 다른 연구 부서에 비해 전투 테스트 및 실험 빈도가 잦습니다. 그렇기에 직원 대다수가 기본적인 전투 훈련을 이수한 뒤 입사했습니다.
The LCE tends to encounter more combat tryouts and experiments compared to the other research-focused departments. The vast majority of its employees are required to have completed basic training pertaining to the aforementioned.
착용하고 있는 에고 장비 또한 전투에서 충분한 성과를 거둘 수 있는 수준으로 연구와 추출이 진행되었지만
As for the ego equipment, although the current research and extraction process may be sophisticated enough to see some considerable results in combat.
계획적인 급습을 원활히 대비할 수는 없었던 것으로 보이는군요.
It would seem that they were ill-equipped to handle a pre-planned ambush such as this.
실험실 속 샘님들이 거미들이 뛰어다니는 실전을 막아낼 수 있을 리가.
Fat chance those lab nerds could do anything in a real fight, let alone against the spiders out on the prowl. The memories came flooding back, researchers jotting down the checkup results and piles of paper, and Hohenheim, with his droopy, tired eyes, living through the files. We'd barely exchanged goodbyes when he rounded up the burnt-out lab staff, who were already pulling their hair out from the sheer level of stress to oversee another experiment in progress. Musselt, if you happen to notice anyone who looks like Hohenheim, let me know ASAP.
신원을 파악할 수 없는 시체를 세고 확인했으나 신장이나 복장 등을 고려하였을 때 호헨하임일 가능성은 확률적으로 매우 낮습니다.
I have identified 3 bodies in various states that make immediate recognition challenging. However, their stature and attire make it extremely unlikely that any of them are Hohenheim.
시신의 상태를 보니까 대부분 제대로 저항해보지도 못하고 당했구만.
From the looks of it, they probably didn't even get the chance to put up any meaningful resistance before they were killed. With a glum look in his eyes, Gregor examined the bodies strewn across the floor.
32구의 시체 중 26구의 시체가 동일한 외상을 보유하고 있습니다.
Out of 32 bodies, 26 show identical physical trauma. Identical?
흉부 중앙, 심장이 있는 위치에 나선형의 관통상이 있으며 흉기는 시체들의 손에 쥐어진 나선과 유사한 물체로 추정됩니다. 관리자님.
Every one of them has a spiral-shaped perforation at the center of the chest, over where the heart is. The cause of death seems to be the same type of spiral weapon they are holding in their hands, manager.
이 나선 이분들이 스스로 뽑아낸 것 같아요. 왜 이런?
These spirals, I think they pulled them out themselves. But why would?
부드럽군.
Soft. Ryoshu casts her gaze down, quietly eyeing her palm. From the cryptic words and the contemplative look on her face, I could easily guess that she was taking a trip through the shadows of her past, touching an invisible object with her palm and feeling its texture in search of something that should have been there in her hands. And I've been through enough to know that we would be revisiting her past together. However... Huh? What I witnessed was completely different from the memories of the other sinners I'd seen so far. The vision I saw was completely fragmented, as if a blade had cut up her memories into pieces. Within Ryoshu's memories, something did indeed rest in her palm, however. I couldn't even make out whether its hue was closer to black or white. Was it some kind of food? A weapon? Or something else entirely? Even the expression that crossed her face when she saw it and the words that slipped from her lips in that moment escaped me. One thing I saw for sure, though, was that the person who, in all likelihood, had given it to her was letting out a lazy puff of smoke swirling into the air, watching Ryoshu's reaction in complete ease. I gazed back upon the cryptic scenes of Ryoshu's memory that flash before my eyes. Ryoshu? Is there anything you remember? Saru.
기억나는 건 이름뿐이군.
That name's all I can remember. She stopped smoking! You mean...
시계. 너도 들여다봤듯이 내 머리 안은 난도질 당해 있다.
As you've seen, Clock, My mind has been hacked to tatters.
순서도 모습도 제각각 엉켜 있지.
The sequence and the shapes, everything is in tangles.
그러니 나는 기억에 대해 설명할 수 있는 것이 없다.
There is nothing I can explain about my memory.
상황 파악은 어느 정도 된 것 같군. 이곳에서 일어날 수 있는 최악의 사태는
It seems we've gotten the gist of the situation. The worst case scenario here would be
외부의 침입과 함께 환상체나 뒤틀림 최종들이 동시다발적으로 탈출하는 상황이다.
a breach from the outside happening while abnormalities, distortions, and peccatula break containment all at once.
와, 그건 진짜 상상도 하기 싫은데. 침입자들을 상대하면서 탈출한 괴물들까지 같이 제압해야 하는 거잖아.
Whoa. Now that's a situation I really don't even want to think about. We'd be fighting trespassers and all kinds of monsters broken loose.
그래. 그리고 우리는 지금 그 최악의 사태에 휘말렸지.
Precisely. That sums up our present circumstance.
그렇구나.
Right. Artist wasted no time to deliver the conclusion that killed everyone's moral.
순서대로 나열하자면
Let's start from the beginning.
1차적으로 이곳 LC 부사가 정체불명의 세력의 기습을 받았다.
First,
시각은
oh shit.
지금으로부터 약 2시간 전.
First, the LC department found itself under attack by a group of unidentified hostiles 2 hours prior.
연구원들을 살해한 무기는 일정하지 않고 다양한 무기를 사용한 것으로 보이는군.
The weapons used to massacre the researchers are not uniform. The victims appear to have been killed with a various assortment of arms. My darling daughter.
나를 보렴. 가장 긴 궤적을 그리는 직선의 무기를 사용할 땐 말이지.
Eyes on me. When using straight weapons that leave the farthest reaching arcs.
나를 보렴. 작은 틈새로 목숨을 앗아가는 무기를 사용할 땐 말이지.
Eyes on me. When using weapons that kill with the tiniest incisions.
나를 보렴. 다한 것을 으깨버리는 유연한 무기를 사용할 땐 말이지.
Eyes on me. When using flexible weapons that crush anything they make contact with.
그놈답게 엉켜 있군.
What a tangled mess. Just like that bastard.
어떤 무기들이 쓰였는지 파악하기도 쉽지 않은 거군. 이거.
Hard to tell what kind of weapons were used here. Damn. Ryosho whipped her hair back, furrowing her eyebrows in annoyance.
최소 3개 이상의 무기를 능숙하게 사용하는 자라고 봐야 되겠군.
Safe to say that the killer is adept with at least 3 different kinds of types of weapon. Hello Flowerheart, welcome to the stream, and yep, I saw the new ID trailer. It's impossible to analyze. It's straight up impossible to analyze. I tried to analyze it. It's straight up impossible. Like, all I got was she was monoblunt, skill 1 pride, skill 2 lust, skill 3 gloom, and she's 433 coins. And she has a counter. I think a clashable counter, but I'm not sure. That's all I got from the trailer. It's so fucking impossible to analyze because of the screen artifacts and shit, the distortion and all. It yikes. She's chained in school uniform, talks like a robot. Whoever did it to her, I will run them with a car. Hey, at least you're passionate about your darling Don Quixote. All right, let's keep going. Sorry, brain went kind of fucked. She's not even my favorite sinner. Thing is, she's kind of like, you know, it's not Esther, but like she kind of feels like what's her name? Gloria. I think she's like an equivalent to Gloria from Library of Ruina. My fans actually Yoshihide give well, boy, you're in for a treat because you know Canto. Safe to say that the killer is dead with at least 3 different types of weapons.
다시 이어서 말하자면
Moving on.
침입자들의 기습은 예측할 새도 없이 순식간에 수행되었고 LC에서는 제대로 된 반격조차 이뤄지지 못했다. 학살에 가깝다고 볼 수 있지.
This was a surprise attack carried out without any delay whatsoever, and the LCE had no time to even plan a counterattack. It was, for lack of a better word, a massacre.
주목해야 하는 사실은 여기에 있다.
Now, here's something that demands our attention.
이들이 환상체의 격리실 문을 개방한 것은 습격이 성공적으로 종료된 이후로 보인다.
It appears the invaders had the abnormality containment units opened only after they confirmed that the surprise attack had been carried out successfully.
이상하긴 하네요.
That show is fishy. The only thing that kind of scares me is that Dawn is a solo banner. Like, she's going to be a solo banner. And I'm like, huh. I'm kind of like, huh, for a reason, and that reason being, are we gonna get like, are we gonna get another season that will be like season 7? You know, like lots and lots of named characters. Meaning, lots and lots of seasonal banners? Feels like it, at least. That show is fishy.
보통은 그 반대로 하려고 하겠죠.
I mean, shouldn't it be the other way around?
먼저 격리실 문을 개방시켜서 상황을 혼잡스럽게 만들고 나면 그 혼란을 틈타 마무리를 하는 것이 더 수월할 테니까요.
I mean, yeah, season started like 3 days ago, but here's the thing. It's part 1. I know it's part 1, but again, here's the thing. 3 IDs into the season, and we got 1 LCA and 2 index. And the thing is, we know that all 5 fingers are involved in this season. So why a second index ID? That's why that's what's make me think that we may be into another season 7 situation where we have like a lot of named characters, and so we will have a lot of IDs. Though season 6, sorry. Though in season 6 we had like a lot of Hey shows. I mean, well, yeah, we already have a lot of fingers IDs, indeed, yeah, but we're getting brand new characters, so you know, we're getting brand new finger characters. And like, yeah, we've got like 2 thumb IDs, 2 ring IDs, 3 middle IDs, but we didn't get any pinky, and I do agree that we have like 2 we're gonna get 2 index IDs, but then we don't have any pinkies, so you know, unlock the containment units first. Let the monsters wreak havoc through the facility. then swoop in during the chaos and finish off the stragglers. That'd be the easier course of action.
그래. 일반적으로 할 법한 전략은 아니지.
Indeed, the enemy strategy is highly unusual.
이런 변칙적인 수를 둔 이유는 두 가지 정도의 추측을 해볼 수 있어.
I mean, yeah, Malphas is Pinky ID, but you know, I don't think she has the tag Pinky though. Does she? I mean, that's the thing. I don't think they have the tag Pinky. That's what I meant. We don't have any idea with the tag Pinky. Well, like blatantly Pinky. That's the thing. We know they assume identities. Like we assume, they assume, you know, identity covers. But still, there should be, you know, straight up memos, I think. Maybe? I don't know. As for why they resorted to such an unusual move, there are two plausible explanations.
첫 번째로는 이들은 양동 작전 따위가 필요 없을 정도의 실력자라는 것.
Firstly, that the enemy may be comprised of fighters skilled enough to forego a diversion tactic.
트럭에서 카론 씨를 붙잡은 그자 정도의 실력을 갖춘 이들이 여럿일 수도 있다는 것이겠네요.
You mean there could be more who are as strong as the woman in the truck who kidnapped Karan?
두 번째는
Secondly,
일종의 후속 대처를 위해 일부러 환상체를 탈출시켰을 가능성이다.
that the enemy may have purposefully unleashed the Nomaites from the cages as a follow-up measure.
후속 대처? 혹 그들이 습격했다는 사실을 숨기기 위해서라는 말인 겐가?
Follow-up measure? Are thou implying those villains sought to disguise their vile attack?
아니, 위정책은 가능성이 낮다. 시체를 집어먹는 환상체가 있었다면 모를까. 이렇게 특징적인 상흔을 남겨놓고서 할 만한 기만 작전은 아니겠지.
Wait! 32 corpses? Insert must be sound, screech. No, the chance of a cover-up is almost non-existent. Unless they had precise knowledge of scavenger and Nomaites that could devour the corpses clean, the enemy would never have left such identifiable wounds on their victims.
좀 더 타당한 건 우리와 같이 후속으로 진입할 본사의 지원군을 지연시키려는 목적이 있을 거다.
It makes more sense that their goal was to delay HQ's main reinforcement and keep them from reaching the scene on time as we did.
시간을 끈다는 건 그렇군요. 뭘 찾고 있나 보죠?
A delay tactic. I see. Maybe they were looking for something.
그래. 분명한 표적을 갖고 침입했을 가능성이 높다.
Possibly. They must have had a specific objective in mind when they broke through.
저들이 찾는 것이 이곳 어딘가에 있다는 거겠군요.
Which means whatever they're looking for should be here somewhere.
찾는데 오랜 시간이 소요되는 것이어서 저희의 발을 묶어 놓아야 하는 걸 테고요.
Something elusive and so well hidden that they had to distract us just to buy themselves some time.
서둘러야겠어.
We need to hurry then. The thread is starting there. It's starting from the textbook. We're going down! Abby Kyokon. Oh shit! Let me check something out. Yep. Malphas doesn't have the Heisho tag. The pinky tag. Neither does some Thumb or Sword.
칸토라 갑니다.
뛰어난 병사라도 적재적소에 쓰지 않으면 무위무능한 법.
Okay.
우선 전황부터 살피지.
형국 정도는 읽었다.
Fuck, same speed.
나머지는 칼을 휘두를 일 아닌가.
Oh, Yoshi doesn't have the buff.
날카롭고 정확하게.
차포잡이라. 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
Pikachu smorgasbord. Oh, come on, Yoshu, please. Thank you. Thank you.
움직일 뿐입니다.
특이성 감지 센서 청소.
I wonder if you guys got the reference.
요원 여러분의 활력 징후가 높아짐이
Okay, this one is
확인됩니다.
marked. So I will be going for this one, like that.
이미 입회 중입니다.
Ah.
룰 위반이죠.
대가리 딱 떼도록 억제 성공. 진짜 격발.
워프 열차 연산 시스템이 정리 방식의 선택이 적절했음을 판단했습니다. 훌륭합니다.
Yep, yep, for hot.
워프 열차 연산 시스템은 해당 행동의 약 14%의 정리 기여도가 있음을 판단했습니다.
I suppose I made poll of gender ratio in Limbus fandom, so guess what percent of guys, girls, and non-binaries in fandom? I have no fucking clue.
굳이 직접 목격하지 않아도 느낄 수 있겠죠.
방금 청소를 수행한 요원께 W사 인재관리 부서에서
I cannot use ego there. Well,
자세한 내용은 서면에 적혀 있습니다.
why are you so fucking slow, Faust? I don't like being forced to change my hand a lot like that. I mean, you can still tell me, like... I do not care much about it, but, like, if you want to tell me, go ahead. Like, let's say it's information I am indifferent to.
잠시. 아직 다 굳이 직접 목격하지 않아도 느낄 수 있겠죠.
방금 청소를 수행한 요원께 W사 인재관리 부서에서
Okay,
자동
I can now fulfill this here.
자세한 내용은 서면에 적혀 있습니다.
This is favored. This should kill. This should put it in like biggest problems.
포위망 구축.
And I'm activating the Vanguard.
모범적인 청소 방식을 확인했습니다. 인사부서에
21% others, 30% male, 49%. 30% female, 49% male, overall sample size, 965 people.
올인이었나요?
삼콕. 죽는
하.
것도 지령했대. 두렵지 않습니다.
방금 청소를 수행한 요원께
That's-
W사 인재관리 부서에서 자동 승진 추천서가 발부되었음을
That's an actually really interesting stat.
서면에 적혀 있습니다.
Because it means that I'm very likely to find a girlfriend in the Project Moon community. Just kidding, just kidding. This is a joke. This is a jest. Please do not brand me a fucking incel. Yeah, honestly, it's really cool. I mean, after all, the PM community is like really the PM community is like quite welcoming.
일부 위험 요소가 추출된 것을 감지했습니다. 정리 요원들의 노고에 감사드립니다.
예전보다 많이 나아진 것 같다.
Abikyo Canto.
그러고 보니까 그 환상
죽음 충동 억제.
More Picatule, I guess.
봉인.
Tumblr poll specifically is really interesting. Huh?
최선을 다해라.
주군께서는 사소한 실수로 책 잡지 아니하시니 너무 긴장하지 말고 임하게.
It's a red hand.
당신 짝패군요.
Going to take a little bit of damage there. Tumblr others 42%, female 37%, male 21%, sample size 94 people. Huh! I was about to make a joke and then I decided against it.
지령대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
저희를 헤아릴 수 없다면 그 용도를 고민하는 것이 상책이지.
Like I was about to do, so this is why there are so many Tumblr sexy guys, like the whole Tumblr sexy guy thingy, you know. Like, them ladies are horny.
차포잡이라 예상한 것보다 움직임이
From the hand there.
좋아. 코이코이.
매우 효과적인
I mean, it's really cool that
해당 행동에 약 14%의 정리 기여도가 있음을 판단했습니다.
that the PM community is like so mixed, you know, like it's such a mix of different genders. Really welcoming community, you know.
굳이 직접 목격하지 않아도 느낄 수 있게.
Prescript fulfilled. And this one is a skill 3, the skill 3-1. So I can just go ham there. I need to make another hand. Kill that fucker there. Index Faust has a hard time stacking up her poise count though. Maybe it's just me. Maybe there is something I do not understand with the idea. 고잔!
청소 방식을 확인했습니다. 인사부서에 해당 요원에 대한 평가를 송신합니다.
out people who voted 202 non-binaries, 286 girls, 477 gals. My girlfriend is in there! My girlfriend is there! I know it! I just cannot prove it yet! Again, tis a jest. I am indulging in a little bit of comedy. As unfunny as it is.
나아가주게.
거둘 수 없다면 직접 후회를 새겨주지.
옳다.
지령의 뜻이니 유감은 없으시게.
예측한 대로.
The Pikachu aren't really threats, like...
지킬 게 많거든.
I mean, they never were supposed to be, you know, but hey. 고잔!
죽는 것도 사는 것도 지령의 뜻. 두렵지 않습니다.
아닙니다. 상황이 통제될 가능성이
And yeah, this is like the
여러분들은 분투하시어 빠른 사태 진화에 협조하시길 부탁드립니다.
and this is where we're starting to get like, oh wait, no, I'm pretty sure she does not get comic consequences if she's at, yeah, if she's at 9. Let's keep bashing them. Let's keep bashing him, motherfuckers. If you want to find girlfriend in PM fandom, what you need to get into is literacy, girls love analysis. Oh god, I was about to make another really distasteful joke. I don't know why, but recently my mind has been like, it's probably because of work. It's probably because of my job. Like I cannot stop making dirty jokes.
죽는 것도 사는 것도 지령의 뜻.
판도는 유리하나
두렵지
교만하면
않습니다.
뒤집어지는 법.
그래서 어쩌라는 거지?
경계. 그걸 꼭 말로 해야 하나?
I really cannot stop making dirty jokes, and I blame the fact that I've been working.
적개체 무력화. 확인 사살.
Oh, I'm feeling so fucking dumb. I'm sorry, Flowhard. The thing is that
아직 5번 더 갈라야만 합니다.
my brain is always assuming the stupidest shit about, you know, girls on the internet. Girls on the internet do not exist. Shit like that. So my bad. My bad there. Why did I turn into fucking Toad?
이렇게나 밑장 빼는 놈들이 한가득일 줄이야.
Paradox of the Spiral. I'm a girl.
한 달은 의뢰 없이 놀아도 되겠는데요? 사무소 놓았네.
Well, nice to meet you then. Oh my, it just, I've been surrounded by so many dudes who are like really into PM that like you just like, even though I know a lot of women also like Project Moon. Watch Revolutionary Girl Lieutenant. Heard it's a really good magical girl show. But I've been really busy lately, so that's why I couldn't really, you know, get into any animes or shit like that. By the way, yeah, Flower, the girl, when you said girls love an analysis, the first joke that came to my mind, and again, I blame the job, being tired because of the job. The joke I had in mind was, it is funny that you say that because you cannot spell analysis without anal. I'm sorry, please God, smite me right now, right there. Call down lightning upon my ass! The sword fights are, it's amazing show, the sword fights are awesome here, and really cool symbolism. Arrow Ace. It's fine, you know, like, you do whatever the fuck you want, I'm just cracking stupid jokes because my brain is being the fucking... I have two things to my brand. First, being a stupid PM nerd brain, like a stupid PM nerd brain, and the second is being the horny guy. Or maybe a lesbian, I don't know, in between. I love myself some ladies too. Oh god. Please do not take my words seriously. These are fucking jokes. I am currently pinching the bridge of my nose and thinking like, oh yeah, why the fuck do you open your mouth, motherfucker? Yeah, that's what I kind of get from, you know, Arrow Ace. People. Sorry, I had a word in mind and it slipped out of my brain. Okay, Paradox of the Spiral, let's go. I know there are 18 nodes into this Canto, into this part 1 of the Canto. Holy fucking shit. I am going to, and we're like already 2 hours into the stream, I am going to be there all fucking day. Yoshi is very hot though, yeah she is. As we were battling our way through the escape Pikatsula, Gregor came to a sudden stop.
잠깐. 어디서 숨소리 같은 거 안 들려? 좀 희미하긴 한데.
Wait, do you fellas hear something? Sounds like breathing. It's faint.
들린다.
I hear it.
이쪽 부근이군.
In this general direction. My soul stared at the giant containment chamber door where it lay on the ground, smashed in and knocked loose.
최종이나 다른 적 해체일 가능성은?
How likely is it that it might be a Picatulum or an enemy combatant?
낮은 편이다. 소리의 호흡이 불안정하고 작으니 부상당한 인간의 것에 가깝다.
Unlikely. The breathing is unstable and shallow, like that of a wounded human.
이거 오티스 씨. 생존자의 가능성이 조금이라도 있다면 구하는 게 맞지 않겠어?
We advise you to check non-binary side of fandom. It helps with media literacy. Oh, you know, I don't pride myself for being especially media literate, but I think I am a lot better than a lot of people. I will not elaborate because it will just make me sound especially salty. But yeah, like, I will just say there's a difference between having gripes with the Project Moon story and being half media literate and nitpicking shit. read Crime and Punishment. Sorry, Flo. I will not make any assumption on the names and shit because I haven't read the book. So I'm just going to say I don't know. Well, not gonna lie. No. Probably only two of them. Only two of them. The Odyssey. Like Homer's Odyssey. And The Stranger. But The Stranger was like a long time ago, and it was a forced read. So like it was like I was forced to read it because of school. Because you know, I mean, if you cannot tell with my accent, I'm actually French. So like it was mandatory in French literature classes. And you know what happens when you read a book that you are forced to read. Like it easily goes out of your brain once you finished studying it. I think it's what's the name of Mosul's girlfriend? If I remember correctly, it's Marie, but I'm not sure. I think it's Marie, but I'm really not sure. Again, it's been a long time. I've only I read it like a long time ago, and well, a long time ago is a big word. This was like 6-7 years ago, maybe 8. Between 7 and 8 years ago, but like again, it's forced lecture, and like I kind of forgot it. Like I kept in mind the whole message of the book, but the details kind of went out of my brain once we got our exams about it, you know, on it, you know. Nice, yes, it's Marie. I'm not stupid, yes. Marie, ah, fuck. Oh god, sorry. I was just like scratching myself a little bit, and then I ripped away a little bit of my skin on my on one of my index finger, my left index finger knuckle. God, it hurts. All of that happened because of work, by the way, not because I scratched myself. They, them. Though it is really funny to imagine Dante being, you know, it is funny to imagine Dante being a 50-year-old man saying you shuckaroonies, you know, because of the shuckaroonies line. This one is really funny. Like, it is really funny, but in game, they're pronounced as they, them. And if I say Dante with a he, like that's why I just call Dante Dante, you know, like I do not use the pronouns. But if I call Dante he, him, it's not on purpose. It's mainly because of this funny 50-year-old man Dante saying chakarinis in my brain, so it's not out of just misgendering purposefully a character. It's just me being stupid and developing habits, and the habits not living me, you know? Yeah, no, I know that the people on the some people on the PM Reddit are like absolutely brain dead. But people in general, I saw people on YouTube being like absolutely brain dead about the PM world and shit, you know, so. The thing, you know. Hey, Otis, it'd only be right that we try to save them if there's even the smallest chance that they're a survivor, right?
본사에 나쁜 인상으로 작용하진 않겠군.
I suppose that could leave a not so negative impression of us on the HQ. Oh, didn't know we had a dentist pronoun wiki page. Actually funny to me. We knelt around the fallen door, slipped our fingers under the debris, and lifted. The door rose with a loud metallic creak. Oh, hello, Alyssa. Underneath the door was a woman, her breathing shallow.
이분은
Hey, she was one of Hohenheim's researchers who guided us through the regular checkup.
알리사예요. 이름까지는 기억 못하실 것 같아서.
Alyssa. I'm Alyssa. Yeah, I didn't think you'd remember my name. Alyssa slowly shed her name, her voice strained as if she was squeezing the air out of her lungs. She was covering her chest with her hands, overcome with pain.
알리사 씨, 상태는?
Okay, Miss Alyssa, are you...
숨을 크게 쉴 때마다 통증이 심해서
Every breath hurts so much.
살려달라고 소리를 지를 수가 없었어요.
I couldn't call out for help.
팀장님이 말씀하시던 게 생각나네요. 우리는 주인공이 아니기에 동전이 던져진다면 앞이 나올지 뒤가 나올지 그저 기다릴 뿐이라고.
Not gonna lie, this is getting actually meta. Reminds me of what Boss used to say. We're not the main characters of this story. So upon the proverbial coin flip, we can only wait to see if it'll lend heads or tails. Alyssa let out a brief, dejected chuckle before wincing with pain.
아니, 아프다는 양반이 무슨 농담 따먹기야. 잠깐, 이 말뚝은...
Lady, seems to me you're in plenty of pain. This is hardly the time to be joking about. Hold on. This steak... Alyssa's hand was grasped around the same spiral-shaped rod that the bodies in the hallway were holding.
무슨 일이 일어났던 거지?
What happened here?
경고음이
The alarm system.
경고음이 울리지 않았어요.
The alarm didn't go off.
저희 부서는 조금이라도 뭔가 잘못되면 곧바로 경보가 발동되도록 설계되어 있었어요.
Even the smallest accidents or issues trigger the alarm to go off in our department.
호헨하임 씨가 로보토미 코퍼레이션의 최후를 답습하게 되고 싶진 않으시다고 강력하게 주장하신 덕택이었죠.
Hohenheim is a great guy. Boss Hohenheim was adamant about installing that system. Said that he didn't want to repeat the fall of Lobotomy Corporation. A pained grimace crept into Alyssa's expression as she tried to calmly continue her explanation. It wasn't just from what was staked through her chest.
당신들이 습격을 알아차리기 직전까지도 아무런 경고음도 발동되지 않았군요.
The alarm system didn't go off, not even when the employees realized that the facility was under attack.
네. 그래서는 안 되는 거였는데.
I love Twin Tails! No, it's not supposed to behave that way. It wasn't. We waited quietly as Alyssa caught her breath and calmed down.
갑자기 불이 꺼졌어요.
The lights suddenly died.
이번에 진행하고 있는 실험 때문일 거라고 생각했어요.
We thought it was the experiment we were conducting.
전력을 많이 잡아먹는 실험이라고 팀장님이 종종 투덜거리시곤 했거든요.
Boss groused from time to time about how much energy it eats.
그때부터 이상하다고 생각했어야 하는 건데.
Ah, damn it. I should notice then that something was off. Alyssa blamed herself to no avail, her voice growing faint.
그래서 시간이 지나면 자연스럽게 복구가 될 거라고 생각했어요.
So I thought it was just a temporary power outage.
다른 직원들도 마찬가지였죠. 대수롭게 여기지 않았어요. 왜냐면
No one thought much of it because
경고음이 울리지 않았으니까요. 네, 이해해요.
because it didn't trigger the alarm system. Yeah, it's understandable.
저는 실험실에 가지고 와야 하는 자료가 있어서 그곳으로 향하고 있었는데 그러다가
Fuck! I misclicked.
들렸어요.
I was heading to the research hall to retrieve something, and that's when I heard.
어둠 속에서 또렷하게 누군가의 구두소리가 들렸어요.
Heard the sound of dress shoes click clack echoing through the dark hallway.
느리지도 빠르지도 않은 여유 있으면서도 절도 있는 걸음걸이였죠. 그렇게 걷는 사람은 저희 부서엔 없어요. 다들 바쁜 마음에 종종 걸음으로 빨리 걸어 다니거든요.
Not too slow, not too fast. A relaxed but disciplined gait. No one in our department walks like that. We're always so busy that we always walk in a slight jog.
그 직후에는 누군가가 단말마 같은 비명을 지르는 것을 시작으로
Then a terrible dying scream followed.
끝없는 아비 교환이 이어졌어요.
Just like before the massacre began. Like a hellish nightmare that just wouldn't end.
무슨 일이 일어나는 건지 아무도 몰랐어요.
No one knew what was going on.
살려줘.
Help.
누구야?
Who's there?
앞을 향해서 달리는 것밖에는 도리가 없었어요.
All I knew was that I had to run.
그러다가 가볍게 스쳐가는 바람 소리가 느껴졌고
And something whistled through the wind and
곧 가슴이 뜨거워졌어요.
felt
고개를 내려보니 이미 여기가 꿰뚫려져 있었고
something hot across my chest. I looked down and saw this thing had pierced me.
잠시 정신을 잃었다가 깨어보니 이미 격리실에 누군가에 의해 강제 개방되어 있었어요.
Then I passed out. When I woke up, someone had forcibly unlocked all the containment units.
온갖 환상체와 죄종에 이어 뒤틀림까지 탈출하고 격리실 문이 튕겨 나가지는 바람에 옴짝달싹도 못하게 되었고요.
Abnormalities, picatula even, distortions running amok, and I was pinned down by a containment unit door that got knocked off its frame.
호헨하임 씨나 다른 분들과는 같이 있지 않았던 것이군요.
So, you went with Hohenheim or other people when it occurred?
팀장님, 팀장님은 발표실 근처에 계셨을 거예요.
Boss must have been by the conference hall.
혹시 제 주머니에 있는 종이와 펜을 좀 꺼내주실래요?
Could you get the pen and paper from my pocket? Aisa drew a simple map on a piece of torn paper.
다른 분들이 무사할지는 모르겠어요. 하지만 이 방향대로 가면 아마 행방의 단서라도
Again, Sir
찾을 수
Badoyan.
있을 거예요.
I don't know if the others are safe, but follow this map and you should at least be able to see for yourself. Or at least get a clue of what happened.
그래, 그래. 대강 알겠으니까 이제 상처 좀 살펴보자고.
There. We get the general idea. Now, let's have a look at now let's have a look at that wound. Gregor replied calmly.
젠장, 피가 안 멈추잖아. 이거 평범한 무기가 아닌 것 같은데.
Bollocks! The wound keeps bleeding. This ain't your usual weaponry.
넌 뭐 좀 보이냐?
Oi, you recognize this? Heathcliff asked Otis with palpable concern.
움직임이 클수록 체내로 파고드는 구조로 보인다.
From the way it looks, the more the victim moves, the deeper it will drill into their flesh.
살상보다는 제압에 특화된 공방 제품 중 하나인 것 같군.
Perhaps a workshop product designed to stall and take combatants out of commission rather than to kill outright.
이 정도 물건을 쑤셔 넣었다는 건 죽이고 싶었다면 충분히 죽일 수 있었다는 거겠지.
If the assailants had the wherewithal to use weapons like this, then they could have very well easily killed the victims then and there too.
팔을 묶어두고 싶었던 건지 아니면 악취미일 뿐인 건지.
Was the purpose really just to stall them? Or was it some sick fascination?
가만히 있었기에 오히려 무사했나. 현명한 판단을 내렸군.
It seems that staying still is what saved your life. That was wise of you.
현명했기보다는 너무 아파서 움직일 생각도 안 들던데요.
Yeah, I don't know about wise. It hurt too much to even think about moving anyway.
상처를 봉합하거나 치료할 수 있는 걸 찾아온다면 무게를 뽑을 수 있지 않겠는가?
Perhaps art that closes a wound or rapidly heals it be the remedy. Were we to extract the vile weapon?
그래, 영영 저런 걸 달고 있을 순 없잖아. 빨리 뽑고 상처를 치료해서.
Yeah, you're not gonna walk around with that thing in your chest forever, right? Let's pull it out, get that wound treated, and...
소용없다.
It's no use. Ryoshi spat out a reply.
소용없다니요? 혹시 뽑히지 않는 장치인가요?
It's no use? Is it the kind of device that physically can be removed?
아니, 뽑아내는 것은 어렵지 않아.
No. Pulling it out isn't the hard part.
그러지 않는 편이 나을 뿐.
It's just inadvisable.
억지로 뽑으면 복도에 있던 그 시체들처럼 되는 거냐?
If we force it out of her, then she'll end up like those bodies in the hallway?
그래. 저 나선은 반대편에 도달하기 위해 끝없이 파고들지만 역설적이게도 그 자체만으로는 관통하지 못한다. 도달할 수 없거든.
Yeah. The spiral burrows endlessly to reach the other side, but paradoxically, it cannot punch through all the way, because it will never arrive at that point.
딸, 이건 나선이야.
Sweetheart, this is called a spiral.
한번 박히고 나면 조금만 움직여도 계속 파고들기 때문에 제자리에 가만히 있을 수밖에 없단다.
Once it is lodged inside the body, even the slightest of movements will make it burrow deeper into the flesh, forcing the victim to remain perfectly still.
처음에는 따끔한 가시처럼 느껴질 뿐이지만 빼내려 할수록 파고드는 무기지.
It may not sting any worse than a prick of a thorn at first, but the more you try to yank it free, the further it drills into the body.
하지만 계속 파고들긴 해도 정작 꿰뚫고 나오진 못해.
But no matter how much it keeps digging in, it will never make it to the other side.
끝에 도달하려 할수록 나선은 점점 느려져서 결국엔 끝에 닿을 수 없거든.
It's this whole I feel like it's this whole thing about, you know, like if you throw a like if you shoot an arrow before a target, it will have to travel through half the length before reaching the target, but then it still has to travel through half the length left, then through half the length left, half the length left, etc. And so it scientifically means that the arrow will never reach a target. Feels like that, you know? The closer it gets to the end, the slower it becomes. It can never meet its endpoint.
대체하는 방법은 알지?
You know how to unlock it, yes?
네가 일을 끝내고 오면 알려줄 거란다.
I'll give you the once you return with the job done.
만약 없이 오브려 했다간
Remember, if you try to pull it out without the
파고들며 엉켜든 모든 것이 뽑혀 나올 거다.
it will tear out everything it tangled itself with as it bored through.
그러니 살고 싶다면 지금처럼 가만히 있도록.
So stay put exactly as you are if you want to live. All I could see were these fragments of her memories, its remnants.
없이 오브려 했다간
If you try to pull it out without the
작은 숫자도 없이 오브려 했다간
if you try to pull it out without the matching then once again I recall Ryoshu's shattered memories with a distinct feeling of drawing something up to the surface. The scene from her mutilated memories. As it was generally the case, I didn't know how exactly I did it. It just came naturally to me, the moment I wished for it to happen.
뭐가 좀 보였나 시계?
See anything, clock? Ryoshu, what if that spiral needs a certain combination of number, like a password?
그 나선에 엮인 역사를 풀이하려면 그에 맞는 짝이 필요하단다.
To resolve the spiral's paradox, you need to find the correct pair.
짝이 맞는 숫자도 없이 오브려 했다간
If you try to pull it out without a matching number, then
검과 검집, 음과 양, 과거와 미래, 나와 너. 모든 건 지독하고 지긋지긋하게 짝지어져 있는 것도 성이니.
The sword and the scabbard, yin and yang, the past and the future, me and you. Everything, regrettably, is paired together with an awfully stubborn connection.
죽는다는 게 뭔지 아니?
Do you understand what it means to die?
무언가를 벤다는 건
What it means to sever something? For a brief moment, an odd expression appeared on Ryoshu's face.
흰머리.
White hair.
말씀하시죠.
Do speak.
나선은 해제할 수 있다. 시계의 말대로 그 해제는 숫자와 연관이 있을 테지.
The spiral can be disabled. It must have something to do with numbers, like the clock said.
하지만 정확히 무엇이 필요한지가 기억나지 않는군.
But I don't exactly remember what it needs.
거북나선이라는 이름을 가진 나선 무기에 대해서 아는 게 있나?
Know anything about a spiral-shaped weapon called the tortoise spiral?
파우스트를 사용하는 방법을 조금이나마 깨우치셨군요.
She's fucking Google! It seems that you've come to understand, if only marginally, how Faust is to be used. She's fucking ChatGPT. God fucking damn it.
제가 해당 장치를 시각적으로 확인하였고 류슈 씨가 범위를 좁힐 수 있는 단어들을 제공했으니 파우스트는 알 수 있습니다.
As I have visually observed the device, and Ryoshu has provided certain keywords to narrow the results, Faust can now know.
사용하는 방법이요?
Did you say how you're to be used? Ignoring the curious looks from the sinners, Faust carefully walks up to her body and clasps a spiral from their hands.
제논의 거북나선 파우스트에 의하면 해당 장치는 그렇게 불립니다.
Then Zenon's tortoise spiral is what Faust calls this device. After some time, Faust pulled the bottom part of the spiral, opening its hatch.
자물쇠입니다. 대응되는 숫자는 7자리군요.
It is a lock. This spiral requires a 7-digit combination to release.
또한 알리사 씨의 피가 멎지 않는 이유는 나선이 심장을 관통하지 못할 뿐 파고드는 성질 자체는 영원하기 때문일 겁니다.
Also, the spiral's infinitely burrowing nature, despite its inability to ever penetrate the heart, explains why Miss Alyssa's bleeding will not stop.
잠겨 있다면 요정으로 열 수 있지 않나?
If it is locked, can't we use a ferry to open it? Ayo? Ferry?
F사의 특이점을 말하는 것이요.
She speaks of F-Corp's singularity.
잠겨 있는 것이라면 그 무엇이라도 열어주는 기술. 좋은 방안 아닌가?
If the spiral is locked, as you say, then would not the technology to unlock anything make for the perfect countermeasure?
요정으로 여는 것은 가능할 테지만 해당 나선 무기에 적용된 기술이 어느 정도의 가치를 지닌 장치일지가 중요하겠죠.
I know ferries are quote-unquote kind of common knowledge in the city, but this coming from Otis first is very sus to me. Theoretically, a ferry should indeed be able to unlock it. However, what must first be considered is the value of the technology applied to this spiral weaponry.
확실하게 하려면 고가의 요정이 필요하겠군. 그런 물품을 당장 근처에서 구할 수도 없는 노릇이고.
Then, only an expensive ferry would guarantee a successful outcome, which would be hard to come by at this immediate moment. Ryoshu and the rest of us stared at the spiral lock with a degree of trepidation. We weren't going to be able to brute force a 7-digit lock.
안 될 거라고 생각하긴 하는데 0부터 계속 맞춰볼 순 없는 거냐?
We just said we're not going to be able to fucking brute force it, Heathcliff. And Alisa's probably going to die if you do that. This probably won't work, but can we just start from zero and grow from there?
보편적인 잠금 장치와 동일하게 일정 횟수 이상 틀린 번호로 입력할 경우
As it is the case with most locks, a certain number of incorrect attempts would.
됐어. 그냥 개죽음 당한다는 거잖아.
Point taken. It's death in it.
마음 같아서는 솔직히 무서우니까 두고 가지 말아달라고 하고 싶거든요.
Don't leave me alone. I'm scared. That's honestly what I'd like to ask.
하지만 실험실 근처에는 살아있는 사람들이 모여 있을지도 몰라요.
But there might be survivors by the lab.
저희 팀장님 아시잖아요. 쉽게 당하실 분 아니에요.
You know, our boss, he won't go down so easily.
차라리 그 사람들을 도와주세요.
Just go help them instead.
하지만 이대로면
But if we leave you like this,
뭐 연구원이 멍청하게 죽는 100가지 방법에 나오는 것처럼 죽어서도 놀림받는 상황보다는 나은 것 같네요.
well, this isn't the worst way to go. This way, at least, I won't be going into some trivia book of stupid death like 100 dumbest researcher death. Perhaps working under Hohenheim has influenced her to put on a mask of aloofness even in situations like these, but it was clearly taking considerable effort on her part to maintain it. Were we in any other situation, I would have asked what those 100 dumb ways to die were to alleviate the tension, but I held my breath and embraced painful silence.
알리사군, 다시 돌아오겠네.
We shall return to thy side, young Alisa. What?
반드시 다시 돌아오겠네. 그러니까
I give thee my word, so.
적들이 다가오는 것 같으면 최대한 몸을 피해 있게. 부탁이니 포기하지 마세나.
Hide as best as thou canst when enemies approach. Thou mustn't yield now. I beseech thee.
참고로 얘는 한다면 하는 놈이니까 흘려듣지 마라.
You'd better listen to the lass. She ain't one for empty platitudes.
네, 그럴게요. 감사해요.
Yeah, okay. I won't give up. Thank you. C485. Yoshu quietly muttered to herself.
시계. 방탈출 해봤나?
Clock. Ever play a game of escape room? This is feeling a little too meta for me! If you guys don't know, I'm currently like working in an escape room, so... What?
이건 일종의 방탈출 게임 같은 거다.
This is very much like a game of escape room.
불의를 위해서는 단서를 모아야 하지.
To find a solution, You begin by gathering the clues. A game, huh?
저 연구원 놈 살리고 싶은 것 아닌가?
You want to save that researcher, don't you?
그렇다면 저 나선에 쓰인 고유 번호가 필요할 테니 봐둔 것뿐.
Then you'll need the serial number on that spiral. Every step we took away from Melissa as she suffered a slow death was painful. I wasn't even sure if we could save her life. Shadows beset the path ahead. Charm.
에고 침식도 양호. 아마도.
Ishmael, who had been following the route Alyssa had mapped out, stopped in her tracks.
이스마일 씨, 왜 그러세요?
Ishmael? What's the matter?
뭔가 의아해서요.
Something about this seems off.
이스가 지도를 보고 있는데 길을 잃을 리는 없고. 뭔데?
I don't suppose Ishi would ever read a map wrong. What's the matter?
길은 잘 찾아가고 있는 중이에요.
Y-
다만
yeah, we're heading the right way, but the thing is,
너무 수월해서 문제죠.
this just seems too easy. What's wrong with that?
우리가 지나온 길을 떠올려 보세요. 다른 길들은 별의별 상태로 전부 막혀 있었어요.
Think back to the path we took to get here. Every other route was crammed with all kinds of obstacles to discourage us from taking a detour.
좌측의 복지부서로 이어지는 통로는 폐쇄된 상태였고 우측의 통제실에 있는 방향은 잔해로 막혀 있었다.
The corridor to the left leading to the welfare department was closed off, and the one to the right leading to the facility management room was blocked with debris.
마치 우리가 한 길로만 가도록.
It's as if they're corralling us down this route.
네, 마치 그쪽에서 풀어둔 미끼를 따라가고 있는 것 같아요.
I can't shake off the feeling that we're chasing after bait hooked on a fishing line.
뭐 그렇다고 해서 이곳으로 가는 거 이외의 방법은 없잖아.
Well, can't say with much of an alternative.
찝찝하지만 어쩌겠냐.
A bit dodgy, yeah, but nothing we can do about it.
각오는 해두어야겠구려.
It would be wise to stand wary.
잠깐 파워. 환상체가
Hang on, Faust. Check this out, Faust. Hang on, Faust. Check this out. These are the traces of an escaped abnormality.
개체명은 요정 초롱입니다.
Also
던전에서 몇 차례 조우해본 환상체죠.
known as the Fey Lantern. We have encountered this abnormality more than once in the Mirror Dungeon.
아, 그 나무 원본이 이거야?
Oh, the tree thing. This one's the original. I don't think Fey Lantern's the only abnormality that's broken free. Let's take them down and reduce them back to eggs. If they prey on any survivors who stumble in here, that'll be real trouble. No Clifford thingy to focus up.
감지 센서, 청소 타입 R 확인. 요원 여러분은 상태를 확인하시고 만약 불쾌한 냄새나
Death
소리가
03.
주변에서 나지 않는지 확인해 보시길 권장드립니다.
Welp.
나아가주게.
사물. 앵화.
모범적인 청소 방식을 확인했습니다. 인사부서에 해당 요원에 대한 평가를 송신합니다.
가둘 수 없다면
일부 위험 요소가 추출된 것을 감지했습니다. 정리 요원들의 노고에 감사드립니다.
Did the Fey Lantern get...
전술 시야 전개. 오제트의
I don't like this. I don't think it changed much. Oh god, fucking full on neutral. If you guys are gonna lose, I'm making you lose on like some AoE bullshit.
지령에 따라 참격.
억제 성공. 진짜.
I'm not making you lose on AoE bullshit, my bad. Oh come on, 50%, you motherfucker!
아무것도 남지 마라.
50% my fucking ass.
정리 방식의 선택이 적절함을 판단했습니다. 훌륭합니다.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
차포잡이야.
지키긴 너도 누군가에게
예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
지령대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
적의 날개를 꺾었구나.
Hang on, what's going on with this thing? It doesn't feel like the same entity we ran into the mirror dungeon. If we are to delve deeper, it appears to mirror the one we encountered in the refraction railway. But Hohenheim does harbor some interest in these subjects. He is not great enough a genius to turn that curiosity into reality. Then why could this possibly be happening? Hold on, someone left this here. It seems to be a torn page of a note. It's covered in fluorescent paint, so it would be easier to spot. Whoever left it couldn't have known we were coming. It's probably a note meant for possible survivors. No reason not to read it. Observation record. Irregularities. Written by Moses, LCD on-site investigative reasoning team leader. This entity abruptly escaped its containment unit during the assault. Readers of this note should be warned that this entity shows some irregularities that have not been observed previously. When a high number of employees within the research facility were killed, the Phalanton breached containment. Under the LC's abnormality control protocols, such an escape is known to occur only when an employee with inherently low aptitude exhibits an attunement level exceeding 75% with LC Ego Phalanton, or when the outcome of the managerial work is determined to be above very good. The Phalanton, whose escape was triggered by death around it, has deviated from its expected behavior pattern of preying on charmed victims one by one, and instead has begun consuming multiple targets all at once. Presumably, the entity must have realized that its food reserves were being rapidly depleted. After Ezra destroyed the lowering unit twice, designated as Blue Fairy in the LCB observation log, the Phalanton's aggressiveness significantly increased. At that point, Ezra was no longer affected by its charm. Based on these observations, I was able to establish a hypothesis that anyone who observed the Blue Fairy for at least 7 seconds and then immediately destroy its head becomes immune to its influence. As this effect applies only to the individual who destroys it, this information may not be of much use to most researchers. However, I shall leave a note of it to be consulted should the need arise. Addendum. When the Phalanton identified only a single individual, it did not attempt to charm them, and instead appeared wary enough to simply watch them. Yet, due to the limited sample size, further confirmation would be necessary. That's quite a bit of useful tips. Well, now I think I've got a rough idea how to deal with it. Alright, let's refer to this record for the intel and try suppressing it again.
실수일지 의도일지 저희를 헤아릴 수 없다면 그 용도를 고민하는 것이 상책이지.
Oh wow, oh neutral.
당신 짝패군요.
I should be able to stagger it.
좋아.
Yeah, bingo. 고전!
산코.
옳다.
저 발긴다. 돌아하니여.
굳이 직접 목격하지 않아도 느낄 수 있겠죠.
자가당착이로다. 흔치 않은 기회니 이 틈에 승기를 붙였구나.
더 먹어 주어라.
이해하군.
굳이 직접 목격하지 않아도
손을
느낄
써뒀나.
수 있겠죠.
주의 깊게 살펴라. 아무래도 쉽사리 떨칠 마수는 아닌 모양이다.
풍속에서
굳이 직접 목격하지 않아도
Ouch!
느낄 수 있겠죠.
Attacking that fairy again will reveal its true form. This isn't your first time facing this entity, it won't be as hard as the first time. The sinners seem to agree. The fairy simply sat there in a near complete stillness, only interrupted by its intermittently vibrating wings. It was as though the fairy knew you were coming. We answered the bait. Rodion charged toward the fairy. After a light leap into the air, the sinner swung the weapon toward the fairy. The fairy appeared to scream, but no sound came from its mouth. Maybe it wasn't screaming at all. Perhaps it was just the swaying of branches. The eyes are coming out. Get out of here! Get out there! Here we go again. Numerous eyes open one by one, gleaming from the shadows. They oscillate as though they'll jump out at us at any time. So, what now? Fairy staggered. Fairy permanently gained 5 fragile.
봤지?
판도는 유리하나 교만하면 뒤처지는다.
그래서 어쩌라는 거지?
경계. 그걸 꼭 말로 해야 하나?
굳이 직접 목격하지 않아도 느낄 수 있겠죠.
Ouch! I keep fucking ripping my fucking skin away.
승객 일부의 문제를 감지했으나 워프 열차 연산 시스템은 해당 요소가 큰 문제가 아니라고 판단하고 있습니다. 노고에 감사드립니다.
대가리 딱 떼도.
편히 쉬시게.
충족. 지령이 이끄는 대로.
Okay, not enough to stagger. Perfect. Dead!
죽는 것도 사는 것도 지령의 뜻.
Fucking Fey Lantern.
도박장죄로 의뢰를 냈다 싶더니 이렇게나 밑장 빼는 놈들이 한가득일 줄이야.
Wayward. Oh, Wayward Passenger it is.
이게 옳은 선택일까?
열차 내 정리 요원에게 안내 말씀드립니다. 현재 특정 객실에서 소요 사태가 발생했습니다. 신속한 처치를 부탁드립니다.
I don't think they changed its behavior.
포위망 구축.
Oh god, the blades are like... No, please. Fuck! The blades have so much HP. Oh, come on! Yep, it's teleporting.
특이성 감지 센서에서 흔치 않은 이상 현상이 예고되었음을 안내드립니다.
대가리 딱 떼도.
Oh, the portals. Okay, this portal is dead. That's good.
예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
매우 효과적인 청소입니다. 워프 열차 연산 시스템은
This
해당
portal.
행성의 약 14%의 정리 기여도가 있음을 판단했습니다.
Oh god, the portals are going to be a fucking bitch to deal with.
저희를 헤아릴 수 없다면 그 용도를 고민하는 것이 상책이지.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
적개체 무력화. 확인 사살. 하! 사물.
유효하군.
You got the red and green,
청소를 수행한 요원에
red and blue.
인재관리 부서에서 자동 승진 추천서가 발부되었음을 안내드립니다.
Coin power plus 1 for fuck's sake! Struggling? You fucking kidding me?
지령에 따라 참격.
Can't you hit tails for fuck's sake? Oh no, you fucking kidding me.
적군의 함정인가?
밀려라. 내가
아니, 아직 수는 남았다.
Are you fucking kidding me? 50%! You fucking piece of garbage!
지령대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
He's going to teleport back.
신묘하군. 하지만 파괴법 또한 있을 터.
허나 그를 깨우치지 못하면 풍전등어와 다를 바 없겠지.
대가리 딱 떼도.
Fucking hell.
진짜 적개체 무력화.
워프 열차 연산 시스템이 정리 방식의 선택이 적절했음을 판단했습니다. 훌륭합니다.
God fucking damn it.
느낄 수 있겠죠.
특이성 감지 센서, 청소 타입 비확인, 위험 인물이 다소 위축되었을 것으로 판단됩니다.
대가리 딱 떼도.
지키기 위해서.
것도 사는 것도 지령했대. 두렵지 않습니다.
방금 청소를 수행한 요원께 W사 인재관리부서에서 자동 승진 추천서가 발부되었음을 안내드립니다. 자세한 내용은 서면에 적혀 있습니다.
The right blade.
날카롭고 정확하게
더 먹어치워라.
직접 후회를 새겨주지.
약직 보강 완료. 사물 앵화 하벌 총옥과 비 코코.
주의! 해당 정리 방식은 사태가 청소될 가능성을 유의미하게 낮출
If this fight's been anything to go by, it does soon emerge from one of the dimensional rift. If we can intuit its next point of emergence, maybe we can deal a fatal blow against it before it fully emerges from the dimensional rift. Rodia, please. Thank you. Soon the entity began crawling out of the dimensional rift that Rodion selected. Though it sensed the sinner's presence before it emerged, it didn't have enough time to react before Rodion swung their weapon at it. The entity hurriedly closed the dimensional rift as it fled back into its safety. That seems to have destabilized the dimensional rift. Opportunity.
자, 봤지?
숨겨둔 수를
난
드러내는
믿어주면
모양이구나.
배신하지 않아.
당신 짝패군요. 충족.
Thank God you didn't roll tail on that first coin.
죽는 것도 사는 것도 지령.
유혈적 폭력 사태의 진압 가능성이 50%를 상회했습니다. 승객 일부의 문제를 감지했으나 워프 열차 연산 시스템은 해당 요소가 큰 문제가 아니라고 판단하고 있습니다. 노고에 감사드립니다.
나아가주게.
Come on, if you win your clash, we stagger it. Perfect. Minus ID stonks went up this week, yeah, like... Rodia's really saving my ass there.
죽는 것도 사는 것도
적의 날개를 꺾었구나.
두렵지 않습니다.
오제트의 눈으로.
Okay, time to fuck it up. Hello, Duck on the internet. Welcome to the stream.
모범적인 청소 방식을 확인했습니다. 인사부서에 해당 요원에 대한 평가를 송신합니다.
God, they really went the railway route.
지령은 수행되었습니다.
These motherfuckers are a pain to deal with.
명확한 지령이었기에 수행 또한 간편했죠. 비록
Doubts.
저희에게 대항하는 자들은 많았지만
Wait, which amno is it?
보셨다시피 그런 것은 의미가 없었습니다.
You know what? I am bringing in more firepower. For the new Canto, you can guess which amno is by the stage name. Charm, Wayward, Doubt. Wait, Doubt? Spiral? No, it's not Spiral Contempt. I'm thinking Spiral because of the theme. An old Abner. Give me a sec.
지령을
가시죠. 복제팀.
관리인가 아니면
사냥
주먹으로 매.
자,
말뚝을 쑤셔 넣어 주죠.
지령이 가리키는 곳.
Doubt. The purple thingies?
열차 내 정리 요원에게 안내 말씀드립니다. 현재 특정 객실에서 소요 사태가 발생했습니다. 신속한 처치를 부탁드립니다.
What you do? What you do, you bitch? Conditions unmet. The root part gain 3 attack power for every broken arm part doesn't gain the So I want to fuck up the roots. I want to lose those clash. Maybe you can win. Faust. Faust is on pride. I cannot do anything against that. It has to be, if seeing people who don't read get smashed in this new the fight because the new mechanic just them like a truck, I've hit them. I don't know what the fruit does yet, because the conditions are unmet. But the fruit is the one with the prescript. Shit. Yeah, I cannot listen to the prescript right now. Oh, come on, Faust. Okay, that was the whole point. I want you girls to lose. Okay, good. Good.
우선 전황부터 살피지.
형국 정도는 읽었다.
Just fuck up the roots for now.
칼을 휘두를 일 아닌가.
Oh shit! Oh, it's a red too. Everything's on fucking... You know what? Fuck it. Fuck the root ups. The roots up. Yes. Okay, not a lot of damage. Okay, root staggered. 8 HP. Fuck.
자가당착이로다.
Shit.
흔치 않은 기회니 이 틈에 승기를 붙이자꾸나.
I'm forming a pair there.
지령에 따라 참격.
But Feyenoord got new skin, I think new passive, we can read the passives now. We'll check him, we'll check after...
팔지 마세요. 메말은 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
매우 효과적인 청소입니다. 워프 열차 연산
I crashed with this! Why did...
14%의 정리 기여도가 있음을 판단했습니다.
사랑과 정리.
It was fucking Faust who got staggered. Fucking hell.
특이성 감지 센서 청소 타입.
Okay, what you doing now? Fruits.
활력 징후가
All parts infected with too fragile. Fruit regenerates after 1 turn. No passive there, no passive there. That has been broken. Gain the audacity after its fruit part is hit. Okay, but the fruit is not there. She does not have the fruit anymore, so she has like a shit ton of fragile on her ass. So now I can just kind of go monkey. 고잔!
모범적인 청소 방식을 확인했습니다. 인사부서에 해당 요원에 대한 평가를 성신합니다.
Broken arm.
적의 날개를 꺾었구나.
Staggered arm.
차라리
일부 위험 요소가 추출된 것을 감지했습니다. 정리 요원
Okay, the fruit now. What do you do? Such insolence. Bring me Snow White. Okay, but I can... What I can do is just throw everything there because she's too slow. So I can break the fruit.
사포잡이라. 예상한 것보다 움직임이 누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지만.
충족. 지령이
무용하군. 자로요. 보면 아는 것을 상기시키는 연구가 무엇인가?
주의. 해당 정리 방식은 사태가 청소될 가능성을 유의미하게 낮출 수 있습니다.
If you don't play the killing of the unknown, you will get fucked, bro. I mean, for now, I'm pretty sure I am not getting fucked. But maybe I misunderstood something about the mechanics.
당신 짝패군요.
15 bleed potency at 5 counts and 15 rupture pot and count. That's what the powerful skill does at 4 audacity. Oh, okay. So I just played according, like I played with the abnormality rules, and now it worked. Okay. I played with the abnormalities rules, and it worked. I am safe.
도박장죄로 의뢰를 냈다 싶더니 이렇게나
Yeah, I kinda guess.
놈들이 한가득일 줄.
Wait, I heard that there were 18 stage nodes in this first part.
사무소 놓았네.
I think there were 18. Yeah, 18, okay. Fuck, 8 more to go. Entangled Fate.
이쪽인 것 같아요.
Let me take a sip of Coke Zero. Need to hydrate myself. Ah. 3 more hours to go, bro. Cake. I think it's this way.
이곳에만 불이 들어와 있네요. 방송 섹터라고 적혀 있어요.
This is the only area with lights on. It says broadcast sector.
여기로 오는 게 맞는 선택이었겠지?
Can someone tell me coming here was the right decision?
방송 섹터로 향하는 길 이외에는 전부 막혀 있었다고 보아도 무방하다.
All the other routes were blocked off, save for the one leading to this sector.
이러나 저러나 여기로 올 수밖에 없었던 거구만.
Looks like we'd have ended up here, one way or another, or the other. It's hard to see anything when it's this dark.
전력은 대부분 끊겨 있는 상태라 문이 잠겨 있진 않을 거예요.
With most of the power down, the door shouldn't be locked.
멈춰.
Stop.
한 발짝이라도 더 접근하면 즉시 무력으로 대응할 거야.
I love the rework thumbnails the most for this spot. Honestly, the rework thumbnails are like really cool. Take another step closer, and you'll be forcing our hand. A familiar voice boomed from a loudspeaker, delivering a sharp warning.
이 앞에는 보안용 지뢰가 잔뜩 설치되어 있어. 만약 그걸 뚫고 들어온다고 해도 이 안에 있는 인원을 상대해야 할 걸? 이쪽은 전부 전투 수행이 가능한 사람뿐이야.
I know who this is. I got spoiled. I know who this is. I got spoiled by Reddit. And kind of foreshadowing because with the Fate Entered fight. Hello, cutie! The giant cutie! This entire area is laden with security landmines. Even if you somehow manage to get past the minefield, you'll have to face the rest of us. I'm warning you. Every one of us in here is combat ready.
만약 자신 있다고 해도 우리에겐 자폭 장치도 있어. 초소형 미세 톱니들이 박혀 있는 폭탄이.
You don't sound so sure anymore, Ezra. And if you think you're stronger than us, we have self-destruct devices, bombs filled with super mini saw teeth, shrapnel.
잠깐, 이건 뭐라고 적힌 거야? 뭐? 나보다 악필이 심한 사람은 처음 보네.
Hold on a sec. What's this supposed to say? The heck? And I thought my handwriting was bad.
이건 이 폭탄을 던지면 반경 100m 내 폭발이 일어나.
Oh, here. Throwing this bomb will result in an explosion that covers a 100-meter radius zone from the detonation point.
야, 그런 폭탄은 금기 위반이라 말이 안 되잖아. 좀
This is dumb though. Why am I? Why are you showing the portraits when you take to check on the logs? This is stupid. This, you know. PM, fix that shit. Hey, that's a type of relation, you know. At least try to come up with something actually convincing.
아무튼 무너진 시설에 우리랑 사이좋게 깔리고 싶은 게 아니라면 당장 돌아가.
Yeah, it helps in flashbacks, but still, you know. Anyways, turn around and walk away right now, or we're gonna bury all of you with us under this facility. We can hear everything, you know.
폭탄은 거짓일 가능성이 높습니다. 폭발물에 해당하는 모든 폭탄은 머리가 규정한 바에 따라 반드시 무언가에 설치되어야 하기에
It is highly probable that the bomb is a bluff. Any bomb that falls under the category of explosives must be planted on an object or surface per the rules set by the head. This is such a weird rule. So it has to be it basically has to be C4. Like, an explosive has to be C4. Am I right? Ugh. So for the yawn. Oh yeah, sticky grenades exist too. Yeah, but it basically has to be C4 or sticky grenade, otherwise it's taboo. It's highly probable that the bomb is a bluff. Any bomb that falls under the category of explosives must be planted on an object or surface per the rules set by the head.
범위도 터무니없어. 그만한 반경을 일순 폭발시키는 것은 많은 규제와 협약을 위반할 테지.
And that boast of the blast beggars belief. Such a wide radius is sure to break a bounty of bands and bounds.
그래도 보안용 지뢰는 진짜야. 더 다가오면 과출력된 전기가 너희를 순식간에 지져버릴걸.
Sure, but I wasn't bluffing about the landmines. Take one more step forward, and bolts of overcharged electricity will make barbecue out of you. As the voice behind the microphone began to grow increasingly irritated, it also became even more familiar. I was pretty sure I'd heard it somewhere before.
알리사 씨 말에 따르면 이 부근에 호에나임 그 양반이 있을 거라 했는데.
According to Alyssa, Hohenheim should be around here somewhere.
잠깐, 방금 알리사라고 했나?
Wait, did you just say Alyssa?
이 목소리 착각이 아닌 듯하군요.
Something like a rocket or missile or something, I think. Yeah, but like, in a rocket, if you put the detonator on a stick of metal and the explosive on a rod and then encase it into a metal cylinder with a propulsor, technically the bombs are planted on a steel rod. So it should work, right? It shouldn't break the taboo. I mean, I wouldn't be the one to test the limits of the head's taboos, but if we take it rules as written, it should work. It shouldn't break the taboo. That voice. It seems we're not mistaken. Now I certainly recognize this voice.
그다지 반갑지 않은 그 목소리로 미루어 보건대
That voice I would rather not welcome tells me
이곳에 들여보내도 무방한 이들은 많네.
that these individuals are good to be led through.
그다지 반갑지 않은 목소리가 들리는 걸 봐서는 저희가 접근.
Faust and Hohenheim really are like they're they just really bicker with each other. Kinda cute. No, it has to adhere to an area, either the body ground wall, but it has to be stuck on something to work. Explode red when it hits something, it has to be stuck. Ah, shit. I mean, if we're exploding the metal rod. I'm sorry, I'm doing stupid shit right now. It has to be on another weapon. Ah, yikes. Okay. That voice Faust would rather not welcome tells Faust that these individuals are good to be approached. A heavy thunk and then the doors of the broadcast sector inched open. But before we could even take a proper look at the people holed up within. Okay, I am going to do the meme. Show me Moses!
뭐야, 너희들이었어? 진작에 말하지.
Could an exploding lance a spear because explosion itself isn't the thing killing the person, but the weapon itself, it just aids it. Hey, I do not want to kill all these make all these casualties. All I want is to kill one person really bad. What? You guys? You should have told us sooner.
기억나지?
Remember me?
에즈라 씨.
Oh, it's Miss Ezra. We came face to face with Ezra, who'd video called us with a plethora of information on Blood Fiends prior to our mission in La Manchanen. Show me Moses!
라만차랜드에서 대활약을 해냈다면서?
How did you save the day in La Manchanen?
역시 우리가 도움을 준 덕분이지? 아, 그래서 그 너희 중에 있다던 그 무진장 센 혈기는 누구야?
And all thanks to yours truly, I bet. So, care to tell me which one's the Blood Fiend extraordinaire on your team?
네? 아, 그건...
Huh? What? Oh, well, that's...
안부 인사는 나중에 나누도록 하지.
Insert must be sound. I swear to God, the day I buy a Stream Deck, I am going to have a dedicated sound effect button for the Mosby scream. I swear to God I will. Also, I love this woman. Look at that thigh gap. Look at it. Look at the thigh gap. The thirst is... Brother, calm down. The thirst is strong, I know, but your will can be stronger. There's another part of me that's really strong right now! No, just kidding, but like, I really, 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 really fucking love Moses. And she's 46! Sang Hex! Give me a second. I need to post something on my Reddit. On my Discord. Sorry. Yeah, I need to take the triple bodies one. Fuck! There. I'm being stupid, sorry. Why don't we skip the pleasantries for now, Ezra? The next person to show up was Moses. I saw her in the video call too. Team leader at LCD, if memory serves right.
아까 폭탄이 어쩌고 하면서 온갖 협박을 한 게 당신이었어요?
Were you the one who threatened us with that nonsense about bombs, Ezra? Hello, Job Call. Welcome to the stream. Please, talk in English. Helps me moderate shit, you know. Have you seen the new Dawn ID trailer? I did. I reacted to it when it got released. It's impossible to analyze because of all the artifacts and shit. It's really cool, but all I got from it was she has a counter slash potentially clashable counter. She has Pride skill 1, Lust skill 2, Gloom skill 3, and her coin repartition is 4-3-3. And she has the whole index prescript thingy.
어쩔 수 없었잖아. 이 근방에 남은 사람은 우리 말고는 없을 거라고 생각했는데 갑자기 10명 되는 인원들이 떼거지로 몰려오는 소리가 들리니까 봐! 저쪽 화면은 나오지도 않는다고. 다 망가뜨려놨는지.
I mean, what other choice did I have? We're starting to believe that we were the only survivors out here. And then, BAM! A dozen or so footsteps rushing into this sector out of nowhere. We couldn't even check who you guys were because the screens are all busted. Ezra gestured toward the blank surveillance screens in the broadcast sector with her chin.
참고로 저기 무지하게 똑똑하다는 양반이 카메라를 복구시키는 중이래. 전력이 차단되어서 시간이 좀 걸릴 거라나.
For your information, Mr. Genius over there is trying to fix the security cameras. He said it's gonna take a while with the power outage though.
좋은 일로 엮일 거라는 예상은 안 했지만 자네들과 이런 식으로 제외하게 될 줄도 몰랐네.
It seems like Faust gains prescripts from paper slips, Dawn gets hers from digital device. Yeah, that's probably the thing. She receives the mail, you know, like, you got mail from the city. I didn't expect our path to cross again for anything good. I certainly never pictured it happening like this. Underneath the array of monitors Ezra pointed at, we found Hohenheim, looking even more haggard than we remembered. who gave us a faint, unwelcoming nod as he fiddled with a tangle of power circuits.
안녕하세요. 다치신 분은 보이지 않아서 다행입니다.
Hello. I'm relieved to see that there aren't any injured among you. Martin stepped forth and offered us the greeting Hohenheim chose to skip.
그건 그렇고 알리사가 우리의 위치를 알려줬다 했나. 같이 데리고 오지 못한 거 보니.
Now it's time the first person you've seen non-fatally 44 times. Basically, yeah. In any case, you say it was Alyssa who let you know of our location. If she's not with you, she must be either gravely wounded or already dead.
치명상이에요. 하지만 살릴 수 있는 방법은 물색 중이에요.
Oh, she's badly hurt, yeah. But we're searching for ways to help her. Ishmael gave Hohenheim a blanched look as though she was taken aback by his cold certainty regarding his own subordinate's fate.
물색이라 마치 보물 찾기 놀이라도 하는 듯이 말하는군.
Searching, You talk as if you're playing a game of scavenger hunt.
차라리 숨을 끊어주고 오는 게 알리사에게 더 도움이 되었을 수도 있었겠어.
It might have been better to end her misery than in there.
무슨 우리가 여태껏 해온 걸 보고도 모르겠냐? 가망이 없는 것도 아닌데 쉽게 포기하지 말라고.
Oh, haven't you seen how we handle things? She's still got a shot. Don't be so quick to throw in the towel.
이해해 주세요. 침입자 중 몇몇은 사람에게 고통을 가하는 걸 즐기는 것 같아 더 경계하시는 거니.
Please don't misunderstand. Some of these assailants, they seem to enjoy torturing their victims. That's what's keeping our boss on edge.
저와 팀장님은 습격이 시작된 시각에 실험실 근처에 있었습니다. 돌아다니는 직원들은 많이 없었고 이곳 방송 섹터와 가까웠죠.
Boss and I were near the laboratory when the attack started. There weren't many employees around and the broadcast sector happened to be close by.
단지 그런 이유로 사지 멀쩡하게 이곳까지 도망칠 수 있었을 뿐인데.
Probably the only reason we were able to find cover here in one piece.
알리사 군은 잘 견뎌내주고 있을 걸세.
Verily, young Alyssa shall persevere steadfastly.
우리가 약속했네. 돌아가서 구해주겠다고.
I really don't have the resources to get all my story IDs to level 60. I have to grind pretty heavily this week for part 2. One Piece lol. We have vowed to return and deliver her from death.
감사해요. 알리사도 믿고 있을 거예요.
Thank you. I'm sure Lisa is hanging on to your promise.
잠깐. 훈훈한 와중에 미안한데 너희가 왔다는 건 그 특색도 여기로 오고 있다는 거 맞지?
When I say Ezra and since Don Quixote was talking earlier, I'm just like neuron to neuron conversation, you know? Like these two, they are speaking to each other. Have you heard of Agenda Peace before? Yeah. Oh god. Sorry to break up this touching moment, but if you're here, that color fixer should be on his way too, right?
지금 어디에 있어? 벌써 습격한 놈들을 찾으러 갔으려나.
Where the heck is he now? I wonder if he's already off to find the attackers. Ezra. Moses, who had been staring at Otis since we came in, turned her gaze toward Ezra. Yep, they have some passive there. Moses and Otis. There is something there.
팀장님, 붉은 특색과 합류하면 막내가 없어도 승산이 충분하지 않을까요?
Team leader, if we can regroup with the Red Gaze, I think we have more than enough fighting chance, even without our baby B.
그래.
Yes.
붉은 시선은 이곳에 같이 오지 못한 것 같군.
It's fine, Doc. It's fine if you have to go. See you. Have a good one. Thank you for coming to the stream. Yes, but it would seem that the Red Gaze is not here with them.
다른 이유를 말할 필요도 없이 저들의 표정만 봐도 알겠어.
Just the look on their faces is enough to confirm that.
뭐? 아니, 왜 너희만 온 건데?
What? What the heck are you peeps doing here without him? Ezra's face immediately soured the moment she realized that Vergilius wasn't with us. Her voice crashed over us like that of a host shrieking at uninvited guests barging into her home.
저희만 오고 싶어서 온 게 아니거든요.
See you, Doc. It's not like we came here on our own because we wanted to.
길잡이 양반은 발목에 붙잡혔어. 히로슈 말로는 거미집의 엄지아비라고 불리는 자였는데.
Guide buds held up by an assailant. Ryoshu says she's called the Thumb Nurse Father from the House of Spiders.
연구소를 급습한 자들처럼 상당한 무력을 갖추고 있었겠지.
And probably a tough adversary too. Just like those who are assaulting the facility.
무시할 수 없을 만큼 출중한 기량을 가진 자였다.
Her combat prowess is not to be underestimated.
아르고스 부대의 에우리알로스와 비교하면 어떻지?
How is she compared to Euralius of the Argos unit? Well, yep, they definitely know each other. How is she compared to Euralius of the Argos unit?
큰 차이는 없을.
Around the same level, I would say.
잠깐. 네놈 그 부대와 이름을 안다는 건.
Wait, you. If you know those names, that means... Moses didn't grace Otis with the reply. Instead, she closed her eyes, seemingly lost in a brief reverie. And soon returned to the subject at hand as if she were done sorting out her thoughts.
그자가 인질로 붙잡혔나?
Caron. Is she taken hostage?
네? 그걸 어떻게?
Huh? How did you know that?
습격자를 단수로 서술하더군. 생략한 걸 수도 있지만 그렇다 해도 소수의 인원이었을 거다.
You mentioned the attacker in the singular. Perhaps just a slip of the tongue, but I suspect it was a single enemy if not a small number.
그리고 운전기사를 데려오지 않았음에도 너희는 붉은 시선이 습격자를 해치우고 곧 올 것이라는 말도 믿음도 내보이지 않았지.
Furthermore, despite coming here without the bus driver, none of you seem particularly convinced that the Red Gaze would be able to quickly dispatch the assailant and join you.
팀장님은 딱 보면 거의 다 알아채신다고.
Give it to our team leader. Just one look is enough for her to figure it all out.
그런데 너희 오면서 마주친 사람은 없었어?
Anywho, did you happen to encounter anyone on your way here?
다행히 죄종들이나 인형들 외에는 없었어. 잠깐, 저희도 질문 좀 할게요.
Just some Pecatula and mannequins. Wait a minute. Why don't we get to ask the questions? Ishmael barely managed to wrest control of the conversation amid the barrage of questions.
두 분은 LCD 부서잖아요. 왜 LCE 부서가 있는 본사에 와 계신 거죠?
You're both from LCD. What are you doing here in the HQ where the LCE is? After this node, I will take a quick break to heat up some leftover rice and make myself a quick meal. Either cheesy rice or I will just eat reheated plain white rice with olive oil and salt. Don't judge me, guys. It's actually pretty tasty. Or sesame oil. Either sesame oil or olive oil.
아, 그건 말이지.
Well, about that.
오늘 LC 부서에서 중요한 성과 발표회가 예정된 날이었거든.
The LCE was supposed to make an important progress report today.
무지하게 중요한 발표니까 필수 참석이라는 공지가 하루에 몇 개씩이나 날아오던지. 그쵸 팀장님, 우리도 무지하게 바쁜 부서라는 건 다들 잊어버렸나 봐.
Apparently, it's a really important presentation too. We've been receiving bazillions of reminders about how it's mandatory attendance, event, and everything. Right, team leader? Feels like everyone's overlooking just how really busy our department is.
딴지 걸어서 미안하지만 그건 무지하게 중요한 발표가 맞았네.
Sorry to borrow your wording, but it is indeed a really important presentation.
그래, 그쪽 성과가 중요한 건 잘 알겠는데 우리 부서도 무지하게.
Yeah, for you maybe, but my department is also really. Hang on, I don't think that's the crux of the matter right now.
발표는 결국 시작되지도 못했으니 우리로서는 그 중요도를 가늠할 수 없겠지.
The presentation did not happen. As such, we are unable to assess its importance at the moment.
결론적으로는 그러한 행사로 인해 우리 팀원들이 이곳 LC 부서로 모였던 거다.
Whatever is the case, the event was what required us LCD members to be present here at the LCD department.
그리고 소개할 인원이 있다. LCD에 들어온 새로운 팀원이지.
And there's one more thing. Allow me to introduce the newest addition to the LCD.
우리 부서도 이제 규모가 커졌다 이 말이야.
Yeah, our team has grown in size. Take that.
자네들과 구면이라 들었다만.
I was told you'd met before. A familiar silhouette stepped forward from the opposite side. Someone we did not expect to encounter here of all places.
그대들과의 조우가 항상 이러한 난전 속이란 명목이었군.
What the fuck are you doing there, Engdu? Huh? I regret that we must always meet in the midst of plights such as this. I trust you have been well.
앵두 씨, 오랜만이네요.
Miss Engdu, it's been too long.
김 작가님은 아직 회복 중이신가요?
Is Mr. Bamboo-Hatted Kim still in recovery?
우두께서는 육신이 아문 지 오래이나 마음이 맑아지기까지 시간이 걸리는 것 같더군. 내 기다리는 수밖에.
My mentor's flesh has long since healed, but it will take some time until his mind regains its former tranquility. However long the wait, endure it I must.
머지않아 좋아지실 거야. 그때까진 내가 그때 저지른 과오를 묵묵히 속죄할 뿐.
I have faith that he will recover in due time. Until then, in silence shall I atone for the transgression I have committed. Engdu appeared to be referring to how she ran Bamboo-Hatted Kim through with her sword under the monolith's distorting influence.
그래도 LCD 팀에 합류해서 잘 적응하고 계시는 것 같아 다행이네요.
Still, I'm glad you seem to be adjusting well to life at LCD. Sinclair caught the shadow flickering across Engdu's face and swiftly stepped up to lighten the mood.
의탁하고 있는 신세지. 우리에겐 돌아갈 곳이 마땅히 남아있지 않으니.
I would say I was taken in, but I am deeply grateful regardless. My mentor and I have nowhere left to call home.
하지만 언젠가는
But someday, we will
S사로 돌아갈 것이야.
return to Escorp together.
저쪽도 섞이기 위해 고군분투를 하고 있나 보네요.
Looks like she's trying her best to fit in too.
어딜 가나 처음 적응해가는 건 힘든 법이지.
It's always hard to get settled in no matter where you start from.
이곳의 인원끼리는 얼추 안면을 틔운 것 같으니
Now that we've all grown acquainted with one another,
빠르게 다음으로 넘어가도록 할까.
let us move on to the issue at hand. Okay, nerd finished. Let me whip myself a quick lunch. Be right back. Okay, alright, I'm back. Made myself, whipped myself up really fast and efficient lunch. Haven't eaten it yet though. Basically got myself some rice, leftover rice, reheated, salt, olive oil, barbecue seasoning, leftover roasted chicken from New Year's Eve lunch. And confit garlic. Really flavorful. A distinct objective. Let's keep going.
지금 필요한 것은 정보 공유, 그리고 그것을 기반으로 하는 줄이다.
The first order of business is intelligence sharing and deductive reasoning based on the available information.
나와 팀원들은 발피실로 향하는 통로에서 습격을 당했지.
My team and I were attacked in the hallway connected to the conference hall.
그놈은 그냥 단도직입적으로 말할게. 엄청 강했어.
That guy was... I'll be straight with you guys. Super strong.
말벌 그 자식이 자리만 안 비웠어도 한번 붙어보긴 했을 텐데.
Hey! Vespa mentioned! I would have stood my ground if only Hornet, that dumbass, were here.
말벌이라 하면
By Hornet, you are referring to...
우리 막내인데 진짜 세긴 하거든? 얼마나 세냐면
the junior of our team. But he's really strong. He's so strong that
내가 예전에 말이야 그 뭐였지? 빵이었던 것 같은데 아무튼 그걸 먹으려고 접시에 덜어놨는데 말벌 그 자식이 아니 잠깐 등 돌렸는데 그대로 집어먹은 거야.
I've got it. There was this time when I what was it again? Some kind of pastry, I think? Anywho, I got me some bread to snack on later. In that split second my back was turned, Hornet, that asshole, swept it right off of my plate.
확 열이 받아서 그대로 명치에 주먹을 팍 꽂았지. 먹은 거 뱉어내라고. 근데 그냥 욱 이러더니 아무렇지도 않게 빵을 꿀떡 삼키는 거 있지? 이게 말이 되는 맷집이야?
You still don't see eye to eye. Kinda cute. I got so pissed off that I punched him right in his solar plexus to get him to cough it up. And he just went oof and swallowed my bread anyway. Like, does that make any sense to you guys?
잘은 모르겠지만 강하신가 보네요.
Let me just check something fast. Interesting. So from what I've checked, the thing I've checked was Uriel's name, and according to Wikipedia, it is the name of one of the giants who fought against the gods in the Gigantomachia. Interesting. Yeah, okay. I guess that makes him strong. Although Ezra's anecdote wasn't very illuminating, none of us bothered to ask for further clarification, as it seemed that the only way to get an objective measure of the Hornet's strength was to let her punch us in the solar plexus as well.
그래서 그분은 지금 어디 계시는데요?
So, what's this Hornet up to now? Ishmael peeked around as though she was expecting him to pop out from a hiding spot in the broadcast sector.
그게 말이지. 아마 들으면 깜짝 놀랄걸? 무려
Oh, you are going to lose your mind when you hear this. Listen up. What is...
아직, 에즈라.
Not yet, Ezra.
무려 비밀이야. 아직 기밀 사항이거든.
Up to is a secret. It's classified stuff. Ezra trailed off awkwardly.
나는 관찰과 추리를 통해 적을 파악하는 편이다.
I tend to analyze my enemies with observation and deduction.
어떤 무기를 쓰는지, 어떤 방식을 선호하는지, 사력을 즐기는지 피하는지, 어떤 마음가짐으로 전투에 임하는지에 대한 모든 색깔을.
I try to identify their unique colors, the kinds of weapons they use, their methodologies, whether they enjoy the slaughter or avoid it, their attitudes toward battle. All of it.
이를 파고들면 반격할 수 있는 적절한 시점을 알게 되며 약점을 짐작할 수 있게 되지. 그런 식으로 얼추 길을 열 수 있으니.
Once I have that, I can get an idea of when to begin my counterattack, or what kind of weaknesses of theirs I can exploit, and that's how I usually open my path forward.
하지만
But Moses inhaled sharply as though she missed a smoking pipe, which was nowhere to be seen at this moment.
모든 것이 난잡해 어떠한 패턴도 읽을 수 없었다.
Was chaotic. I could not identify a single pattern in his behavior.
그놈은 껍데기다.
He is an empty shell.
사람을 죽일 때 어떠한 감정도 담겨 있지 않지.
His act of killing lacks any emotional touch.
그러니 무엇도 읽을 수 없었을 거다.
And that is why you couldn't get a read on him.
반대로 너는 너무나 선명해 보이는군.
On the other hand, you appear so clearly to me.
어지간히도 뭔가를 베고 싶은 건가?
You seem so anxious to cut something down. Is that correct?
산산조각 났지만 그 파편 하나하나가 예리하고 투명하니
You are
마치
broken.
수많은
Oh shit.
칼날이 되었어.
You are broken, shattered. But every shard is keen and transparent, like a hail of small blades.
끊어내고 싶으면서도 끊어낼 수 없어서 더 가련해 보이는 유리와 같은 검.
A glass-like sword of many edges, so fragile with its futile wish to sever away what cannot be severed.
그 상처투성이 손에는 무얼 그렇게 쥐고 있는 거지?
What is it that you grasp so tightly in that scarred hand of yours?
너 이 새끼, 멋대로 뭘 보고 있는 거냐?
Little shit. What are you peeking into?
팀장님한테 호칭이 지금
Hey, don't talk to our team leader like... Just as Ezra was about to give her a stern warning, Hohenheim stepped in and changed the subject.
덧붙이자면 나와 여기 있는 마트는 실험실 앞에 있었네.
To add to that, Martin here and I were in front of the laboratory when it occurred.
처음 시작은 바람 소리였지. 아주 거대한 것이 공기를 타고 날아오는 소리가 들렸네. 정교한 기계들과 격리실이 즐비해 있는 이 부서에서는 들려서는 안 될 소리였지.
At first, it began with the sound of rushing wind, something large and heavy, cleaving through the air. The kind of sound one should never come to expect from a department like ours, so full of delicate machinery and containment units.
제 바로 앞이었습니다. 저와 한 걸음 차이로 걷고 있었던 직원의 허리가 두동강이 났는데
It happened right before my eyes. Something snapped the employee who was walking only a step ahead of me in half.
순간적으로 그런 생각이 들었죠. 환상체가 탈출한 걸까?
And the first thing that came to my mind was this. Did a normality breach containment?
하지만 정말 격리실에서 탈출이 일어난 것이었다면 경고음이 울려야 했죠.
But if such were the case, the alarm should have gone off.
알리사 씨가 말해준 것과 동일하네요.
So far, this tracks with what Miss Alyssa told us.
어떠한 전조 증상도 없이 습격이 일어났다고.
She said there wasn't any warning at all before the attack.
자세히 보니 그건 환상체도 죄종도 뒤틀림도 아니고 거대한 칼집이었죠.
Once I got a better look at what that was, I realized that it was neither abnormality peccatulum nor distortion. It was a massive scabbard.
그리고 칼집이 날아온 방향에는 칼집을 던진 것으로 추측되는 자가 태어난 표정으로
When I looked toward where the scabbard came from, there stood a man who presumably threw the weapon,
책을 읽고 있었습니다.
reading a book like he was out on the stroll.
그 책은
And the book was...
마티아스. 그놈의 안가품 장부겠군.
Matthias. He must have been reading his book of vengeance.
범지의 중지라.
First the thumb, and now the middle.
수초 동안 멍하니 보고 있었는데 팀장님이 저를 잡아 끌었습니다.
Sorry, if you guys like, if you guys hear long breaks between sentences, it's mainly because I'm either doing something, eating something, or drinking something. And here comes the unavoidable I am something joke. I stared at him, still processing what had just happened, when Boss grabbed my arm and started running.
뒤를 다시 돌아보지는 못했어요. 수십 명이 비명을 지르는 소리가 들렸지만
I couldn't look back. I heard screaming from dozens of people, but
필요 이상으로 설명이 길군 자네는.
you seem to be fond of recounting unnecessary details.
이곳 방송 섹터 안까지 들어온 이후에서야 알리사 생각이 났어요.
Only after arriving here at the broadcast sector did I remember that Alyssa was still out there.
목숨이 위급할 때 뇌는 생존을 위해 최소한의 정보만 전달하네. 당연한 증상이지.
When one's life is at risk, the brain instinctively reduces the processing of information to the bare minimum required for survival. It is only natural.
하지만 그 연구 계획서를 마지막으로 관리하던 건 저였으니까요, 팀장님.
But I was the last person who handled that research proposal, boss.
알리사도 원래는 발표실에 있었어야 했어요. 저희랑 같이요.
Alyssa should have been at the conference hall too, with us.
있잖아. 그런 걸 일일이 따지다가는 진짜 남아있는 게 없을 것 같거든.
Hey, listen. If you wanna look back and nitpick at literally every little thing you did in the past, we're gonna be here forever.
너무 뻔한 위로 같긴 하지만 앞으로 무엇을 할 수 있을지부터 생각해도 늦지 않아.
I know it might sound like a bit of an empty platitude, but focus on what we can do right now. What we're going to do forward, okay? You have time for regrets later.
저희
I suppose
팀장님을 한
so.
차례 구해주시기까지 했는데 다른 사람도 아니고 제가 여러분들을 못 믿어서는 안 되겠죠.
You did save my boss once, so I guess it's only right that I should have more faith in you people than anyone else.
그 또한 실험의 일환이었다고 반박하고 싶지만 시간이 없으니 넘어가도록 하지.
Oh fuck, I cut myself again. Like at work. Shit. I would like to clarify that the saving was but a part of the experiment, but given the urgency, I will forego a more detailed explanation.
각자의 상황 설명은 끝난 것 같으니 지금까지 확인된 정보를 공유해 보도록 할까.
Looks like we're all caught up then. Good. Now, let's share what we know. Moses began laying out the situation with the expertise befitting a leader of the LCD.
오늘 이곳 본사 지하에 있는 LC의 부서에 침입자들이 습격하였다.
Today, intruders attacked the LCE department situated in the basement of the HQ.
LC 전 구역이 통제불능이 되었고 이것을 제외한 모든 섹터가 각각 하나 혹은 둘의 습격자에 의해 무력화되었지.
We lost control of the entire LCE facility. And save for our current location, every sector has been neutralized by a single or a pair of intruders.
정상적인 의사소통이 가능할 정도로 생존해 있는 인원은 이곳에 모인 숫자가 전부.
Any survivor who's conscious enough to communicate properly is already here.
그 이후에는 격리실까지 강제 개방되어 밖은 더욱 혼란스러운 상태고.
After the attack, every containment unit was also forcibly unlocked, adding even more fuel to the fire.
사면 초가요. 발 디딜 곳을 찾는 일은 어디를 가든 쉽지가 않군.
We are beset by foes on every side. A search for a foothold is a difficult one indeed.
에이, 여기 감시 카메라만 전부 볼 수만 있어도 그놈들이 지금 어디에 있는지 정도는 볼 수 있을 텐데.
Darn. If only these surveillance cameras weren't busted. I'd love to be able to keep track of their whereabouts.
여러 번 말하는 중이지만 고치려고 시도 중일세. 의도적으로 끊어진 전력을 복구시키는 것을 마치 마치 안경을 닦는 것처럼 쉽게 말하는군.
As I have repeated many times today, we are attempting to bring it back to operational status. You speak of restoring a sabotaged power grid like it's a task as simple as wiping one's glasses.
지금 가장 필요한 정보는 두 가지다.
More than anything, we need these two pieces of information at the present.
침입자가 누구야? 그리고 무엇을 위해 LC에 침입했는가?
1. Who are the attackers? 2. What objective brought them to the LCE?
우리가 마주한 자는 그저 명령받은 대로 사람을 죽이는 것에만 혈안이 되어 있었지.
The man we encountered seemed to have a one-track mind, squarely set on killing as ordered.
하지만 목적을 단순 습격 후 살인으로 두기에는 미심쩍은 점이 많다.
But there are far too many threads that point toward a motivation more complex than infiltrate the facility and slaughter its employees with abandon. Moses's deduction aligned with Otis's. If the assailants' goal was truly nothing more than slaughter, their first order of action should have been to unlock the containment units.
침입자의 정체는 그래. 대략적이나마 유추할 단서가 모였다.
The intruders are... Yes. I have enough evidence to at least get a general idea of whom they might be.
설명해보게.
Do elaborate.
붉은 시선을 붙잡았다던 엄지압이라고 불리는 자. 그리고 연구원들을 습격한 중지에 시체로 된 인형까지 미루어 보아 그 솜씨는 아마도 약지 쪽이겠지.
There's the thumb nurse father who's stealing the red gaze. Then there's the member of the middle who attacked the researchers. And we've seen evidence of the ring's involvement too, given the presence of corpse mannequins.
최소로 잡아도 손가락 2개 이상의 조직이 혼재된 상황이라고 볼 수 있겠군.
At least 2 or more fingers are involved in this attack.
뭔지 흑운의 우두머리 짓을 하는 것들도 이곳에.
The thumb? The vile cur the Kurokumo clan serves are here?
허나 이상하군. 모제스 아씨, 손가락이라는 작자들은 서로를 척하는 자들이 아닌가.
Yet, this is quite odd. Lady Moses, are the fingers not hostile against one another?
손가락 걸기 따위로 치고받고 싸우지 않고서야. 하물며 같은 목표로 움직인다니.
Sorry for the yawn. Those ilk have no business coming within even a sleeve's breadth of each other, save when compared to attend assemblies such as the Finger Barbell, where they oft quarrel to no end.
그래. 그러니 역으로 판단하자면 꽤 중요한 목적이 있어서 각 손가락 간부급들이 특수하게 모였다 봐야겠지.
Correct. But consider this from the opposite perspective. There must be something of enough importance for the officers of each finger to put aside their differences and walk hand in hand.
거미 혹은 거미집의 아비들.
Spiders. Or the nurse fathers of the House of Spiders.
그들은 그렇게 불린다.
That's what they're called.
그리고 우리는 이미 그들이 펼쳐둔 거미줄에 걸린 상태지.
And we've just nailed ourselves into the web they spun.
손가락은 서로의 영역을 침범하지 않기 위해 선을 그어둔다. 지금처럼 엉켜있는 일은 드물어.
The fingers rarely ever cross the line they've drawn between each other. This strange entanglement certainly is a deviation.
아비들이라. 그 칭호 의미 없이 붙여지진 않았을 테지.
Nurse fathers, was it? Seems like a terribly meaningful title to me.
거미집이란 곳은 무언가를 기르는군. 그것도 각 손가락의 간부급이 모여서 양육이라는 행위를 한다라.
Then it can be presumed that the House of Spiders is a place to raise something or someone. To have such high-ranking officers of each finger gather at one place to nurture someone.
말이 안 되나 싶지만 그 목적이 범상치 않을 만큼 역설적으로 그들이 모일 당위성을 보충하는 건.
One might think that it hardly makes any sense, and indeed it doesn't. But what if their purpose itself is just as outrageous? That would paradoxically explain how they've come together.
리오슈라 했던가? 그곳과 얽혀 있는 것으로 보이는데.
Ryoshu, is it? You seem to be inextricably tied to that place.
뭘 원, 아이.
YKYIW. Yeah, what? Back to a little bit of Sangria.
아, 이건 뭘 원하시는지.
She just said, I know what you want.
괜찮다. 줄여 말해도 파악할 수 있으니.
No need. I can understand her abbreviations.
하지만 나도 내가 아는 것을 토해낼 수가 없군.
But I can't tell you what I know because
정보와 기억 전부 깨져 있겠지. 내게 보이는 것처럼.
because it's all broken. The place, the memories attached to it. I can see how they've shattered.
모든 것을 기억해낼 필요는 없어. 내가 제일 궁금한 건 그 범상치 않은 뭐. 그건 무엇인지 말할 수 있겠나?
You don't have to recall everything. All I need to know is what that outrageous purpose is. What is it? Me.
나를 무엇이든 베는 검으로 만들어내는 것.
To forge me into a blade that cuts through all.
그리고 나는
But
그곳을 빠져나왔다.
I left that place behind. Ryoshu, can you tell us anything more?
아쉽지만 여기까지군 시계.
Shame, but that's all I have, Clock.
말하기 어렵다. 말할 수 있었어도 말하기 쉽지 않아.
I don't remember much more than that. And even if I did, it's not an easy thing to speak of. Ryoshu let out a protracted sigh just as Moses did earlier. The long exhalation of someone who clearly craved a puff of smoke. It betrayed the aloofness she projected. Come to think of it, Ryoshi hasn't been smoking at all since we got here. Or maybe since the truck.
시계. 저자가 말한 것처럼 그리고 네가 본 것처럼 내 머리는 엉망진창이다.
Clock, like she said, and like what you've seen, my mind is a mess.
나 역시 내 스스로 궁금한 게 있지만 알아낼 수 없지.
I have questions of my own, but the answers elude me.
그러나 아까처럼 내 놈의 힌트로 뭔가 짜맞춰질 만도 하다는 생각이 들었다.
But maybe the pieces can be put together using your hints, like the one you gave me earlier.
그러니 같이 풀어내야 한다. 이 퍼즐 혹은 방탈출을.
So we have to solve this together. This puzzle. Or this game of escape room. Ryoshu muttered placidly.
거미집의 목표가 너라면 굳이 본사를 침입할 이유가 없을 거다.
If it is you the House of Spiders wants, then I must ask you to entertain this question. Why did they bother attacking the HQ? Oh? As Moses began her explanation, Ryoshu looked in her direction with mild amusement.
거미집을 빠져나왔다는 발언은 아마 탈출을 의미하겠지.
When you said you left the House of Spiders, I presume you meant you escaped it.
손가락 길이의 관계성을 고려했을 때 사이좋게 모여있을 위인들이 아닌데도 아비들은 너를 잃은 이후로도 거미집이란 단체를 유지했다. 단편적으로만 본다면 네 복귀를 기다렸을 수도 있지.
Members of different fingers are hardly the kind of people to fraternize even on a good day. But this alliance of sorts they call the House of Spiders has persisted even after your departure. At a glance, it may only appear that they were simply waiting for your return.
하지만 오늘의 행동들을 보아선 그렇게 인내심이 대단한 자들로 보이지도 않는다.
But given their behaviors today, they don't strike me as a particularly patient group as a whole.
이제야 모습을 드러냈다는 것이 수상하다는 거지. 저들이 절박했다면 벌써 움직여야 했을 거다.
In other words, I find it suspicious that they decided to act now. If they were desperate, they would have made the move long ago.
이건 때를 기다린 거라는 생각이 드는군.
This leads me to believe that they were waiting for the right time.
류슈, 너를 되찾든 그게 아닌 뭔가를 하든 지금이 저들의 움직일 때가 된 셈이다.
Whichever is their motive, Yoshi, whether it is getting you back or doing something else, the fact remains that they have chosen this particular moment to act.
저희가 만난 거미집의 아비는 류슈 씨가 이곳 본사 연구소로 올 수 있도록 길을 비켜줬어요.
The nurse father of the House of Spiders we encountered, she made way for us so that Ryoshi could come to the HQ research facility.
그분이 류슈 씨에게 내비친 복잡한 감정들은 하나같이 강렬했지만
She harbored such intense and complicated feelings for Ryoshu, but
그럼에도 류슈 씨를 죽이거나 데려가려는 듯한 행동은 조금도 보이지 않았던 것 같아요.
I don't think I got any sense that she was trying to kill or take Ryoshu with her.
아비들이 이곳에서 날 기다리고 있다고 한 걸 보면
But she said that the nurse fathers were waiting for me here.
나를 보러 온 건 맞다. 괴짜 탐정.
Clearly, they're here to see me, weirdo detective.
너 자꾸 말을. 야, 뭐야?
Alright, you. Hey, what the hell's your problem?
진정하게 저들의 대화를 막지 않는 게 좋네.
Be calm, please. It is best that we do not interrupt the conversation.
필시, 저 논쟁 안에서 답을 떠올리겠지. 흐름을 끊지 않아야 할 것이네.
In intense dialogue shall they find and draw out the answer. Let us not dare stem discourse.
너를 자극하기 위해 거미집의 아비들이 습격했다는 추측은 합당하지만
It is a fair assumption that the nurse fathers of the House of Spiders have attacked this place to provoke you. However,
당장의 목적은 따로 있다는 생각을 지울 수가 없군.
I can't seem to shake the thought that they must have a distinct objective.
요슈라는 인물만을 노리고자 했다면 이곳과 지금이 적기는 아니잖나.
If they were indeed after Ryoshu and only Ryoshu, then choosing this specific time and place hardly seems to serve that purpose. The intervals between each of the scenes are different, but once a scene's turn ends, another's begins every single time, without failure. This case has everything to do with Ryoshu. I believe without a shred of doubt that it's her turn. Once the sinners relayed my words, Moses fell into a brief contemplation and began to mutter a sequence of words.
Limbus 컴퍼니, 거울, 유리창, 구엘사, 추출된 에고, 엔케팔린, 신비, 환상체, 모노리스, 수감자 류슈.
Limbus Company, the mirror, the glass window, the former L Corp, extracted ego, enkephalin, sacraments, abnormalities, monolith, sinner Ryoshu.
이곳 LC의 연구소에서 거미집의 목적이 될 수 있는 것은 그리 많지 않더군.
I can't think of too many things in the LCE research facility that could be what the House of Spiders is after.
당장 쓸 수 없는 정보를 모두 제외하면 추측할 수 있는 모든 목적 중 가장 합당한 목적은 처음부터 하나뿐이다.
By process of elimination, the only reasonable answer that can be deduced is as follows.
황금가지.
They're here for the golden bows.
결국 그런 결론이 나는 것인가?
So that's how it is. Moses is right. It's become very important for us to look into Ryoshu's past, to reach in and see what lies there, but LCB's goal, its journeys, and its stories have always been bound to the same terminus: obtaining the golden bows. Hohenheim. Where are the golden bows in this facility located?
관리자님께서 황금가지의 위치를 묻는군요.
The manager would like to know the location of the golden bows.
이곳에 실험실에 있네.
It's at the laboratory in this facility. Hohenheim's gaze turned to me. Perhaps he was looking at the clock hand on my head.
그래. 발표 내용에 대해서 말하지 않을 수가 없겠군.
Very well. I suppose there's no way around sharing the contents of our presentation. Hohenheim's answer sounded more like a prolonged sigh.
그건 황금가지 실험 성과에 대한 발표였네.
It was a presentation regarding our progress in the Golden Bow experimentation.
그리고 그 발표가 공개될 수 있는 인원은 한정되어 있네. 지금 자네들 ACB는 포함되지 않았어.
And the limited group of individuals with the clearance to access the contents of that presentation does not include members of the SCB.
황금가지를 개고생해서 구해오는 건 우리인데 우리한테만 정보 공개를 제한하는 건 무슨...
Oi! Aren't we the ones risking our necks out there to collect those bows? How come we're not allowed to...
보안의 범위를 결정하는 건 내가 아니네.
I am not the one who decides the scope of our security.
호헨하임 씨가 우려하는 바가 무엇인지는 알고 있습니다.
Hohenheim, your concern is understandable.
회사는 황금가지에 대한 정보의 공개를 엄중하게 제한하고 있으니까요.
The company maintains tight control over any information regarding the Golden Bows.
혹여 회사의 동의 없이 이 정보가 누출되었을 경우 어떤 조치가 내려올지는 현재로서 알 수 없습니다.
There is no way to...
최악의 경우엔
Oh shit.
기억 소거 절차까지도 감안해야 할 테죠.
There is no way to know at this moment what the consequences of leaking this information without the company's explicit consent might be. If the worst comes to worst, we may even be subject to a memory wipe procedure.
지금 같은 비상 상황에서 그딴 걱정부터 해야 한다니.
Unbelievable. We're stalled by some red tape at an exigent circumstance like this?
비밀스럽고 수상쩍은 회사에서 뭘 바라겠나?
What do you expect from a company practically built on secrecy and suspicion?
그럼 감안한다고 생각하고 본론부터 말하지. 우리는 황금가지를 회수된 각각의 가지를 접목하는 실험을 진행 중이었다네.
Anyway, assuming the risks of divulging this information are understood and accepted by all parties present, let me get straight to the point. The Golden Bows we were experimenting with grafting the retrieved bows onto one another.
가지를 접목한다는 것은 혹시
Grafting the bows.
한 그루의 나무로 만들겠다는 뜻인가?
Then was the purpose to combine the bows to form a singular tree.
연구자 앞에서는 두루뭉술하게 넘길 수도 없겠군.
Nothing sleeps by a fellow researcher, I suppose.
맞네.
Correct.
특수한 환경에서 황금가지를 배양시켜 묘목을 만드는 중이라네. 아직은 한 그루로 완전하게 접목시키지는 못했지만 그리 먼 이야기는 아니지.
We are incubating the golden bows under a very special environment to create a sapling. We haven't yet managed to graft them together into a proper tree, no, but that horizon is in sight.
그 실험의 성과를 사내의 주요 관계자들과 몇몇 팀에게 공개할 예정이었는데 이런 사고가 터져버렸군.
Today was the day that we were to share the successes of the experiment with certain major characters and teams within the company, until this happened.
황금가지는 실험실에 있더라.
The golden bows are at the laboratory.
그럼 실험실에서 황금가지를 먼저 찾아내 보호하는 게 급선무겠네요.
Then we have to get to the laboratory before they do and secure the golden bows.
하지만 섣불리 움직이기에는 이곳에 도사리는 적들이 너무 많지 않아? 본사랑 더 연락할 방법은 없는 거야?
But we can't just waltz out on our own when this whole place might be crawling with enemies, right? Is there any way we can get in touch with the HQ right now?
본사의 지원 요청은 들어갔나?
Did HQ even receive your support request?
1시간 전에 구조 신호를 보냈지만 명확하게 닿았을지는 알 수 없네. 송신기들은 전부 그들이 파괴해버려서 말이지.
We did send a rescue signal to HQ an hour ago, but we have no way of knowing whether it was received. The attackers destroyed all of our outgoing transmitters earlier.
신호만 들어갔다면 LC에게 규격 외의 상황이 벌어졌다는 건 금방 파악했겠지.
As long as they received the signal, any signal, it shouldn't take long until they recognize that the LCE is under attack by an overwhelming force.
LCA가 지원을 보냈다는 가정하에서 그들이 이곳까지 도착하는 데 걸리는 시간을 예상할 수 있나?
Assuming that the LCA has sent us support units, do you have an estimate of how long it might take for them to arrive?
현재 시설 곳곳에 산재한 폐쇄 경로를 지나오는 시간을 모두 감안해도
Even if they have to navigate around inaccessible passages currently present in the facility,
10분 이내일 것입니다.
it should be no more than 10 minutes.
10분이라면 이미 도착하고도 남았을 텐데.
10 minutes? Then they should have been here already.
신호를 받지 못했거나 엘리베이터가 중간에 작동을 멈춰 갇혔을 수도 있겠죠.
They have either failed to receive the transmission, or the power outage has trapped the reinforcements in the elevators.
하긴 우리야 소드 씨가 설명해줘서 뒷문으로 들어올 수 있었지.
Yeah. If it weren't for Miss Sod bringing us up to speed, we wouldn't have thought of using the back door to come straight to this facility.
그런 거라면 통제실에서 전력 분배기만 재부팅해줘도 해결될 것에.
If such is the case, then we need only reboot the power divider in the facility management room.
어이 척척 박사. 이 부서의 셧다운 상태를 복구시키려면 저 돌아다니는 뒤틀림이나 환상체들을 모조리 제압해야 하는 거지?
Hey, I'm Mr. Big Brain. If you want to restore this department from a shutdown state, we gotta take out all these distortions and the mighty sauntering about, right?
완벽히 복구하기 위해서는 그렇다고 봐야겠지. 이것은 복도의 환상체가 하나라도 탈출해 돌아다닌다면 다른 부서로 갈 수 있는 모든 통로가 차단되도록 만들어졌으니.
In order to perfectly restore the facility, yes. This place has been designed to be quarantined from every other department if even a single Mighty has escaped to its hallways.
깊이 생각해봤자 뭐가 더 나오겠어? 환상체나 뒤틀림들이 무서운 거면 우리가 처리해줄게.
Hey, no use sitting around and putting our heads together then, right? Hey, if you guys are scared of some abnormality or distortion, leave it to us. We'll kick their butts.
무섭다고는 한마디도 안 했는데요. 좀 더 신중하게 행동해야 하는 게 어떻냐는 말이죠.
Nobody said they're scared. I'm just saying we could benefit from practicing a bit of caution.
역시 전력 수리부터 하는 게 제일 현명할 수도 있네. 습격자들은 어둠 속에서 더 활기를 칠 테니 말이야.
It would be wisest to prioritize restraint power to the facility. It seems that these attackers are making effective use of the dark.
아무래도
I see.
효율적인 작전 수행을 위해서는 인원 편제를 분할하는 편이 좋겠습니다, 관리자님.
Executive Manager, I am of the opinion that we must split our forces in order to facilitate our operation, given the urgency of the situation.
우선순위만을 논하면서 시간을 낭비하기에는 상황이 썩 좋아 보이지 않는군요.
The situation looks rather pressing for us to sit here and waste time debating what to tackle first. Once I nodded in agreement, Otis quickly took control of the situation.
지금부터 우리는 수색 정찰 및 탈출을 준비한다.
Listen up, men. We prepare for two things: reconnaissance and extraction.
뭐? 나가자고?
Huh? Extraction? You mean escape?
LCA 지원이 도착할 것이라고 가정한다면 그 타이밍에 맞춰 우리도 행동하는 편이 유리하다. 협공의 가능성이 높아지기 때문이지.
Assuming that the LCA's support will arrive, it would serve us best to move in tandem with them to improve our chances of launching a joint attack with numerical advantage over our enemies.
또한 정황을 보아하니 이 위치에 너무 오래 숨어 있었다. 적은 계속해서 이곳을 들쑤시며 목표를 달성할 때까지 닥치는 대로 죽이는데 우리의 위치를 고정해 놓는 것은 죽을 확률만 늘리는 셈이다.
Also, we have to stay mobile. We've held this position for too long. Our enemies will methodically kill and comb through the entire facility until they find what they're looking for. The more we remain stationary, the more likely we are to encounter them. And that will only elevate the risk of total obliteration.
그건 말 되네. 하긴 쟤네들은 한 번 죽으면 끝이기도 하고.
Makes sense. Besides, the others here ain't like us. Once they get killed, it's over for them.
거기에 더해 황금가지 또한 적보다 먼저 회수해야 한다. 무엇을 하려고 하든 이 안에서는 해결할 수 없다.
Another thing. Don't forget that we have to reach the golden bows before our enemies do. Whichever we end up prioritizing, we won't get anything done by staying holed up in here.
그래. 그럼 우리가 다 같이 나간다 쳤을 때 제일 먼저 갈 장소는 어디인가? 자네 말대로 황금가지의 회수나 전력 복구 같이 한 번에 준비할 것이 많아 보이는데.
Very well. Then, if we were all to leave this place at the same time, where should we prioritize? We have many pressing tasks, as you have explained: golden bow retrieval, facility power restoration.
전력을 복구할 통제실과 실험실, 그리고 손상된 회로가 있는 복도는 전부 멀리 떨어져 있습니다만.
With the facility management room to restore power to the facility, the laboratory, and the area with the damaged circuitry are all located far from each other.
팀을 나눈다.
We divide and conquer.
황금가지의 보호, 시설 전력의 복구, 환상체 제압을 통한 지원 통로 개척. 이 막중한 문제들을 동시에 해결하기 위해서는 각각에 걸맞은 팀들이 배치되는 것이 낫겠지.
Securing the golden bow, restoring power, and suppressing abnormalities to clear path for the reinforcements. They're all equally important and must be resolved concomitantly. And to do so, we must split up into squads based on our expertise.
그래, 뭐 찬성이야. 우리는 따로 행동하는 편이 더 편하기도 하고.
Yeah, alrighty. We work better as a separate unit anyway.
황금가지는 우리 LCB 부서가 찾도록 하지. 이곳에 있는 관리자님께서는 근처에 황금가지가 있으면 바로 알아차릴 수 있는 능력을 갖추고 계시니.
The SCB will be in charge of securing the golden bow, as our executive manager here has the ability to detect it wherever they are in proximity to one of them. Whenever they are in proximity to one of them.
금속 탐지기 뭐 그런 게
Ooh.
있는 건가?
Kinda like a metal detector?
그런 싸구려 같은 비유를. 촉박하니 지금만 넘어가지.
How dare you compare the executive manager to... I'll let that one slide given the urgency.
그리고 환상체나 뒤틀림, 죄종들의 제압은 자네들 LCD 부서에 부탁하고 싶군.
Anyway, we would like to leave abnormality distortion and Pikachu suppression to the LCD.
좋아, 전문이지 그건.
Gotcha! That's totally our bread and butter.
이곳에 격리되어 있던 환상체나 뒤틀림 중에 까다로운 건 몇 종 정도 되지?
How many difficult abnormalities or distortions did you have contained in this facility?
벌써 당신의 정도의 실력이면 어렵지 않게 제압할 수 있을 걸세. 하지만 그중 2종은 많이 까다로워.
Combatants of your prowess should have no trouble suppressing most of them. Save for 2, however, that might pose some trouble.
실험실끼리 통신할 때 쓰던 초소형 무전기를 주겠네. 너무 멀면 신호가 닿지 않지만 자네들에게 제압 방법을 설명하는 데엔 쓸만할 거야.
Take these microcommunicators with you. We use these to communicate between laboratories. While it has limited range, it should be useful enough for relaying the suppression tactic for each entity you come across.
좋아. 통신도 갖출 수 있겠군.
Perfect. We've secured the means of communication.
마지막으로 전력 복구는 LCE 부서에 맡기도록 하지. 내부 시설에 대해서는 이곳의 인원 중 제일 익숙할 것 같으니.
As for restoring power to the facility, I would like to designate that task to the SE personnel here. I presume you are the best acquainted with the layout of this facility out of all of us.
합리적이군. 이 부서는 자네들이 보았던 것보다 더 까다롭게 설계가 되어 있거든.
A reasonable choice. The layout of this facility is more complicated than it might have first appeared to you.
전선들이 제대로 정리가 되지 않은 혼란한 상태를 저런 식으로 언급하기도 하더군요.
That is indeed one way to describe abysmal cable management.
그건 엔트로피 증가 과정의 제한이라고 생각해 줬으면 좋겠군. 그리 보여도 안정한 상태일세.
Please consider it but a representation of the entropic escalation phenomenon. Despite the way it looks, the setup is quite stable. Martin gave a handful of tiny radios to Otis, who distributed them to each of us.
좋아. 이걸로 상황을 계속 공유하도록 하지.
Very well. Don't forget to keep each other updated.
잊고 싶던 연기 냄새가 자꾸만 스멀스멀 올라오는 곳.
The acrid stench of smoke I'd much rather leave buried in the past keeps coming back. Wow! Wow, well, like three stories not in a row. Okay. 6 more to go, 5 more to go.
잊지 말게. 황금 가지는 보존통에 들어있으니 함부로 대하지 말고.
Don't forget, the golden bowls are kept within the preservation container. Take extra care when you handle them. When you handle it.
그래. 우리도 황금 가지들 구해오느라 그렇게 고생을 해야 됐는데 막대하겠나?
Okay. We've been working our butts off to retrieve those shiny twigs too. We know enough about their worth not to throw them around willingly. Gregor's comment did nothing to deter Hohenheim, who kept voicing his warning again and again.
그럼 실험실은 그쪽이고 통제실은
Alright, labs that way, and the facility management room is... Ezra was tracing the available routes to guide the LCD team members who arrived with Moses, while others crept down the corridor, alert for any dangers lurking in the shadows. What was that? There's a wall dropping down. Huh? Hey, watch out, you guys! The corridor was thrown into complete chaos.
싱클레어 씨, 이곳으로 오세요.
Sinclair, this way.
안 돼. 거리가 너무 멀어요.
Huh? I can't. It's too far. Is everyone alright?
환상체 탈출에 대비해 설치된 격리 시스템이 작동된 것으로 보인다.
It would seem that the quarantine system designated for abnormality containment breaches has just been activated. Mersault, who had been standing close by, replied in a monotonous voice. And just as he said, when I looked around, that was close. That wall nearly flattened us into pancakes.
간발의 차였구려.
We were but a breath away from disaster.
조악해.
Shabby thing. Oh.
불신앙이다.
What a WOT. Just when I didn't think it could get any worse, it did.
필요한 시간 낭비. 그런데 유슈 씨는 어디에 계시는 건가요?
Waste of time. Where's Yoshu, by the way? Magi Squire, where art thou? Sinclair and Don Quixote were desperately calling out from the other side of the wall.
이렇게까지 완전히 단테님과 분리되어 본 적은 처음이네요.
Hey, I think this is the first time we've ever been so completely separated from Dante.
그럼 이제 함부로 다치지도 못하겠네.
Then we can't even afford to get hurt.
주변에 환상체가 등장한 것 같진 않은데요.
I don't see any abnormalities around.
역시 차단벽의 제어권도 넘어간 것 같군요. 보란 듯이 저희를 나눠버렸습니다.
No, they've taken over the security wall controls too. They've effectively forced us to split up.
걱정 마십시오, 관리자님. 사소한 차질일 뿐입니다. 이자들의 통솔은 제게 맡겨주시면 됩니다.
Not to worry, Executive Manager. This is only a minor setback. Allow me to assume command of this unit for the time being.
네? 곧바로 그런 말부터 하신다고요? 단테의 걱정부터.
Hello? That's the first thing you're worried about? Shouldn't you be more concerned about Dante?
난감하게 되었군.
This has grown to be quite a predicament. Hohenheim let out a heavy sigh.
팀장님, 괜찮으세요?
Are you alright, team leader?
그래. 다행히도 부상자는 없어 보이는군.
I am. At least we have no injured among us. After all that planning, we ended up getting separated into completely random teams.
일단 나누어진 인원부터 파악하지.
Let's first check who we have on each side. Okay, it's me, Mersault, Gregor, and Yisang here. Also Ryoshu.
여기는 탐정님이랑 나랑 앵두 씨랑 그리고
We've got the detective, Miss Engdu, and me over here, and
저랑 이스마일 씨와 로자 씨 그리고 오티스 씨가 계시네요.
Ishmael, Rodia, and me. Otis too.
이쪽은 나와 마툰 군과 조수 군, LC 팀원들.
As for
그밖에 등등이 있네.
As for us, Martin, the assistant, LC team members, and the rest.
등등이 무엇인가?
The rest? Of whom speakest thou?
자신보다 능력 있는 사람을 인정하는 것이 어려운 자들이 쓰는 의존 명사입니다.
It is a phrase used by individuals who find it especially difficult to acknowledge their betters.
저랑 돈키호테 씨와 파우스트 씨가 계시네요.
Me, Don Quixote, and Faust. There was no chance we could get the security wall out of our way, even with our combined effort.
안 되는군요, 역시. 마스터 카드 키로 강제 개방할 수 있어야 하는데.
The master keycard doesn't work either. It should be able to override the lockdown, but even the LCE wasn't having any luck on their side.
약간의 변동이 생기긴 했지만 어쩔 수 없을 것 같군.
There has been
작전대로 간다.
a minor deviation, but it can be helped. Advance according to plan.
LCD를 포함한 이 인원은 시설 내에 돌아다니고 있는 것들을 순차적으로 제압한다.
This unit, the LCD included, will neutralize any hostiles within the facility, one threat at a time.
CCTV를 복구하는 대로 그쪽 안내를 돕겠습니다.
We'll assist you with finding the tray as soon as we're done repairing the security cameras.
지금 말한 대로 LC 호헨하임이 포함된
Wait.
통제실로 향해서
Someone's ringing at my door. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Back in black. Acknowledged. The LC and Hohenheim's team will secure the facility management room and prioritize restoring power.
관리자님과 나머지 인원이 있는 팀은 황금가재 확보를 위해 실험실로 향하는 것이 되겠군.
As for the executive manager's team, proceed to the laboratory for golden bow retrieval.
왜 나는 제압이야? 제일 힘든 걸.
Figures I'd end up in the team doing the fighting. What a pain.
그럼 우리는 먼저 이동한다.
Alrighty, off we go.
내가 앞장서도록 하지. 따라오도록.
I will take the lead. The rest of you, follow me. And with that, Otis and the LCD team's footstep faded into the distance on the opposite side. Oh! I just understood. I was confused with who Hohenheim was calling the assistant. he was calling Heathcliff the assistant because in the LCB checkup thingy, Intervallo, he was appointed as temporary assistant to Hohenheim. Oh god. And with that, Otis and the LCD's team footsteps faded into the distance on the opposite side.
우리도 슬슬 이동하도록 하지. 사실 여기 있는 마툰군과 조수군만 데려가도 통제실을 복구하는 정도는 아무 문제가 없을 것 같긴 하지만 말이야.
We should get moving too. Although I think just Martin and my assistant here would be enough to restore power to the facility management room.
전력 시설의 구조가 그리 체계적으로 되어 있진 않나 보군요. 이러한 통제불능의 상황까지 대비하여 백업 장치 설계를 했어야 한다는 유감스러운 의견을 표할 수밖에 없습니다.
There seems to be a lack of proper structure in the generation and distribution of electricity here. It is regrettable that the facility lacks a backup mechanism to handle unforeseen emergencies of this sort.
내가 건물의 설계까지 도맡아 할 만큼 한가하지는 않았어서 말이네. 하지만 실험실의 구조만 독립적으로 놓고 보자면
With the breadth of my responsibilities, it is only natural that I would have been too busy to be responsible for the facility's design. However, when viewed independently, the structure of the laboratory itself is...
고작 이런 일로 울상짓지 마시게나, 히스클리프군.
Fret thyself not over so trifling a matter, young Heathcliff.
맞아요. 저희 셋이서 뭉친다면 어떤 일이든 아마...
She's right. With the three of us together, we'll be able to overcome whatever obstacles that gets in our way. Probably. The voices of Hohenheim and the other sinners also slipped further away into the background. Should we get a move on to?
황금 거제가 가까이 느껴지면 바로 말해줘, 관리자 양반.
Let us know if you sense the golden bow, Manager Bud. Okay.
그러고 보니 흡연자 둘이 딱 여기에 모였군 그래?
The two smokers of the group ended up in the same team. What are the odds?
다들 어떻게 담배도 안 태우고 이런 노동 환경을 버티는지 모르겠다니까.
I'll never know how the others managed to pull through these working conditions without taking a puff.
피운 시절은 있었다. 지속할 이유를 찾지 못하였을 뿐.
There was a time when I partook, but I could not find any reason to maintain the habit.
그래? 못 폈는데.
Oh, there was? What did you smoke?
담배라고 지칭될 수 있는 것 대부분을.
Most things that fall under the category of cigarettes.
아니 난 1년 내내 바른 생활 사나이로만 알았지 뭐야.
Huh. After a whole year of watching you never walk out of line, I pegged you as one hell of a straight-laced fella.
필요하다면 통상적인 올바르지 않은 일들을 가리지 않고 했다.
I partook in both categories of activities, those generally accepted as right, and those accepted as wrong.
나는 구인의 시절 동료들의 권유로 면목음한 적은 있었네.
During my time among the old League of Nine literatures, I once had an opportunity to engage in a few hits of the substance at the behest of my fellows.
그게 처음이자 마지막이었어. 다 같이 웃음을 터뜨렸지만 담배 자체가 유쾌하진 않았어.
That was the one and only time. Everyone burst into laughter, though I found no enjoyment in smoking itself.
처음에 다 그렇지. 왜 없겠구만 그래.
Huh. That's always the case for first-timers. Must have been pretty intense, huh?
류슈 양은 언제부터 권련을 애용하기 시작했는가?
What about you, Miss Ryoshu? When did you first start smoking cigarettes? Every pair of eyes searched Ryoshu's face, but she didn't bother telling us her story, nor did she reveal any signs of unease or anxiety. What we saw on her face was inexplicable exhilaration, thrill, and as strange as it may seem, a fury chilling to the marrows.
글쎄,
Beats me.
어렸을 때부터 보고 자란 게 그것뿐이라.
I've always been surrounded by cigarette smoke ever since I was a brat.
아닌 게 더 이상하긴 한가.
Wouldn't have guessed it any other way.
이번이 류슈 씨 차례. 맞지?
It's your turn this time, isn't it?
그래,
너무 노골적이어서 비웃음이 날 정도지.
Yeah, so damn obvious that it makes me scoff.
어떤가, 류슈양.
How do you feel, Miss Ryoshu?
과거를 마주해야 하는 기분이란.
To be faced with the past that stands before you.
당연
Simple. It's exciting.
기다린 보람이 있어.
All that waiting finally paid off.
그러고 보니 류슈 씨는 아까부터 담배를 물고 있지 않네.
I noticed you haven't smoked one since this whole thing began, Ryoshu.
그래.
Right.
미리부터 연습 중이다.
Trying to get used to staying off it. Meanwhile, back at the transporter truck.
붉은 시선. 당신에게만 없을 줄 알았는데 말이야.
Sorry about that. A red gaze. Never thought you, of all people, would have one.
우습지 않아? 이 보잘것없는 짐덩어리 하나 빼앗겼다고 천하의 붉은 시선이 제대로 검 한번 휘둘러보지 못하는 꼬라지가.
Funny, isn't it? The mighty and powerful red gaze loses this tiny little bundle of liability from his clutch, and he's suddenly too scared to even swing his sword, right?
그래도 이해하지 못하는 건 아니야. 버릴 수도 죽일 수도 없는 것을 원치 않게 떠맡은 적이 나도 있거든.
Not that I don't understand. To have an unwanted burden you can't even push aside or kill off shoved into your care. I know what it's like all too well.
아니. 원했던 건 맞지만 그딴 짐덩어리일 줄 몰랐던 걸지도.
Well, I suppose I did want the little thing back then, but I never expected her to be such a nuisance.
루치오가 조사해온 걸 보면 딱히 이거랑 아무 관계도 아닌 남남인 것 같던데. 혹시 이게 필요한 이유라도 있는 건가?
Luch has been digging around, and looks like you don't have any connection whatsoever to this half point here. Could it be you've got a specific use for her?
목적 때문에 이러지도 저러지도 못하고 꾸역꾸역 가지고 다니는 걸 보니.
It's plain that you need her for something. Explains why you're letting that deadweight tag along.
우리 티켓이나 저기 있는 교본처럼 거슬려 죽여버리고 싶어도 바라는 미래를 위해서 어쩔 수 없이 죽은 건가?
Perhaps she's like my ticket, or textbook over there. A pain in the ass you'd much rather kill off, but can't because you need it to make the future you long for come true.
우리 꽤 공통점이 많나 봐. 응?
We sure have a lot in common, don't we? You.
그렇게 쓸데없는 말을 계속 짓거리며 도발하는 이유는 알고 있다.
I know why you're provoking me with that pointless rambling.
그것들이 본사에서 수행하고 있는 임무, 그 작전이 완수되었다는 신호가 오기 전까지 내 발을 묶어두려는 것
Your friends are out on mission, and you're making sure I don't get in their way till you get the all clear.
하지만 내 검이 니놈의 목에 닿지 않고 있다고 해서.
However, just because my sword isn't cleaving across your throats,
네가 데리고 다니는 이 애송이의 목까지 안전한 게 아니라는 점을
doesn't mean I won't collect your little lackey's head.
잊지 않았으면 좋겠군.
Keep that in mind.
재밌겠네. 한번 해봐.
This should be interesting. Do your worst.
내가 우리 티켓을 위해 만든 교본이 특색에게서 얼마나 버틸 수 있는지 나도 궁금하네.
I'm curious to see how long the textbook I so painstakingly crafted for my ticket would last against a color fixer. Aren't you? Roseate Desire, oh god. Fuck! I mean, that's a team.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소.
We keep running into these mannequins. Are they made by those nurse fathers?
그래. 정확히는 약지압이 혼자다.
Yes. To be more specific, it's just the ring nurse father.
신체파. 인간의 근육과 뼈로 수축과 이완을 이용하는 예술이다. 거기에 큐비즘도 조금 끼얹었나?
Corporism, an art movement that utilizes the interaction between human bones and muscles, the contraction and the elongations thereof, with a splash of cubist technique, it seems.
고약하구만.
Nasty.
보이시오.
Observe closer. Do you see them?
그들의 몸에 글씨가 적혀 있는 것 같소만.
Yeah, that's an actual art technique. Yeah. Writing. Hello, Bio. Welcome to the stream. You're late. Writings carved into their bodies. These corpses were engraved with the wild skull of a message carved with a blade. It's fine. I mean, I know I do get it, but still, you're late to the stream. You need some XP module for excavation. I had the rest of to do, Ketabaru. It's fine. They begin shuffling at us in that uncanny rhythm, entirely devoid of any semblance of will. Dearest.
사랑하는 우리 딸.
Dearest daughter of ours.
이 곡선을 주의 깊게 봐주세요.
Please pay close attention to the way the line curves.
갈비뼈라는 건 잘만 다듬으면 어떤 것보다 날카로운 칼이 되고 대퇴골은 어떤 것보다 단단한 둔기가 될 수 있습니다.
From ribs, we can make blades keener than any sword. From femurs, we can make bludgeons sturdier than any mace.
흉곽은 심장과 폐를 보호하기 위해 이렇게나 견고하고 아름다운 나치형이 되었죠.
The thoracic cage has taken this prepossessing yet hardy shape of an arc to keep the heart and the lungs from harm.
이 몸의 아름다운 형태를 유지한 채로
God, the sound design. Oh, this is yucky.
가치를 망가뜨리지 않은 채로
Preserve this natural beauty of the human corpus and do not infringe upon its primeval, precise value.
귀중한 악기를 다루듯이 만들어야 합니다.
That is the reverence with which the act of creation must be handled, just as musicians handle a priceless instrument.
만져보세요. 근육과 힘줄의 결을 따라 칼날이 잡히지 않나요?
Touch it, if you will. Do your fingertips feel the contour of a blade along the grains of a musculature, its tendons and sinews?
가장 살고 싶어 했던 놈의 뼈가 가장 죽이기 좋은 칼이 되었군.
The bones of the one most desperate for life have become a blade best fit to rip it.
그렇죠. 요시히데라면 이 진가를 알아차릴 줄 알았어요.
Indeed it has, hasn't it? I knew from the fathoms of my heart that you could appreciate the true value of this piece, Yoshihide.
그 어떤 것보다 정성을 기울여서 이 아이를 만들고 있답니다. 조금이라도 으스러지거나 균형이 안 맞는 뼈를 가지고 있으면 소용이 없거든요.
The care put into this piece I have so painstakingly birthed into the world is greater than that of any other work of mine. The smallest fracture or imbalance could instantly render it useless.
마침내 완성된다면 요시히데가 써주세요.
Once this piece is complete, dearest Yoshihide, I would like for you to wield it.
그러지.
I will.
그렇게나 노래 부르던 그 작품은 결국 완성을 못했나?
Never got to finish that precious piece he'd always ramble about, did he? Ryoshu muttered to herself.
뛰어난 병사라도 적재적소에 쓰지 않는 무위무능한 법. 우선 전황부터 살피지.
형국 정도는 읽었다. 나머지는 칼을 휘두를 일 아닌가.
받아볼 텐가. 전탄격발.
유효하군.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
숨겨둔 수를 드러낸 모양이구나.
일기당천.
우마성! That's too much bleed, I don't like this.
자가당차기로다. 흔치 않은 기회니 이 틈에 승기를 굳히자꾸나.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없고.
우마상 supremacy!
물넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
모범적인 청소 방식을 확인했습니다. 인사부서에 해당 요원에 대한 평가를 성신합니다.
나섰으니 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
큰 흐름을 뒤집은 건 아니나 좋은 움직임이로구나.
빠르게 처리하지. 허술하군. 자비에 감사하다.
모든 것을 총알값 아까울 놈은 아니군.
큰 흐름을 뒤집은 건 아니나 좋은 움직임이로구나.
There.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없다.
Oh no, come on, Moso, please. Moso decided to lock in. Savage Tiger Slayer's perfect flurry of blade.
전력으로 상대하라.
전탄격발.
워프 열차 연산 시스템이 정리 방식의 선택이 적절했음을 판단했습니다. 훌륭합니다.
자세가 무너졌나? 빈틈투성이군.
스틸레터.
큰 흐름을 뒤집은 건 아니나 좋은 움직임이로구나.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없다.
I am doing Meichu for this. Yeah, I'm doing Tremor. But like, I'm doing the funny Tremor, not the good Tremor.
매우 효과적인 청소입니다.
자비에
워프 열차
감사하다.
연산 시스템은 해당 행동의 약 14%의 정리 기여도가 있음을
I'd rather do funny than good.
미약점인가?
경외감 속에 숨어들. 시선에 눈이 멀지 않다.
예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
Meichu for this? Ah, could be interesting, yeah, to use Meichu.
서두르지. 수습이 늦어지면 여기서 살아남은 게 다 헛소리.
Sanguine Artistry. Oh yeah, I'm going to reload Inkefalin.
지혜책. 일 마무리가 나쁘지 않았어. 이걸로 숙청은 면할 수 있겠군.
Slash and Wrath. Do I have like really good Slash and Wrath IDs? I could.
의뢰로군.
Wait. Okay, no, it's good. Slash and Wrath. I could go for something like
대골바가지랑 거미
Slash and Wrath.
부드려 패러 간다.
I'm not going to use Chef de Cuisine. Am I? I mean, in that case, Meichu makes sense. I don't like my options. Like, in this situation, Meichu makes sense. Because it's Slash Pride and
살아서 돌아갈 수만 있다면 무엇이든.
걸맞는 곳이어야 걸맞는 곳. 시험해볼 기회.
마지막까지
let's go with this.
발버둥 칠 수밖에.
515 I think.
뛰어난 병사라도 적재적소에 쓰지 않으면 무위무능한 법. 우선 전황부터
빠르게
살피지.
처리하지.
형국 정도는 읽었다. 나머지는 칼을 휘두를 일하는가.
Honestly, I'd use the Yo Heisho, Yo Heathcliff, but well, I cannot use Heathcliff, so
옳다.
빈틈 투성이군. 스틸레터.
유효하군.
자가당착이로다. 흔치 않은 기회니 이 틈에 승기를 붙이자꾸나.
파격감.
oh come on, Greg.
요원 여러분의 제압으로 성공적 상황 종료 확률이 약 4.188%
One more slot.
상승했습니다. 축하드립니다.
전투 응대에 나선다.
Oh come on, Masood, please. Fuck's sake. Oh come on! This game's a fucking joke.
요원 여러분의 제압으로 성공적 상황 종료 확률이 약 4.188% 상승했습니다. 축하드립니다.
빠르게 처리하지.
매우 효과적인 청소입니다. 워프
그렇게
열차
서
연산
있으니
시스템은
목이
해당
떨어질
행동의
수가.
약 14%의 정리 기여도가 있음을 판단했습니다.
받아볼 텐가.
Oh god, it's staggered Gregor, for fuck's sake, the bleed.
전탄 격발.
영원한 잠으로 인도하지.
모범적인 청소
총알가가
방식을
떠오르는
확인했습니다. 인사부서에 해당 요원에 대한 평가를 성신합니다.
받아볼
Come on, boys!
차포잡이라. 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나. 물건을 준비하고.
방금 청소를 수행한 요원께 W사 인재관리 부서에서 자동 승진 추천서가 발부되었음을
파격감.
안내드립니다. 자세한 내용은 서면에 적혀 있습니다.
자세가 모르겠니? 자비에 감사하도록.
전력으로 상대하마.
Wait! Oh no, I cannot do this. Fuck! I wanted to do something funny.
전투 응대는 성공적이었다. 나쁘지 않은 움직임이었어. 이제
There I
다른
am,
작전으로
916.
돌아가자.
The thing, the funny I wanted to do was to just, you know, God. Basically, I wanted to use, I basically just wanted to use Ring Sang, Thumb Leiheng swords, and like a middle ID and an index ID for Ryoshu and for and for Gregor just to do the funny fingers. The fingers. 916.
정면 엘리베이터가 작동하고 있다.
The elevator up ahead is operational. I could see the light of the elevator beyond the lockdown door. If power has returned to the elevators,
호에나임군이 통제실에 성공적으로 도착했나 보구려.
it can only mean that Hohenheim has arrived at the facility management room. Ah, then... Once the elevator doors opened, LCA agents began pouring into the facility in perfect order. They immediately began hacking and shooting down anything that got in their way. There wasn't the slightest hesitation in their movements, as though drilled into them over countless rehearsals. From the way they never failed to deliver a killing blow to any target that so much as twitched, even when it was already mangled beyond recognition, I could tell they were seasoned veterans with years of combat experience. I began to grow certain that these fighters could brush aside any obstacles we faced with ease.
LCA 특작팀이라 했나? 역시 제압에는 능수능란하군.
LCA Special Operations Unit, was it? They sure know how to clear a room. Testing, coming. Oi, give me that! Oi! Oi! You alright, mate?
아이 깜짝이야. 아이 조용히 말해도 잘 들리니까 소리는 지르지 말자,
Ah.
히스클리프 씨.
The heck? No need to shout into the mic, Heathcliff. We can hear you just fine. Ah, apologies. My assistant's temperament leans on the more impatient side.
수감자 오티스의 추측이 맞았네. 우리는 지금 통제실에 와 있고 여기 있는 단말기로 복도 상황을 볼 수 있는데 화질은 영 좋지 않지만 이쪽 구역에 말이지.
Sino Otis's conjecture was correct. After arriving at the facility management room, we have been observing the hallways through the device here. The video feed's quality, well, leaves much to be desired, but
LCA가 도착했다네.
the LCA has arrived at this sector.
그래. 우리 눈앞에도 보인다. 이 폐쇄 셔터 너머로.
Sorry, give me a sec. Can confirm that on this end as well. We have visual on the LCA units past the lockdown shutters.
가만. 방금 내가 한 것은 자네들 앞을 가로막는 차단벽 하나를 열어준 게 다라니. 다른 부서로 이어지는 내부 승강기를 복구하는 것과는 아무 연관이 없지.
But all I've managed so far is to remove one security wall in your path. It has nothing to do with restoring the internal elevators leading to other departments.
그렇다면 이제 부상자들을 안전한 곳으로 올려보낼 수 있는 것인가?
Whichever may be the case, does this mean that the wounded can now be transported to safety?
그렇지는 않더군. 모종의 기술을 이용해 내려보냈지만 다시 올라가려면 시설을 복구해야 한다네.
Not quite. While they managed to send the LCA down here via unknown means, the entire facility has to be restored in order to return upstairs.
그래도 다행이군. 구역별로 투입된 듯하니 다른 자들도 도움을 받을 수 있겠어.
It is indeed a relief. However, it seems that the agents have been deployed to each sector. They should be able to secure the rest of the survivors.
연구와 관련 없는 살상 기술과 전투에 그다지 흥미를 느끼진 못했네만. 주워 들은 바로는 저들이 도시 내에서도 알아주는 전투 집단이라더군.
Though I've never been one to be interested in the art of killing and battling, particularly those without even a tangential relation to research, I've heard that they are a rather formidable combat force even by the standards of the city as a whole.
정면.
Eyes forward. The lights flickered and... Three LCA agents who were advancing while covering the front of the squad simultaneously fell to the floor without so much as a scream. Like a broken lamp, the light past the security wall continues to flicker. Between each flicker of the malfunctioning light, the outline of the intruder's weapon seemed to shift into a different shape. At first, the shadow stretched into the sharp tip of a pick. Then, after several more flickers, it took on the familiar outline of an axe, very much resembling Rodia's own.
생김새 원호장으로 보아 ACA의 정찰 작전에 특화된 팀이군요.
Judging by their appearance and gear, it is likely that they are the LCA's reconnaissance specialized unit. Most likely in the same vein as the team that arrived at the monolith retrieval mission.
아니, 그렇다 해도 저 정도로 숙련된 부대를 혼자서...
Recon team or not, how did the intruder manage to wipe out such a well-trained team all on his own? Hohenheim, do you hear us?
들린다네. 이쪽은 아직이냐만 그쪽은 벌써 제압이 끝난 건가?
Indeed. Has the ACA taken care of the situation already on your end?
절대 복도로 나가지 마시게.
You mustn't step foot out into the hallway.
왜 그런가? 아, 단말로 확인해보니 방금 ACA 대원들이 환상체 하나를 완벽히 제압했더군. 저 까다로운 환상체를 몇 분 만에 제압하다니. 이건 관찰 기록에도 덧붙여놔야겠어.
What might that be? Ah, I've just watched the ACA agents take down an abnormality with quite impressive precision. To suppress such a tricky entity in mere minutes. Fascinating. This calls for an additional comment on its observation log.
이쪽으로 파견된 LCA 지원 병력은 전멸했다.
The LCA reinforcements sent to our sector. They're all dead. What?
해방된 야전 상황이었다면 정찰 때만으로도 ACA가 패배하진 않았을 것입니다.
Were this battle fought in an open field, even the LCA's reconnaissance team alone would have sufficed to avoid defeat. However,
거미줄에 걸려 있다는 사실을 잊으면 적골이 나지.
this is what happens to prey who forget that they've been snared in a spider's web.
저들은 자신들이 지극히 유리한 곳으로 먹잇감을 끌어들인다. 개방, 탁 트인 공간.
They'll never fight on even ground, always drawing their prey to locations where they have the absolute advantage. They wouldn't have lost in an open field, you say?
가정조차 의미가 없다. 그런 일은 애초부터 일어나지 않을 테니.
It's meaningless to speculate over what will never happen.
봐라. 먹잇감이 자신이 가장 잘 사냥할 수 있는 무대로 직접 걸어 들어가지 않나.
Look, his prey ensured their demise by walking to his hunting ground. What Alyssa had described earlier was becoming more and more apparent to us. A relaxed but disciplined gait. The man, after having slaughtered dozens of LCA agents, slowly turned around to face us, his sharp-dressed shoes lazily clopping against the floor. He seemed to have been aware of our presence from the get-go. Light dances across the glossy surface of his white mask. He returns a smile in response to Ryoshi's furious wrath. Then his lips part, soundlessly mouthing a sentence, word by word. Hi, sweetheart. How did your reviews go?
딸, 훈련은 어땠어?
Hey, sweetheart. How did your training go?
똑같아. 지루해.
Same old, dull and boring.
아빠, 팔에 상처가 났는데 직접 입힌 거야?
Dad, that wound on your arm. Did you do that to yourself?
아, 맞아. 나이프로 내 팔을 관통시키면서 상대를 38번 찔러야 했거든.
Ah, yes. I had to stab my opponent with a knife 38 times through my own arm.
20번째부터는 정말 아프더구나.
The 20th stab was where it really began to hurt.
그거 알아, 딸? 자결통은 찹쌀통보다 100배는 더 고통스럽다고 하더라.
They say that the pain of burning hurts at least 100 times worse than the pain of getting stabbed. Did you know that?
그러니 누군가를 처리해야 할 땐 불은 사용하지 마.
So, when you have to take care of someone, I hope you won't use fire.
그들이 고통에 몸부림치면서 너만을 저주하며 지옥으로 떨어질 텐데.
Lest their death be slow and their dying breath curses your name on their long descent into hell.
적어도 마지막엔 그들에게 더 나은 주마등을 안겨줘야 하지 않겠니?
Don't they deserve to watch their lives flash before their eyes in relative peace?
알았어.
Okay.
가까이 와보렴. 얼굴에 긁힌 상처가 있구나.
Come closer. You've got a scratch on your cheek.
발렌치나의 수업 중에 생긴 거겠지? 그는 너무 과격해. 상처의 개수가 곧 훈련의 척도와 비례한다고 생각하는 자야.
It happened during Valentina's class, didn't it? Her methods are simply too violent. She's the kind of teacher who uses the number of scars as a measure of training intensity and effectiveness.
흉이 안 지게 잘 치료해야지.
Let's take good care of that wound so it doesn't scar. Okay?
그러던가.
Whatever.
아니 방금 LC와의 무전대로라면 관리자님께서 위험...
If what LC has told us through the transmission is true, then the executive manager's in danger.
오티스, 저도 걱정은 되는데요.
I'm just as concerned as you are, Otis, but
당장 우리 쪽도 만만치 않은 상황인 것 같아요.
we're not exactly out of the woods yet either.
그건 복구된 CCTV 화면인가?
The security camera feed's working again?
네, 이 앞을 비추고 있어요. 근데
Yeah, look, it's pointed right in front of our door, but
자네도 와서 보게. 내 기억이 틀리지 않다면 이런 복식을 한 장은
come see. If my memory fails me not, then this man's attire suggests he's...
중지?
the middle?
저쪽에서 전멸당했다는 사람도 이렇게 당했나 보네. 이건 거의 죽이다 못해 사람을 부서뜨리고 있는데?
I guess we now know what happened to the LCA in the other sector. Eesh! This guy's practically tearing people apart.
뭐라고 자꾸 큰 소리로 떠드는 것 같기도 하고 소리가 잘 들리진 않는데.
Is he shouting something? I can't quite hear what he's saying through the feed.
요시히데.
Yoshihide.
요시히데라고 계속 외치고 있군.
He's shouting Yoshihide. Repeatedly so.
그리고 웃고도 있어.
As he feels the silence between them with a boisterous guffaw.
입을 크게 벌리고 몸까지 들썩이며 무엇이 그리도 즐거운 것인지 광인과 같군 그래.
Face split into a wide grin, body convulsing with laughter. What joy does this madman find in this carnage?
지금 사람이 저만큼 날아간 거야? 팔로 찬 것뿐인데?
Oh, that's an insanely powerful kick! Throwing that guy all the way to the other side of the hallway!
선명한 화면은 아니지만 다리는 의체일까?
The footage is pretty blurry, but do you think he's got a prosthetic leg?
아닌가? 강화 문신을 몸이 전부 뒤덮일 때까지 받으면 저런 모양이 될 수도 있을 것 같고.
Maybe not. I guess a leg covered completely in augmentation tattoos could look something like that.
우리 아빠 곰발바닥 보고 있구나.
Oh? Are you looking at Papa's mighty bear paw? Oh fuck.
누구야?
Who the heck are you?
나는 키라라고 해.
Who am I? Hi, I'm Kira.
기척도 없이. 종원, 전투 준비.
A covert approach. Men, battle positions.
아니야. 너희 우리 아빠 보고 있는 거 아니야?
Oh, you guys got it all wrong. You're watching my papa work, aren't ya?
방해 안 할 거야. 싸우지도 않을 거고.
Don't mind me, Kay. I'm not gonna pick a fight with you guys.
그런 중요한 일을 하는 거라면 내가 대기 타줘야지. 마저 감상해.
I just hang around here while you guys get the important stuff done. Carry on and watch him work.
아빠라고? 저 사람이?
Your papa? That guy's your dad?
맞아. 진짜 졸라게 멋지지.
Uh-huh. Isn't he like super badass?
너네 방금 봤어? 저 기술 있잖아. 완전 간지인 것 같지 않아?
Did they really put a fucking Gyaru into it? Did PM really put a fucking Gyaru into Limbus? Yes, Kira is very Gyaru coded. Well. Yo, did you guys see that? Gosh, that takes straight up fire. So dope.
나도 따라하려고 하는데도 잘 안 된다니까.
I've been trying to recreate that myself, but it's not the same, you know?
어떻게 저런 강속구로 복도 끝까지 처박히게 하지?
How's he doing that? Totally folded that guy up and tossed him like a baseball all the way to the other end of the hallway.
학살을 마치 놀이나 경기 따위로 취급하는가?
To treat a massacre as no different from a game or sport.
불쾌하기 그지없는 무례배로군.
What a contemptible scoundrel you make.
너 그런 쪽이야? 재밌다.
Oh, so you're into that kind of character, huh? Sick.
나도 좋아해. 일주일 전에 나왔던 빗줄기 속 검객 최신하에 등장하는 캐릭터가 그런 말투 쓰잖아. 비 엄청 오는데 삿갓을 싹 들치면서.
Not only is she extremely Gyaru coded, she's also extremely otaku coded. Oh no! She's a Gyaru kind. She's a Gyaru kind to otakus. Fuck! My weakness! I'm a huge fan of him too. Did you read the latest issue of the Cloudburst Blade? There's this new character who talks just like Yaru. Like, lifting his bamboo hat, he goes,
뭐야? 너도 모르는 거야? 그 작품?
Wait, you don't know the Cloudburst Blade?
주위에 계속 추천하는 중인데 아무도 호응을 안 해. 한 놈은 맨날 훈련만 해대고 한 놈은 집 거미랑만 조잘거리고 한 놈은 자꾸 혼자 싸돌아다니고 나머지 하나는 뭐라는 줄 알아? 논리적으로 말이 안 되는 게 너무 많대. 그게 제대로 된 감상이냐고. 왜 만화책에 그런 걸 따져? 걔랑은 아무튼 처음부터 끝까지 안 맞는다니까.
Okay, one of them's obsessed with training all day, so this is Lucio. One of them talks with her sword all day. I guess I know who this one is because I got spoiled. I guess it's the Hello, Canulas! She's so much like Marina or Tsuma just because she's funny. Hello, Canulus, welcome to the stream. I rode 200 pools for Ujat Otis. I had to use my fucking ideality on Index Faust. I went from fucking 40k plus lunacy to 20k. I am modding right now. Canulus, you only pulled 80 times. I pulled 200! I should have put on stream. This is when I get. This is the only time I get lucky with my pulls. I should have put on stream. Yeah, you will. Oh man, I've been trying to sell it to everyone I know, but no one's interested. One of them's obsessed with training all day, Lucio. One of them talks with her sword all day. I guess I know who she is already because Reddit spoilers. The Pinky Apprentice, I guess. One of them just wanders all over the place all day, and the other one, you know what she said? I think the story indulges in far too many logical fallacies. What the heck kind of book review is that? Like, bro, who wastes time nitpicking about what makes sense and what doesn't when reading a comic book? Gosh, I don't think I'd ever vibe with that girl. I think the one who gave critics like that... This is very ring-coded. This is very ring-coded because of the whole... oh yeah, the logical fallacies in the narrative. Like, this is taking the media of comic books as a full-on art seriously. So I think the one giving the critic there is the Ring Apprentice. So the one who wanders all over the place all day is probably the Index Apprentice. Oh, am I reversed? Is it the Index Apprentice who's like, oh yeah, the comic book is the comic book logic? The thing with the comic book logic? What do you mean I am wrong? I'm sure the one who's training all day is Lucio. That's for sure. The one who's training all day is Lucio. Sword all day to me is the pink... Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's not the pinky girl. Oh wow, the one who took the sword is... Then the one who wanders is the pinky, and the one it's the Index girl. Yeah, it's the Index girl who's like too many logic fallacies. Huh. Oh yeah, doesn't she have like a doesn't the Ring girl have some kind of huge like broadsword made of flesh, like a rectangular broadsword made of flesh, something like that? Or is it some kind of screen? I don't remember exactly. Yeah, I know we'll meet her, but like all I've seen from her were like quick scribbles on Reddit. That's all I've seen from her. I was already aware of the Index patter though. Thank you the leak on row 34. Not 34. On 4chan, sorry.
아니, 4시간만 같이 떠들어주라.
Kira is really Marin coded, but with this sentence, do not put Kira and Dawn in the same room. Do not! Do not put Kira and Dawn in the same room! These two! It's going to be... nightmarish! Anywho, has anyone here actually read the Cloudburst Blade? If you did, well, if I may have but 4 hours of your time, good sir.
그만.
Enough.
가짜는 헛소리로 구슬려질 정도로 우리는 모르지 않다.
If you thought you could distract us with your nonsensical prattling, think again.
아까부터 화면에 잡히는 게 없어요. 오티스, 저 사람이 자기가 말한 대로 중지아비의 제자라면
They are going to yap Dante's non-existent ears off. Yeah, that's the thing. No, I didn't get spoiled through Rule 34, but like I'm using Rule 34 quite enough. Maybe probably too much Cornelius. Otis, I don't see the middle nurse father on the feed anymore. If she's his apprentice, then...
어이, 딸내미! 근처에서 놀고 있으랬더니 뭐 이렇게 멀리 왔어?
Hey, kiddo! What are you doing all the way out here? Haven't I asked you not to wander too far?
톨겠군.
And shit. No more transmissions. They've all gone quiet.
이보게! 이스마일군! 오티스군!
Hi, young Ishmael!
아무도 대답이 없는
Oh,
건가?
fuck. Hi, young Ishmael! Young Otis! Wherefore doth none respond?
느낌이 좋지 않네요. 그 관리자님도 떨어져 있는 상황에서 서로 무슨 상황인지도 모르고.
This is bad. We don't even have the manager with us. We're all in the dark.
아무래도 시설 복구를 서둘러야겠네. 차단벽 제어권만 들어온다면 서로 협력하기 용이할 테니.
We must make haste and restore the facility to its operational capacity. The sooner we obtain access to the security wall controls, the sooner we can coordinate with each other.
마침 이 근처에도 소실된 회로 하나가.
Oh, fuck! As luck would have it, we should be able to locate one of the lost pieces of circuitry in this room.
이것은 약지 조직원이 지나간 흔적이 보이는군요.
These remains. The ring has made its mark here.
야, 그렇게 빤히 쳐다볼 필요는 없어.
Oi, don't force yourself to look so hard at them.
아니, 역겨움이라는 감정은 내게 큰 영향을 주지 못하네.
No, disgust as an emotion holds very little sway over me.
다만,
It's just that,
팀장님,
boss,
일일이 누구의 얼굴인지 헤아리지 마세요.
don't look at their faces and try to tell who's who.
그래. 무심코 한눈을 팔았군.
Oh, Hohenheim is such a good guy. Like, he doesn't look like it. But, like, the first time we meet him, he doesn't look nor sound like a good guy, but he's definitely a good guy. Right. I lost my focus for a moment there.
계속하지.
Let us carry on.
뭐, 할 말이라도 있나?
What? Is there anything you wish to say to me?
드물게도 파우스트 역시 호엔하임의 말에 동의하고 있다는 생각이 드는군요.
This is highly irregular, but it seems that Faust also expresses agreement with Hohenheim.
뭘?
Agree with what?
이럴수록 빠르게 시설을 복구시켜야 한다는 것을 말입니다.
That we must restore the facility with as much haste as we can employ. Wait, are we going to fight the different apprentices but with like... Oh no, please. Weak to pride. Weak to wrath. Weak to wrath. Oh, fuck. I don't like this. Pride, wrath, 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 pride. Oh, fuck.
사냥감인가? 몸이 그래.
Leaving behind the perpetrator of the carnage, greeting Ryoshi on the other side of the security wall. We had no other choice but to make our way towards the lab.
류슈양, 답하기 싫은 물음이라 하면 비껴보내어도 괜찮네만.
You stonk! Miss Ryoshu, perhaps this question of mine is one you might not wish to grace with an answer. And if it indeed is, do feel free to let it float past.
아비란 자들과는 어떤 사이였는가?
But what is your connection to these so-called nurse fathers?
단순히 그대와 악연으로 물든 인연이라기에는
Your relationship with them does not seem to have been brewed in mere bad blood.
방금 전 그대의 표정은 조금 미묘해서 말이오.
And in the change in your countenance, I sensed a flash of something almost imperceptible.
모든 조각이 맞물려진 것은 아니지만
I haven't put all the pieces together just yet, but
그들은 말 그대로
they were
아비.
nurse fathers.
나라는 검을 펴려낸 내 아비들이었다.
My fathers who forged the sword that I am. Please tell me we're fighting mannequins. Oh yeah.
뛰어난 병사라도 적재적소에 쓰지 않으면 무위무능한 법.
Still hate fighting these motherfuckers, but hey.
성급 정도는 읽었다. 나머지는 칼을 휘두르려 하는가.
열차 내 정리 요원에게 안내 말씀드립니다. 현재 특정
빠르게
객실에서
처리하지.
소요 사태가 발생.
Oh come on, please, Greg!
를 부탁드립니다. 특이성 감지 센서, 청소 타입 비확인, 위험 인물이 다소 위축되었을
전투응대
것으로
나선.
판단됩니다.
끝내 전수 흐드러지게.
He didn't fucking stagger, holy shit.
워프 열차 연산 시스템이 정리 방식의 선택이 적절했음을
이
판단했습니다.
여기가
훌륭합니다.
네 약점인가?
요원 여러분의 제압으로 성공적 상황 종료.
Oh, this one has deep wound.
188% 상승했습니다. 축하드립니다.
화격검.
Oh fuck. Gregor is going to get staggered. Yep. Gregor is dead. Oh, for fuck's sake.
장치의 활성화를 확인했습니다. 알립니다. 큰 부상을 입은 요원이 있다면 신속히 장치의 패널을 열고
이건 불찰이구나.
간이 보존 붕대로 감아뒀다.
받아볼 텐가.
Why are these motherfuckers so fucking sturdy?
꿈을 꾸러 가도
흐드러지게 타오르시게.
Oh, the next stage is the suffer stage. Oh, thanks.
큰 흐름을 뒤집은 건 아니나
Thanks for reassuring me.
과격검.
Thanks for making me at ease, Bio.
영원한 잠으로
매우 효과적인 청소입니다. 워프 열차 연산 시스템은 해당 행동의 약 14%의 정리 기여도가 있음을 판단했습니다.
전력으로 상대하마.
전탄격발.
차포잡이라 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나. 큰 흐름을 뒤집은 건 아니나 좋은 움직임이로구나.
전투 응대에 나선다.
전력으로 상대하마.
전탄격발.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
즉시 꿈을 꾸러 가도록.
Okay, that one was easy. I am now scared of the next stage. Thanks for the foreshadowing, Bio.
나를 들뜨게 만드는 일은 많지 않지만
Cigarettes and the nurse fathers.
경우의 수에 들어맞아
Cigarettes and the nurse father.
잘 놀다 간다. 회수하지 않은 탄피는 팁이다.
You said poise was good, so I could do the very funny, but I won't. No, not you. Ah, maybe not.
피가 범람할 시간이요.
I don't. You know what? YOLO.
화점에 두지.
주인놈 뜻에 따라
화점에 두지.
어디서
피가 범람할 그대. 이 검이 필요하오.
Foreshadowing is a literary device used to signify major events in the future. Yeah, looks like we're here.
것 같군. 실험실.
It's the lab.
LCD나 LCE 쪽은 아까의 무전을 끝으로 더 이상 연락이 없어.
The LCD and LCE haven't reached out again since that last transmission.
좋지 않은 일에 휘말린 게 아니길 바라오만.
I can only hope that no misfortune befell them.
관리자, 혹시 느껴져? 황금가지 말이야. 저들이 혹시 먼저 가져가기라도 했다면.
Hey, Manager Bud, you picking up on anything? I mean, the Golden Bough. If those people got to it before us. Not yet. I don't think they did. It's still in there.
그래. 그나마 불행 중 다행이라 해야 하나?
Is that right? I guess I should be glad we still have a chance. Gregor mumbled on in a gloomy tone.
임씨가 이 소식을 들으면
Hohenheim will be
한시름 냈던 그래.
Hohenheim will be relieved to hear this. We stepped into the lab. The lights were off. It was completely dark inside. If the assailants were indeed after the Golden Bough, what could they possibly want with it? I was deeply engrossed in my thoughts when I noticed that Ryoshu had stopped in her tracks. Ryoshu?
이 앞에 나딕다 못해 지긋지긋한 향이 나고 있다.
There's a stench coming up from ahead. coming from up ahead. A sickeningly familiar one. Even in the glowing darkness of the unlit lab, Ryoshi seemed to notice something out of place.
냄새라고 해봤자 류슈 씨의 담배 냄새 말고.
You smell something? I don't smell anything other than your cig. She hasn't smoked since the fucking bus! Gregor! If you smell Ryoshu's cigarette when she hasn't smoked since the bus, there is something very wrong happening!
그렇네. 당신
Oh, yeah.
담배를 안 태우고 있었지.
You've not been smoking for a hot minute. Only silence welcomed us in the lab. We couldn't hear any breathing, but there it was without a doubt. The stink of cigarettes and a chilling, disembodied sense of dread we couldn't exactly put our finger on.
그곳에서 나올 때
When I left that place,
나는 누군가를 경멸하고 있었다.
I remember feeling a strong contempt for someone. It had to have been. Ryoshu started muttering as though she was gripped by the chill. I noticed she wasn't speaking to me though. It seems as though she was wading through a bog of mutilated memories to cling to her emotions at that moment.
마지막까지 당신은
Tihui-star, you.
나를 괴롭게 할 생각뿐이었던 거야. 그렇지?
All along, you've wanted to make me suffer to the bitter end, haven't you?
나 때문에? 그건 내가 할 말이지, 요시히데.
What audacity. You think I'm the one making you suffer, Yoshihide?
네 존재가 지금까지 내 모든 앞길을 막고 있다는 거 알고 있지?
You do realize that you've always been the one obstacle in my life, don't you?
그러니까 이래야 공평하잖아.
This is the only way for us to get even.
요시히데, 나에게는
Yoshihide,
계속 들려와.
it never stops.
녹들고 무거운 족쇄 소리가 달그락.
The sound of the fetter around my feet, rusted and heavy, how it clings and rattles. In that vision of the past, Ryoshu raises her sword in an agonizingly slow motion, unsheathing the blade that we have never seen revealed before. A white blade of such unfeeling purity, devoid of even a trace of mercy beneath its pale edge. In the split second, I was blinded by the glint of the blade. Ryoshu clutched the hooded figure's jaw in her crushing grip. Then, without a moment's hesitation, she drove the blindingly bright sword into the figure's mouth. Ryoshu pulled the sword out in a single swift motion. The figure coughed out a thick glob of blood and a piece of her sliced tongue. But she spat out more than just the bloody chunks of flesh. A guffaw hacked its way out of her mouth. The triumphant laughter of one who had just seized the victory of one's life. With a deep, ragged breath, Ryoshu let the sword fall from her grip. She stood rooted in her spot, staring at the flaying figure with a look of pure confusion. ISOTPITTA. Insidious stench of the past in the air. And right now, right before Ryoshu's eyes, the vivid presence from the memories of the past came to life in the form of a white silhouette. Her hand slowly brushing the lips beyond which no tongue laid, as if to remember the absence of the organ that Ryoshu had so mercilessly cut off. Like a lone watchman who had been keeping vigil, awaiting our arrival. The mouth that lost its tongue faced Ryoshu without opening even once. I think I heard a whisper of a hollow sigh escaping between her lips.
나는 나의 5 아비로 인해 이 세상에서 가장 소중한 걸 놓고 왔다.
Because of my 5 fathers, I had to leave behind the single most important thing in this world.
그러니까
And that is why
되찾아와야 한다.
I must take it back.
다시 만나게 되어 진심으로 반가워.
So happy to see you again, Ryoshu. I mean it.
라고 주인님께서 말씀을 전하라 하셨사옵니다.
Such were the words my master bade me to relay.
소지아비.
The pinky nurse father.
주인님께선 이 비천한 자에게 따로 바람이 없으시니
As my master expects not from my insignificant self.
자연지사 소생은 적막히 녹슬어가는 검과 같아 하루가 권태롭고 내일이 허망하였사옵니다.
I am but a blade rusting amid the quiet turn of nature, doomed to ever endure the dullness of todays and the emptiness of morrows.
그 무렵 그대가 거미씨를 따라 이리 오신 은혜로
And therein, owing to your pursuit of the spider's thread,
이렇게 주인님의 뜻을 재차 받들 기회를 얻었죠.
I am once again granted a chance to carry out my master's will.
혀가 길군. 비켜라.
Another talker. Piss off. As her apprentice approached us, Ryoshu's nurse father slowly stepped away, toward where the container of golden boughs lay nestled, emanating a soft glow.
준비가 끝났사옵니다.
The preparations are complete. I trust you have not forgotten the plan. Where the nurse father had left, a figure clad in steel armor entered. What the?
기술이 접목된 무구라기엔 상당히 투박해 보이는구려.
The armament looks a little too crude to be a piece of gear imbued with advanced technology.
싱클레어 군의 집. 그 지하에서 보았던 고문 기구와도 닮은 것 같소.
Sorry about the sneeze. It looks akin to the torture device we had previously seen in the basement of Sinclair's home.
살도, 피도, 뼈도 드러내지 않고 상대하겠다라.
No flesh, no blood, no bones to show. In a fight?
내게 보여줄 예술치곤 미학의 격이 떨어지는데.
For an artwork meant for my eyes, its aesthetics are lacking class.
이런 상황에서의 침묵은 아름답지 않다고 그자에게 배우지 못했나?
Keeping your mouth shut even in a moment like this? Did he not teach you there's no beauty to be found in it?
그자, 약자비는 어디에 있지?
I want him here. Where is the ring, nurse father? The armored figure answered Ryoshu's question with a swing of their huge sword. We need to take care of this quick and track down the golden bough. Let's fend them all off.
제법 미학을 깨우쳤군 시계.
You're starting to pick up the rudiments of aesthetics, Clark.
단 얘가 무엇인지
What?
보여주지.
Watch as I demonstrate the meaning of AOS.
열차 내 정리 요원에게 안내 말씀드립니다. 현재 특정 객실에서 소요 사태가 발생했습니다. 신속한 처치를 부탁드립니다.
Space below 0. If it was below 0, recover to 0. In Goom damage. In a clash against target that aren't Ryoshu, clash power -2. Take minus target other than Ryoshu. Hispanic. Potency 25. Any excess poise potency gained past 25 will be converted to monitor separate. Fight took you around an hour to beat. Okay. Stench of time passed. Slot skill slot +1. Deal +10% to the house as well as me. When staggered, immediately cannot retreat.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
You kept potatoing the fight? What do you mean?
열차 내 정리 요원에게 안내 말씀드립니다. 현재 특정 객실에서 소요 사태가 발생했습니다. 신속한 처치를 부탁드립니다.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
옳다.
Oh, come on! Thank you, Masud.
체기성 감지 센서 청소 타입 G 확인.
Wait, Clash Ring and Moonlit Blade. There's one poise count.
된다면 사활을 건다.
모범적인 청소 방식을 확인했습니다. 인사부서에 해당 요원에 대한 평가를 송신합니다.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Yeah, won the clash there.
공격성 진단 장치에서 고위험 공격이
Can clash with the skill regardless of speed. So return. So Conpa +2.
전투 응대에 나선다. 원망도
You don't scare me there.
그저 무언가를 잡으려 애썼을 뿐.
Ouch!
뛰어난 병사라도 적재적소에 쓰지 않으면 무위무능한 법.
I need to make him lose 2 poise count here.
형국 정도는 읽었다. 나머지는 칼을 휘두를 일 아닌가.
Okay.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Oh, come on, please! Thank you. Fuck's sake.
주군께서 너희에게 거는 기대가 크더군. 최선을 다해라.
The Rings
주군께서는 사소한 실수를
Apprentice.
책잡지 아니하시니 너무 긴장하지 말고 임하게.
2 corpus ingredient couple expire next turn and then gain artwork fascia. As artwork fascia, use it. Okay. When attack before using a powerful attack, gain 1 impact related to armor. Okay. These motherfuckers are fast! Yeah, the music is really, really good, but like it's PF. Ryosho, why did you have to fail me there?
생명 유지 장치의 활성화를 확인했습니다. 알립니다. 큰 부상을 입은 요원이 있다면 신속히 장치의 패널을 열고 특정 요원이 심각한 부상을 입은 것을 감지했습니다. 만약 스스로 움직일 수 있다면 통로에서 이탈하시어 다른 요원의 전투에 방해가 되지 않도록 배려 부탁드립니다.
전투 응대에 나선다.
He shouldn't have any Moonlit Blade anymore. Like, he shouldn't have any Moonlit Blade left anymore.
우리 열차의 예정된 청소 시간이
She has artwork fascia.
안내드립니다. 신중하고 명쾌한 선택을 통해 청소를 끝내고 하차할 것을 제안합니다.
I can just do that. No. Okay, I need to do that, basically. To force this here.
전투 응대에 나선다.
Yoshi is so fucking close to dying. Like I hate that. Oh god, Gregor is like staggered. Okay, she got hit. What?
아직 유한성이야. 넌 에세요.
내가
그게 아니야.
수싸움에서 밀렸단 말이야.
What the fuck? I hate that bitch!
문제만 수천이다. 계측의 방비 또한 그와 같을 터.
맞는 말을 어찌 그리 얄밉게 하는지.
너만 하겠나?
I need to use 3 on her. Oh, fuck's sake. Wait, can you see the fight? It feels like Twitch kinda bugged out. Okay, yeah, no, you can see the fight. Okay. I misunderstood the shit, okay? Well, I'm in deep shit right now. Yeah, Gregor cannot.
죄를 새겨주겠소.
자, 맛볼 시간이다.
He's saying he's gonna get staggered.
잘 관해줄게. 나쁘지 않아.
Why is he saying not stag?
주군께서 너희에게 거는 기대가 크더군. 최선을 다해라.
주군께서는 사소한 실수로 책 잡지 아니하시니 너무 긴장하지 말고 임하게.
Thing is, I absolutely want to win this clash.
죄를 새겨주겠소.
예전에 써야겠어.
Okay, Ryoshi cannot die.
큰길 낭떠러짐이나 다름없다.
허나 도착까지도 몇 걸음. 채워내어야 후회가 남지 않겠지.
An attack skill, so I need to hit her 3 times. Fuck, I have to do something like that. I cannot even... Shit! Ah, I got distracted!
공격성 진단 장치에서 비효율적 정리 방식을 감지했습니다. 다른 방식을 고려해 보시는 것을 권장합니다.
I got distracted, okay? I read the skill. I was just distracted. Yeah, now she's staggered. Now the bitch is staggered. Technically, I could go ham in there. But this motherfucker is way more of a pain in the ass right now.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
I've been streaming for 7 hours! Cut me some slack!
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Are you fucking kidding?
소생의 쓸모는 다하였으니 이만 물러나겠사옵니다.
Okay, this motherfucker is staggered.
좋지 않구나.
이대로 뚫어내면
And now to deal with the bitch.
아, 진심인가?
I've been streaming for 7 hours! Cut me some slack, Mio!
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Come on, boys, stagger the bitch! Thank you!
특이성 감지 센서에서 흔치 않은 이상 현상이 예고되었음을 안내드립니다.
Wait, what am I supposed to do there? I mean, I could just not attack her. But if she's going to do that every single turn, I'm going to be in we're going to be in a stalemate. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I could try not attacking her.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
정리 요원들의 활력 징후 저조를 확인.
Well, I guess that was the good answer.
생산을 위해 사망한 요원의 숫자를 반드시 체크하십시오.
전투응대에 나선다.
I'm pretty sure I'm going to be able to stagger her before she uses a big skill. Thank God Ryoshu is immortal in this
계획에 없는 행동을 삼가라고 소생이 누누이 말하지 않았사옵니까?
refrain from deviations from the plan. Has my humble self neglected to impress upon this matter many times?
보여? 타시아도 두근거리기 시작했어.
See? Fascia has begun to pulsate.
오랜만에 보는 떨림이야. 타시아에게 대화 정도는 시켜줄 수 있지 않겠니?
Not gonna lie, I was right focusing the twink. Because the twink deals a lot of damage. A lot of AoE unblocked crit damage. I was right on focusing him. And also I wanted to blow up his Moonlit Blade Age, Moonlit as a Blade stacks. And I need to focus him if I want to make him blow up. So in a way, you have to focus Ren before attacking Albina. Albina by herself is not that she's not really dangerous. I haven't seen Fascia tremble like so in a long while. Why don't you give her some time to chat?
그런 사사로운 욕망의 표출은 이번 계획에 있지 않사옵니다.
This plan involves no outward expression of such selfish desires.
맥박을 놓치며 달아오르는 살결을 구경만 하는 그런 계획.
The plan that involves only the observation of the warming, reddening flesh while our own heart beats slow.
파시아는 거슬리나 봐. 힘줄이 팽팽해졌어.
That plan isn't to Fascia's liking. Her tendons have tightened. The voice for like Albina's voice actress reminds me of someone. Is it Caron maybe? That plan isn't to Fascia's liking. Her tendons have tightened.
주인된 자들의 뜻에 따르기 위해서는 이런 흔한 장단에는 초연해지셔야 하옵니다.
Yet, we must learn to remain tranquil before these common beats. These common beats if we are to adhere to the wills of those who are our masters.
마에스트로님의 영영 되찾을 수 없는 아이에 대해 늘 궁금했었는데.
I've always been so curious of the maestro's child, forever lost.
조형 정도는 준비해볼 수 있지 않겠어?
Why not let us at least prepare a maquette?
뜻을 헤아릴 줄도 모르는 망나니에게 가지를 한번 칠 필요가 있겠군요.
It has become apparent that this glorified executioner does not know her place. Clearly it is about time her branches are pruned. With that, the man who stood in our way leaped toward the pulsating greatsword of flesh and delivered a powerful strike.
다행이라고 말해야 할지. 저들끼리 싸우느라 정신이 없는 것 같구려.
This may be our stroke of fortune. It seems that, in the chaos, our presence has slipped their minds. Ah, the golden boughs! Feeling a dull pain squeezing through the grooves of my mind, I turned toward the spot from which the sensations surged forth. And saw Ryoshu standing there. Her eyes burned hatred and fury, a glare that would easily have had me believe that she would unsheath the sword from her back at any minute. At the receiving end of that glare was the veiled figure who'd been watching our battle without a word. The Pinky's nurse father simply stood there, meeting Ryoshu's wrathful gaze as she did in the fragmented memories. Then she withdrew into the shadows, the darkness slowly eating away at her shape, before disappearing from our sights.
단테, 황금가지는 찾았어? 이 틈을 타.
Dante, have you found the golden boughs? We must... No. We were too late. I felt the door pane in my head lift as I pointed at where the veiled person stood. The golden boughs that should have been there were gone. What remained in the place were dozens of cigarette butts, the same kind that Ryoshi smoked, piled up like a thick layer of dust. I didn't expect C. Gregor to be the one dealing that much damage. Dealing the most damage, amount of damage. This is what those motherfuckers are going to leave us. Right? Fucking hell. Yeah, I'm already level 56 on the Battle Pass. I'm going to have to farm a little more of the Battle Pass to get to level 120 when the new, when the part 3 will drop. God. How long was the, part 1 of, oh, 19. Stages, up to 33 on Canto 8, but with in the middle of it a dungeon that was like extremely long. God, what a Canto start. Very rich in action, in lore, in Ryoshu foreshadowing, lots of it. A whole through of brand new characters. Though that leaves me puzzled. Again, why are we getting a second index ID for Don Quixote when we could have had an ID for any of the Ring of the Fingers apprentices as IDs? This is puzzling to me. Huh. I really wonder what is going on with the released IDs. Oh god, I'm tired. I mean, I know that like LC didn't Ujat Otis kill them all? And that the higher ups from LC, the higher ups of Limbus weren't like happy that like the LCA material got tampered with, something like the material of the LCA of the ACA Vanguard Squad got tampered with because it was all but got tampered with by their superiors, and that their superiors were like really upset that Otis managed to survive. Oh, okay. Okay, alright. Ah, God. Oh, the Canto start. But yeah, signing off, guys. This is going to be all for today's stream. Hope you guys enjoyed yourselves. Hope you guys had fun. And all I have to say is see you. Till next time. Bye bye, boys.